If I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I get started, for those who may not know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney, going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the wall, signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. I was minding my business and drinking my water. And somebody said, go live. We got something to talk about today. Man, y'all seen what's his name? P. Diddy, they finally got him. We knew that was coming though, y'all. We knew. Oh, good morning, Kimberly. Kimberly, the first person to pop in. And I plan on being live throughout the whole day. So I know some of y'all be working and stuff, and y'all popping in and out. So thank y'all for stopping by. But good morning to y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Well, my question for today, good morning. Good morning. My question for today is, did she know? Did the judge know? Did she know about Lil D and his condition? Somebody say, hell yeah, she knew. Hell yeah, she knew. She the one that signed the warrant. Where that warrant at? Somebody said she knew. She knew. And I think court's going to start in about 15 minutes, so we're just killing some time. But yeah, and I'm assuming P. Diddy, I'm assuming he knew that it was coming down. That's probably why they had to move it up a day. Because he, found out, somebody said something. Yeah, we need to see the affidavit. We need to see that. Let me make this. I don't know if I can make it bigger. It's a screenshot. Let me see if I can do it without messing up. Kind of hard to read. Let's see what it say. In the Superior Court of Fulton County, state of Georgia. And normally they file these under seal, so nobody like us on the YouTube community can get it. But somehow, some way, somebody done got it. And we assuming it's legit because it's styled just like the other documents. I mean, it looks like something that the state came up with. And they go on to say the state is applying for an arrest warrant for a material witness with the criminal offense of OCGA 17790. Quindarrius Zachary. Good morning, Chicky. Wow. Mr. Zachary is a necessary and material witness regarding testimony related to count 1 RICO, Acts 16 through 20, Acts 39 through 47, and count 2 murder. Mr. Zachary received an in-person admission by defendants Stillwell and Kendricks to the murder of the facts and circumstances before, during, after its commission. Okay, that's kind of weird. No commas in it. Before, during, and after its commission. Furthermore, Mr. Zachary has personal information related to his participation in the April 28, 2015 retaliatory shootings related to count 1, Acts 41 through 46. To support such a warrant, lies, y'all ain't got no support. The state has provided the court with an affidavit provided by Assistant Chief Michael Green, Fulton County District Attorney's Office, demonstrating that the witness has demonstrated, wait a minute, demonstrating that the witness has demonstrated they will not appear in court when needed to testify in this above captioned case. Upon application by the state to obtain a material witness warrant for a material witness, Quindarrius Zachary, material witness warrant for material witness. They are wild. And having considered this motion, it is the order of the court that the person of Quindarrius Zachary be placed under arrest and held until he can testify at the trial of this case. So ordered this 9th day of September 2024. And you got the judge's signature. Ain't that some signature? Paige Reese Whitaker, Fulton County Superior Court, Atlanta Judicial Circuit. And I thought his name was spelled with two. I could be wrong. Quindarrius. I thought it was two something. I don't know if it was two R's or something in there. Let me see. Y'all got a misspelled name. Hey, who y'all talking about? It must be somebody else. Let me see. Quindarrius Zachary. Oh, maybe they got it right. Some people spell it with two R's. Some people got it with one R. Oh no, yeah, I think they said Woody has a warrant for, somebody said yesterday, traffic. Something to deal with some type of traffic incident. What's going on, Jiggy? I thought his warrant under seal, though. This document might be capped. Yeah. Nah, this stay writing. This stay writing. This some love they came up with. They said it wasn't related to YSL, probably that four-wheeler. He's been going crazy. Good morning, politics in the mail. Shout out to the Falcons. Good morning, Texas. Let's get it on. What's going on, Stephanie Lane? Thank you for coming back. Hold on, let me see something right quick. All right, I'm gonna pull up the link. Hopefully, we get some good. Do you think the state did their homework? Nah, they ain't did no homework. Miss Love gonna come in there talking in circles. Y'all know what her favorite word is, that she uses it at least 5 times minimum a day. Y'all know what her favorite word is, at least one of them. I'm just going to find the link. It said, "That's right, Mel. Gotta love life and football." Y'all must have won. Yeah, she like, she gonna say, and she gonna say, "in as much as." Let me see if I can find it. Hold up. Let me see if I can find the word "in as much as." Let's see. This a word. We're gonna keep a count today, how many times she used it. We're gonna keep a count. We're gonna keep a count how many times Love used this word today. And hopefully she ain't got nobody watching, so she won't try. Even if she try not to use it, she gonna slip up. All right, y'all. I'm gonna pull up the link. The way the judge acted so mad that court started late. on yesterday's. Surely they will be on time today, right? It should be starting in about 5 minutes. Let me see if I can what's let me try this one. And we're gonna jump around. We're gonna find one that got some good quality. For the people that popped in, we were just going through the letter or the warrant, alleged warrant. Jiggy say it might be cap. Jiggy say this letter might not be legit. I think it's legit as hell. This warrant is legit as hell. Hey, they put a word salad. What was the word salad they used? Demonstrating that the witness has demonstrated. What's another thing that they said in here? Application by the state to obtain a material witness warrant for a material witness. Now you get a material witness warrant for somebody at the local Walmart. Of course, it's for a material witness. Just put some words together, make it sound good, so the judge can sign it. And she gonna come in there today unprepared. The judge gonna say, "Did y'all do what I asked y'all to do?" Well, Judge, we had we had a team member, and that was their assignment. And I gotta call them. Can I step out in the hallway to see? Can we do it before lunch or by lunch, at lunch? And then next thing you know, lunch gonna get here, and then they're gonna try to push it. Or can we do it by Friday? And then by Friday, next thing you know, back to Monday. What's going on, Kay Cooper? Good morning. What's going on, dear woke Christian? Thank you for popping in. Safe travels. I caught a little bit of your stream, and I know you said you were going to go visit your father in Chicago. So safe travels to you. Yeah. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. They're not gonna vote her out. What you mean? If they wanted her out, the time to do it was the primary. Yeah, that was the time to do it. Good morning. If Fanny hasn't brought her in, get it. DWC safe travels. You will be missed today. It's good sometimes to take a break, though. Take a break. Because this is a long, this is a full shift. This is a work shift. To sit in this chair 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours a day, just to bring the coverage to the people. So yeah, I know he earned that much needed break, especially getting over 1 million views and in the entire month. I don't know if it was last month. So that's a good deal. Good morning, Keys Mobile. What's going on, big homie Slick? And if y'all don't mind hitting the like button so we can get this video in the algorithm, since I plan on being here all day, somebody might as well watch it. Dear Woke Christian, good morning. You were great with Phil as always. Look at him collaborating. Yes, sir. That's how it's done. I'm planning on speaking with someone later today that's close to the Lil D situation. So hopefully we can get some inside information as to what's really going on. And somebody said what I think about his attorney, and I know they are still taking donations, but people have to understand just because you have a lawyer, that doesn't mean that that lawyer is paid for. So people might be saying, why are they still got the GoFundMe? The lawyer was in court yesterday. He already has a lawyer. Yeah, but the lawyer's probably not fully paid. So that's why money is still being collected on his behalf. I mean, that that makes sense. You got a bill. They say he's not a good lawyer. My thing is, my take, he kind of old school or older, which that's not necessarily a bad thing itself. And from my understanding, he wasn't the first choice. They wanted another attorney, but I think the other attorney did not answer. Probably didn't want to be involved in this mess. Low key. He said, "I don't care how much I raise on GoFundMe. I'm not gonna get in there with DA Love and get in that mess." All right, y'all. Let's see. I'm still watching. I don't see that they are live yet. And it's 8:46 Atlanta time, and it's 7:46 my time. So I have to get up early in the morning. Yeah, we on different time zones, and I'm sure some of y'all may be earlier than that. What time is it in y'all area? What time zones are y'all in? What states are y'all in? Big homie Slick, you in the I didn't know you did a live and you didn't even tell me. Yeah. Good morning, Tasha. She said time for bed. Are you just getting off? Let's see. And thank you to all my members. I see y'all. Good morning, Miss Bridget Williams. Thank you so much for that kind email. I got a chance to read it last night, and it was really nice of you. A fellow Texan. So thank you so much. Okay, Dallas. Shout out to Dallas. Kentucky. Vegas. Okay, you got a lot of Texas in the building. Atlanta. Let me see. Say Simply Tired went live too. They had an after party about Paige. That's why she tired now. That's why she tired, y'all. Okay, hold up, y'all. We might have some action. Let me see.
Does that mean that you will not be calling?
Let me see. Hold up, y'all. Let me see.
Miss B that we discussed yesterday?
Miss B.
Yes.
Not this week. Miss Hilton was scheduled to speak with her tomorrow.
Okay.
So I want that opportunity. I want her to do that before.
All right. So to be determined, but she knows it won't be this week.
Right.
Okay.
We're not trying to put her up this
Okay.
and also as far as the first person that we had, that person has said that to apprise the court that they are in traffic. I told them they were going to be here. They were supposed to be here at a certain time. They had a problem with their back yesterday. I had talked to them early this morning, and they said that it was giving them a little bit of trouble, but I talked to them about 10 minutes ago. Actually, I talked to them before 8, at about 8:15. And that's when they also said that they were having a little trouble with their back, but they were on their way. They should be here by 8:45. I talked to them a few minutes ago. They said that they were still in traffic. The traffic was heavy and that they anticipated 9:15.
Who's surprised?
that's what they said. And they called while I was on the elevator with Mr. Harvey. And I was trying to just get in
Here
here.
we go.
All right, well, I think one of the jurors is running a little bit late today
Oh,
as well. So
Bro.
although he or she, I don't even know if it's a he or she, might be able to get here by 9, but we'll just see. So
She's starting early with the excuses. We already knew it
can
though.
I ask why? I mean, you gave us a list of several crime scene investigators and techs and officers that you have added back in, based on, you said, I guess,
Well,
evidentiary objections that have been made recently.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, for instance, one of the ways that the state pared down its witness list was to, we did not anticipate that there would be an objection to such a thing as, we know that this was this person's apartment. The responding officer saying this was this person's apartment. Yesterday, we garnered a hearsay objection to that information. Many of the witnesses that we had taken out are, for instance, people who've collected shell casings from scenes.
Okay.
A few weeks back, I believe that there was an objection or there was a concern voiced that we will object to the NIBIN results if there's not a chain of custody shown. We had more than 28 shootings that had shell casings collected on scene.
Okay.
If there's that objection, we have to have people to talk to.
Okay, so that's based on chain of custody. I was trying to figure out why the crime scene techs would be now needed based on yesterday's objections, but it's not yesterday's, it's the chain of custody objections.
Correct. Correct.
All right.
And I believe that the question was posed, whether there were people that we weren't intending to call, and I wanted to include those people that we were adding.
Okay. And then the second set is to establish who lives certain places.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Well, is there any defense movement on either of those issues, either chain of custody if every crime scene tech does not testify, or who lives where? If not, I guess we've got 28 additional witnesses. Okay, we have 28 additional witnesses. Yeah.
Refer to someone as them,
Someone's what?
as them. I know that we have a AS that we haven't been using. That person's name, is that who we're talking about with the back issue? Or
Mm-mm. That's, who is it? Miss Love
It was
Thorp?
Yes, that's what we announced yesterday.
Remember yesterday at the,
okay, so that's who they're planning on calling first?
I guess.
28 additional witnesses. Oh my goodness.
Regarding the witness who is,
This is wild.
the other one.
AS, yes. What, do we know anything new about? Is that who you meant?
No. the
Okay,
one
a
that's
different
not-
other one.
Different other one.
Okay,
The one with the medical issues.
okay.
Lil D,
Mr. Shive is here. We're trying to discern what their current status is. I don't know that, and I have had no opportunity to speak to his doctors.
what? He talked to his doctors.
I believe is very important based on just the conversation that I've had with.
Sure, I doubt if his doctors are gonna tell you anything.
Thank
without a
you.
Court order.
That's what we believe too.
Mr. Shive, however, could tell you if he wanted to. Or if his client is okay with that.
There was,
Situation is, DA called me last night when I was 50 miles from here, but what I'd like to do is, preliminary hearing, deal with that, go to the hospital. You can have an investigator or somebody else be right there, when the doctor's there, and, with my client's
That is exactly.
That would
be
work, I
perfect.
believe.
And yep, that would be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
All
So,
right.
Mr. Shy, will you alert somebody from the state team once you're finished with your preliminary hearing?
As
Okay.
soon as I finish, we'll come down.
Oh, okay,
Let
great.
our investigator wants to go with me.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
It sounds like she want to get a warrant to talk to his doctor.
All right, so the crime scene investigators and officers that you're needing to add back in for chain of custody, can you try to just limit their testimony
Oh, it will be.
purely to chain of custody, 5 minutes, they're done?
That is exactly what we
Wonderful.
intended to do. Yes, we did.
All right.
And,
They're really not talking in the mics. Yeah, the volume on full blast. But yeah, the judge said the doctor would not likely talk to you without.
All right.
She hitting the mic.
And I received the brief from Ms. Abbasi and from you, Ms. Love, on the overt, I think, I can't remember, I haven't looked at it yet, but a brief from each of you, which I'll look at.
Yeah. She don't need to be talking to nobody,
All right,
doctor.
The juror that was running late is not here yet, but close, so.
and Your Honor, if the court
Yes.
permit me to step out just to inquire about my witness and his ETA as
There she
well.
go.
And I would also,
Oh, and you had asked if the Mr. Zachary can be called out of turn or in the middle of testimony, and that's fine. I mean, however it needs to work.
thank you.
Okay.
This microphone, though it's showing red that we're supposed to be off, I believe that it is amplifying and broadcasting. I don't think that we would be able to have a conversation that's not broadcast. I don't know why though it's off as red, it's live.
Yes, it is.
Is that,
We need it
If you
live.
turn it to green, does it turn off?
no, I turned it to green.
So a new set of sound issues. Great.
All right, we can barely even hear you now.
Is it possible to have IT come and,
Well, Ms. Persfield's reaching out to them now.
thank you. May I step outside?
Yeah, you may.
We
Is there any other matter from the defense that we need to take up before, obviously, the juror gets here? We have to wait for the juror to get here, but anything in the meantime?
you,
Okay, anybody else?
you got it, Bruce. How much you want to talk to somebody, doctor? What
Just
we doing?
recess in place until we have the witness and the jury. Sure.
All right, y'all. So they recessing in place. One of the jurors are late. I mean, I expect nothing less from Atlanta. See, I've practiced in many different courtrooms across the state, and some judges don't play that. They'll put you in jail. They give you, you're not going to keep coming late. But it sounds like, so from my understanding, DA Love wanted to find out the condition of Lil D that I believe she caused by having him arrested at the hospital in the first place, took to the jail, and then he had to go back to the hospital. So she wanted to talk to his doctors, but and the judge said, well, you can't talk to his doctors not without a court order. And Love was like, that's what I'm getting, like she wanted to get a warrant. But then his lawyer stepped up and said, you don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. I can go to the hospital with one of your investigators right now, and we can talk to them, the doctors, together. And you don't have to get another fake material witness warrant. Let's go back a few seconds while we got a little time and see that exchange real quick.
We're in the middle of
Permit me to step out just to
Hold
inquire
on.
about my witness.
that would work.
Here, we're trying to discern what their current status is.
I'll go back a few more seconds. So that's when you start talking about a little
Regarding
deep.
the witness who is The other one.
AS, yes. What, do we know anything new about? Is that who you meant?
No. the
Okay,
one that's
a
in
different
hospital,
other one.
Different other one.
Okay,
The one with the medical issues.
okay,
I believe Mr. Shive is here. We're trying to discern what their current status is. I don't know that, and I have had no opportunity to speak to his doctors. That I believe is very important based on just the conversation that I've had with
sure. I doubt if his doctors are going to tell you anything without a court order.
that's what we believe too. So
Mr. Shive, however, could tell you if he wanted to, or if his client is okay with that.
there was,
Situation is, DA called me last night when I was 50 miles from here, but what I'd like to do is I have a preliminary hearing, deal with that, go to the hospital. You can have an investigator or somebody else be right there, and the doctor's there, and, if my client's okay, they can get whatever
Okay.
information they want.
that is exactly.
That would
be
work, I
perfect.
believe.
And yep, that would be perfect.
Okay, thank you.
All right, y'all.
So, Mr. Shive, will you alert somebody from the state team once you're finished with your preliminary hearing?
As
Okay.
soon as I finish, I'll come down.
Oh, okay,
Whatever
great.
investigator wants to go with me.
Thank you.
Oh man.
All right, so the crime scene investigators and officers that you're needing to add back in for a chain of custody, can you try to just limit their testimony
Oh, it will be.
purely to chain of custody, 5 minutes, they're done?
That is exactly what we
Wonderful.
intended to do. Yes, we did.
All right.
And,
That'll be a good idea. I mean,
All right. And I received the brief from Ms. Abassi and from you, Ms. Love, on the over.
I think she's
I
popped.
can't remember, because I haven't looked
Yeah.
at it yet, but a brief from each of you, which I'll look at. All right, the juror that was running late is not here yet, but close, so.
and Your Honor, if the court will
Yes.
permit me to step out just to inquire about my witness and his ETA as well. And I would also,
Oh, and you had asked if the Mr. Zachary can be called out of turn or in the middle of testimony, and that's fine. I
Thank
mean,
you.
however it needs to work.
thank you.
Okay.
This microphone, though it's showing red that we're supposed to be off, I believe that it is amplifying and broadcasting. I don't think that we would be able to have a conversation that's not broadcast. I don't know why though it's off as red, it's live.
Yes, it is.
Is that,
If you turn it to green, does it turn off?
no, I turned it to green.
So a new set of sound issues. Great.
Can we, is it possible to have IT come and,
Well, Ms. Pursfield's reaching out to them now.
thank you. May I step outside?
Yeah, you may. Is there any other matter from the defense that we need to take up before, obviously, the juror gets here? We have to wait for the juror to get here, but anything in the meantime?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
Okay, anybody else? Nope. Okay. We'll just recess in place until we have the witness and the jury.
We discuss the matter outside of the courtroom.
Sure.
this is crazy. So with Lil D, I'm assuming, yeah, thank you. I'm assuming they may go to the hospital right now to see what's going on with him. And I guess a member of the defense team could go, but they may not even want him there at all. I mean, because what good things could he say to the less the better. So I don't know if the defense really care to go to the hospital. If he had his own lawyer there, but like I said, his lawyer, I don't know. His lawyer just seems a little older. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but sometimes there's different levels of age. And his lawyer, sometimes people can be older, but they sharp. They on top of it. But I don't know yet with this one. I mean, hey, they say keep on living. We all gonna get there one day. But you know what I mean? If his client is testifying on the stand and you need to jump up quick and object and shut it down, by the time he get out his seat, his client may already have answered the question. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that to be, disrespectful. He probably was bad in his day. Sometimes them lawyers that have names that, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that's the person you called. Right. Even the judge said, when the judge said, I haven't seen you in a while, he said, yes. He said, most people think that I'm dead. That's what he said, the lawyer. Like, what? That was wild. I found that to be wild. I mean, everybody got their own opinion. Some of y'all may not agree with me. That's okay. Yeah, they on break right now. One of the jurors are late. Atlanta being Atlanta. They say, hey, if Atlanta being Atlanta, don't fly through our airport anymore. If I can help it, I won't. If I can help it. That's the only way you can really get to the East Coast. Yeah, good morning. If y'all don't mind hitting the like button, thank y'all to the new people that subscribe to the channel. Oh man, this is funny. Yeah, but somebody asked my opinion. They say, "What do you think about his?" Y'all can find it in the chat. I was gonna leave that alone. I was gonna leave it alone because I said it's early in the morning. But y'all wouldn't let me be great. Y'all wouldn't let me be great. Keys Mobile said they said he's not. Yeah. He doesn't know anything about his client's role in the case on short notice. Yeah, it's kind of short. Like, right. Even if, it takes a while to be brought up to speed. Somebody like me, I can get a file. If I clear my day, I can go through it. Okay, put all the pieces in order. If I need assistance, get my team. But, with him, it seems like it's going to take some time to get to know all of the ins and outs of this case. Because I doubt he's been keeping up with it. I could be wrong, but I doubt he's been watching this case every day, all day. If he's a practicing attorney, he's going to be working. To know all the, okay, who's Shannon? Who is Young Thug? Wait, who lawyer am I? What am I even doing here? Oh my God. I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just playing. I'm just glad the family got him a lawyer. Because he couldn't have had no lawyer at all. Somebody said, now D gone on. Don't do that. Don't do that. This early in the morning. Y'all funny. Y'all are funny. I'm just reading y'all comments. I'm just reading. No, why y'all doing this so early? Why are y'all doing this so early? Oh, y'all gonna have these people boycotting me. Y'all gonna have these people out here, they gonna be over here marching. They gonna be marching all they want to. I'm gonna be knocked out asleep somewhere. Go ahead and have at it. She said, why isn't this a mid-trial? Yeah. And for the people popping in, we're on break, of course. They waiting on one of the they don't have the full jury. Of course they don't. The jury, like you don't the jury, you don't need me. Just start. I'll just come in and take my seat. Y'all start and I can come in, you hold that one finger up and tiptoe in there like you do in church and just sit down. That's how they used to do back in the day. You come in late, you got to hold that one finger up. And excuse me. And you tiptoe in there. And you take your seat. You ain't gotta worry about starting with me. Go on, start. I catch the end. Y'all ain't saying that anyway. What you mean? What you mean I'm late? Y'all have what, 5 witnesses saying the same thing. We seen yesterday, it was the same witnesses talking about the same stuff, going through 1,000 pictures of the crime scene. Somebody in here know what I'm talking about. See, y'all. Y'all don't know what I'm talking about. They don't do that no more. They just come on in. Definitely cumulative for sure. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I know, yeah. I would not underestimate an older attorney. I still see a lot of them in court practicing, and some of them be, quick and slick, and they'll play crazy like they don't know what's going on. They know exactly what's going on, but it's just so much at one time. We're not talking about your standard case. We're talking about a case where I think she just said they added 28 more witnesses. So first he has to find out who his client is. I mean, he didn't even know where his client was. I guess nobody knew where his client was. They moved him to the hospital. He came to court arguing, my client's in jail. He's about to die. And the judge was like, your client's at the hospital. He was like, oh, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Come on. What is that? She starts, she just sits there and mind her business. What's going on, Miss D55? Yeah. I'm on it early. Hey, I'm just vibing with y'all. I'm playing off of what y'all got going on in this chat, and some of y'all, boy, I thought I was doing too much today. Y'all, these comments are taking me out. All right, I got you, Shuko. I'm gonna keep an eye on him for sure. But I'm looking at his, his demeanor and stuff like that. I'm not saying like I said, this is just my personal observation. I'm not saying a man's a terrible attorney or, he's going to have Lil D in jail for 20 years. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying if it was me, he likely wouldn't not have been my first choice. Oh, it ain't number no water. It's just water. He wouldn't have been my personal first choice. And I mean, and some of it may be culture. Like you gotta know what's going on. Because these are not normal attorneys that you're dealing with, like Love and Hilton. They're not your professional, white collar attorneys that's on the up and up, that's going to play by the rules. You got to know their games. You got to see them coming a mile away. When they talking slick or slang talk, you got to know what they own. When they try to be slick, no, I know the legal talk and the street talk. Which one you want to do? I know when you're throwing shade and when you're not. So that's why I'm saying that you need like a younger attorney or a more a quicker attorney that's quick on his feet. But this guy, he just seemed like and like I said, he get his props for what he's done. But sometimes it's just good. Hey, have your son go, your grandson, or somebody else. We're gonna keep you in the office as what they call a rainmaker. You bring in the money because you got the name. Like we got an attorney here in Texas. I don't know if y'all heard of him, called Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. He do a lot of commercials. Y'all think y'all gonna see Jim Adler in the courtroom? He making commercials, bringing in the money as the face of the company, but his son and all the other lawyers that work for him are actually doing the work. Yeah, hey, something like I said, something better than nothing, right? And I definitely wouldn't trust the judge to appoint me. Point me an attorney from her deck of cards. Cause the judge, I don't know, she's slick. Like when the Lil D situation came up, she was like, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna talk about at lunch. No, woman, you already knew you signed a warrant last week. Even with the Woody situation, when Woody found out he didn't have a lawyer, yeah, that's what I was gonna mention. You already knew that he didn't have a lawyer, but you continue to let Woody testify on the stand while his lawyer license was suspended. So she's slick too. You see, you gotta watch him like that. And like I said, I could be jumping the gun. From my understanding, Lil D may not even testify. That'd be free money for this lawyer, right? Lil D may come in there and say, "I'll plead the fifth." This lawyer gonna run off with that bag and go home. And y'all, the court is still on break. We still live with the court stream. That lawyer been got that free money. Well, the only issue is if he pleads guilty, then Lil D would stay in custody. But Lil D is in a unique situation because when Woody pled the fifth, Woody went to jail. But since Lil D got a different situation going on, a medical situation, he might actually be in custody, but in custody at the hospital, which may not be bad because he was going to be at the hospital anyway for his treatment. So, I mean, what am I missing out on? At least I'm not at the broke down Fulton County jail. Said Love tried it, trying to get an order. Love, let us look at your medical file so we can see what's going on in your mind. What's in your head? What Nathan Wade say? What Nathan Wade say? I don't take no notes. I keep it all, it's all in my mind. I keep it all in my head. I don't need no notes. Shout out to the Texas attorneys. Even with Atlanta, the detectives, a lot of the police reports they don't even have. What police reports? Yeah, we threw them police reports in the trash. They didn't say what we needed them to say, and then the state come in there. Oh, we lost them. Oh, yeah, she definitely ain't got it out. Yeah, some ain't right upstairs. If some ain't all wrapped too tight for sure. She definitely got something going on. We could see her file. Yeah, then they said they had a hack. Somebody hacked something. Ain't nobody hacking no damn Fulton County. Yeah, I ain't got nothing to hack. Can't even get your microphones work. And Fonny that ran off with all that money on her cruises. Y'all don't like that when I start talking about her and some of y'all from Atlanta. Y'all don't like. Tell her to give the money back. Where is the money? Oh, I see y'all. The people popping in. We're on a break. See, and Amy, she can testify that Lil D could be in a lot of pain because she said, I am waiting on my home physician right now to see if I need an infusion. I hope not, but I am so tired and in pain. They need to leave Lil D alone. I hope you feel better, Amy. I know it's been a tough road. And that's good. They can come to your home. That's really good. Politicking with Mel, feel better, Amy. Yeah, they was wrong to drag that man from the hospital into a jail cell. Oh, y'all, we might have some action. Yeah, they drugged him from the hospital and took him to the jail. And I don't know what happened. I guess somebody found out. Maybe the people that had some sense, like, hold up, if something happened to this man in my jail, talking about the sheriff, I'm gonna be on the hook. He probably like, oh no, I gotta get him out of here. The sheriff, like, I'm not gonna be responsible for his medical care. What did he say? We only got what, 2 buckets of money. He said that's a different bucket of money. The sheriff said we can't pay our employees because we got 2 buckets of money, one for an independent contractor, one for employees, W-2 employees, but you can't mix the buckets of money. What a Fonny Willis bucket of money. Where your bucket of money? Where your money at, Sheriff? He said we ain't gonna be paying for no hospital bills off this bucket of money. Hell, y'all thought this was going on? Where y'all get them from? Grady Hospital. Okay, we'll take them back to Grady. Yeah, no, yeah, you can't forget that third bucket, Bruce. Here we got some action. Look at the judge. Let me see, hide this right quick. Somebody said she looked like a heavy drinker. She done fell off the bench the other day. Oh, have mercy. Allegedly. That was somebody said in the chat. I seen it earlier. Somebody said stop with KBJ9418. Stop lying to these folks. Y'all heard when Love asked that woman, what's your drink of choice? And she said, vodka. Oh man. No, what's your boss drink of choice? Grey Goose. Oh man. Oh man. Shout out to Amy. Somebody put Amy in the chat. Shout out to Amy. Oh yeah, now you know that was a talking about she paid that man back in cash. Talking about she paid that man back in cash. Come on now. Oh, thank y'all. Thank y'all. Amy's been here for a while and she's always supported the channel. And it's always good to look up and see words of encouragement every once in a while in the chat. So that's really kind of. Amy said since the beginning. Come on. Yeah, this is. Yeah, I got a problem with that both ways. First of all, y'all done ran off with the taxpayers' money. And second of all, you are excuse my language for some of y'all. You a damn fool giving a man back some money that he allegedly gifted to you. What the hell you giving it back for? That don't even make sense. He gave you a gift and you gonna give it back? That don't even make Look at your own lives. When have y'all ever somebody gave y'all something you give it back? I'm talking about relationship type of why. Wait. What's going on, Queen T? We on a break. One of the jurors is late, and I guess they act like they was closer than what they thought. But I think it was a traffic. Somebody had said in the chat, traffic is something. Traffic is an issue in Atlanta. She had her dad on the stand. And talking about her daddy told her to always keep you some cash. Yeah, and he told you, don't let no man take advantage of you. They used to say back in the day, you know what? I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say what they used to say. I'm gonna leave that right where it's at. Oh, man. Yep. Oh, Thorp late too. Come on, right? I'm about giving him his money back. Did you give? Did he get? I'm trying hard. Finally, did you get your stuff back that you done gave to him? Hell no, you ain't get no money back. It took me way out here during these cruise, buying me dinner and stuff, and I gotta pay you back. Come on. Oh, shout out to Miss Powell. Thank you so much for becoming a new member. That's really kind of you. Oh, come on. Come on here, Simply Todd. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh man. That's funny. That is funny. I'm hollering. Yeah, y'all, we just killing some time. We're killing some time. Oh. Man. He said, I never reached in my purse to pay for nothing. No romance, no finance. Yeah. Yeah. See, they don't like that kind of conversation. What's going on, Stacy Lane? Yeah, see, they don't reach in your purse. Hey. Oh, thank you again for becoming a member. Thank you, Stephanie Lane, for also becoming a member. Y'all are too kind today. I say we're gonna tip you today. Oh my God. Not the purse. What are y'all talking about the purse? They used to say, yeah, you gotta keep some in that purse. Some of y'all cover y'all ears. You gotta keep some in that purse. I used to hear them say, back in the day, a dry purse and a wet behind don't go together. They sure don't. That's some Texas talk for y'all. That's what they used to say back in the day. See, when you sit around and listen, you pick up on a lot of stuff they used to say. Oh, what? Somehow she gave that money back. Well, nobody don't believe that. And if you did, you a damn fool. Whew. And some of those words I subbed out. They didn't say behind. That's what I'm saying to clean it up. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's old school. Old school. Come on here, Lenny. Somebody know what I'm talking about. That's what you, hey, talking about what her daddy taught. That's what he needed to, should have been teaching you. Don't be going messing around no broke man. You can't take you to lunch. Yeah, you handsome and all that, but hey, this lunch ain't gonna pay for itself. Y'all ain't saying nothing in the chat. Oh my God. Thank y'all. Again, thank y'all so much for becoming members. And I want to say your first name, but I don't want to mess it up. Came by Coca-Cola. And are they still doing oh, I forgot my wallet at home, I'll pay you back. We still doing that? I know we all topic. We killing some time. Somebody ain't gonna lie. I don't know if somebody don't want to hear that. Somebody gonna be mad. Somebody gonna hit the dislike button. That's okay. Just know I'm talking to you. So in the future, you know. Hey, if he can't pay for a 4 for 4, come on here, Minnie Perkins. And 4 for 4, hey, shout out to Wendy's. Sometimes they don't take all that. You don't have to go to, in Houston, you got what they call Steak 48, Vic and Anthony's, Phil and Derek's. We got all that. You don't gotta do all that. Sometimes you can just go to the turkey leg hut. Somebody said yesterday that they want to try it while they in Houston. Yeah. But if they're not showing no initiative at the beginning, that's a red flag. Red flag. Leave them right where you found them at. I'm not saying that they have to at least show some initiative. I know some women, I pay my own. Hey, that's fine, but at least give them a chance just to see if they're gonna do it. Okay, hold on. Not the $5 bigger bag. What they what they threw in there, like a Frosty or something, and threw another $1 on there? Oh, y'all have Steak 48? Oh, okay. I thought it was just like a local thing, so it's a chain. And trust me, when you get in there, you're gonna pay some Steak 48 money, I'll tell you that. I'm gonna have to edit this video. I'm gonna have to cut some of this out. I'm gonna have to cut some of this out. I see that. Because if you're not live, watching it, or I guess you can fast forward it if you. That's the good thing for the people that may watch later in the week. They can just zoom past all this. They don't want to head. Nathan was taking care of his wife and kids with that money. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I was like, I can get Paul, but I don't know. We got some English majors that can break it down for me. But thank you so much for becoming a member. That was really kind of you to do that. And I know you've been with the chat for a while. So thank you so much. And to Stephanie. Thank you. Yeah, if they fast forward, they're gonna miss a lot of A. That's why it's good to be alive, because you can. Oh, you in North Carolina? Oh yeah, always have your own money. Yeah, you sure don't want to be stuck. Especially somebody you don't really just know like that. Yeah, you always have your own money for sure. Something go wrong, or you you might have to leave, whatever the case may be. You ain't got to depend on nobody. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. See, I bet Nathan's wife is sweet, but he wanted that $1 million, $2 million. But their plans was interrupted when the judge kicked them off the case. I mean, because just imagine if the judge did not kick Nathan off the case, he would have still been getting paid all this time, like even right now. And he was getting paid big money because he's not an employee of the DA's office. He's an independent contractor. So you can pay him crazy rates instead of just hiring, just hire another lawyer too as a regular DA, save some money. No, we got to hire a special counsel. Okay, yeah, you want to pay him some special money. See, I can go back and split that. Go back and split that money in the back room, when the cameras are off. Yeah, you sure right. Better have your own money, yeah. And thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, I'm not saying go there empty-handed. Then you got to call mama and daddy to come bail you out. Show, hey, certain parents gonna come with some questions. What you mean you at state 48 and you ain't got no money on you and he didn't pay or he left out? What? I know I taught you better than that. K. Smith, you should do more lives when you have free time. Thanks a lot, K. Smith. Definitely appreciate it. It just sometimes it's just the way the schedule works. And I try to group all of my cases together, my court dates together, where I can have like a week off. That's why I like attorneys, because we can literally work from home. We don't have to go to court every day. And I think that's what separates us from doctors. See, doctors, you have to have a certain amount of contact with patients. You got to see a certain amount of patients per day. I mean, the insurance company's not playing that. But with us, we don't literally have to go in. But thank you so much, Kate Smith Inspires. I plan on doing that. I mean, it's a slow build up. I mean, I still got to keep the lights on, so I still have to. I'm not a full-time YouTube attorney. I know some of them on here retired and making some money. So I'm just taking it one step at a time, but I still plan on practicing though. All right, what y'all saying? Yeah, Lenny say it's crazy how all 45 cases are stalled and Miss Willis being subpoenaed bit off more than this. Yeah, I mean, she went after these high profile cases. She went after this case. She went after the Trump case. And that case is paused. I mean, they kicked Nathan off. They paused the case. And it's looking like since she's not showing up to nothing, they subpoenaed her. She's not showing up. Nobody put a warrant out for her. And now that that's happened, I'm sure they're gonna kick her off the case. She's not gonna be able to stay on that Trump case. They're gonna kick her off. And then this case, we still looking for Rico. So yeah, she probably definitely bit off more than she could chew. All because she wanted a man who she worked with. You could have dated who you wanted to date. Just don't be not when you prosecute high profile cases, because you know eyes will be watching you. People gonna watch you. People like Ashley Merchant. He said, I was in Jamaica once and my man friend at the time messed up the return flight. Yeah, you can't leave that to no man. We gonna mess that up for sure. And I had to pay for the return trip. I got my money back though. Yeah, I know that's right. Yeah, for sure. Get your money back. Yeah. Right, because sometimes I understand how that be with the airports and they just get us home. We can get the refund and all that situated later. So I enjoy the vibes over here. Thank you so much. And I know people, we're not machines, so I already know people are not going to agree with 100% of what I say, and I'm not going to agree with 100% of what y'all say. And that's fine. I'm not going to block y'all. Some people, some chats, if they say something I don't like in the chat, block them. Like, what? Why? I'm hearing Paige went off on love, right? Oh, I think we got some movement, y'all. Let's see. Love don't got, I mean, even if the jurors are late, I doubt her witnesses are ready. So now what she's about to do is probably drag one witness to death, ask a whole lot of questions just to kill time. Oh, y'all are too kind today. Leroy 7639 became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. For supporting the channel. That's really kind of you. Let's go, Thug, with the 10 suit on today.
State, you may call your next witness.
State Constitution. Detective Jim Thorp.
All right.
Somebody said Thorp just got there. So Thorp probably was late. And watch Love drag it. Let's start the clock. What time is it? Let's see how long she keep him up there. Thorp picked up the jury and gave him a ride to the courtroom. Not his suit. They rode together. You saw it, say it.
I swear. State and spell the first and last name loudly to the microphone.
Yes, sir. Detective J. Thorpe Jr., Thorpe. Jim.
Good morning, Detective Thorpe.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you?
Fine.
Good. Detective Thorpe, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them where it is you currently work?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Jim Thorpe Jr., City of Atlanta.
Hang on just a second. You're gonna have to use the mic, Miss Love. Can you hear the witness?
Thank you. You gotta do something.
All right.
Not squirrel brain Thorpe. Yeah, I remember. Thank you so much for becoming a member. That's really kind of you. I know you've been here for a while. Thank you so much.
All right, if everyone can hear me and can stand the static, I'm going to use this
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you. Would you, go ahead, I apologize. Tell the jury where it is that you currently work.
Yes, ma'am. I currently work City of Atlanta Police Department Homicide Unit.
How long have you worked at the City of Atlanta Police Department in the homicide?
I work with the City of Atlanta now for 30 years and 9 months.
All right. Have you worked as a homicide detective the entire time?
Yes, ma'am, 20 years.
Now, 30 years and 9 months and 20 years are different. So what did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
My first assignment,
They cannot hear you if you don't use the mic, and I'm sorry that it's staticky. Maybe one day we could get that fixed also, but we're just gonna have to endure the static.
Yes, Your Honor. Try to minimize it. What did you do when you first started working with the Atlanta Police Department?
yes, ma'am. The first assignment was the Atlanta Police Zone 3 Precinct Evening Watch Mobile Patrol.
That would have been in what year that you started that?
I started Mobile Patrol in 95.
What types of activities did you conduct as a Zone 3 Evening Watch Mobile Patrol Officer?
Answering 911 calls, dealing with all types of calls of accidents, suspicious persons, shootings, robberies, burglaries, car thefts.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
And tell the jury what parts of Zone 3 you patrolled as a patrolman in Zone 3 Evening Watch.
Then the beat I was assigned was called 304, and that beat was mostly around Metropolitan Parkway, Sylvan Road, leading up to Cleveland Avenue and Lakewood Avenue.
How much of Cleveland Avenue did you patrol?
It would depend on if we were short an officer, they would reposition my team. It was 2 officers assigned to the beat 304. So either one of us could get pulled, and usually around Cleveland Avenue, that was the 308 beat. And we pretty much control all of Cleveland, 75, 85, north and south, Jonesboro Road, and all the streets surrounding Old Hayville and streets like that.
Okay. As a homicide detective, are you restricted to one zone only, or do you work the entire city of Atlanta?
We work the entire city of Atlanta.
Are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding Cleveland Avenue and including Cleveland Avenue today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury whether it's different, the same, or in some ways both to 95 as between today and then?
Sustained.
All right. How do you describe the neighborhood of Cleveland Avenue back in 1995? How would you describe it in terms of the community?
Community, like a better terminology, wasn't aggressive. That part of the Cleveland Avenue really was not a high crime area or gang activity respondent back in 95 to 97.
And that was the length of time that you worked evening patrol, 95 to 97?
Yes, ma'am.
And typically, what types of crimes did you have the most opportunity to respond to in that area?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Overruled.
Mostly shootings, like I said, robberies, burglaries, things of that nature.
Would you describe for the jury your, you mentioned there was not a lot of particular kind of activity. Did that change? Has that changed today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular kind of crime that you see more of today that you did not see back in 95?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what types those are?
Mostly gang activity shootings, related shootings.
Now, after you left Evening Watch Patrol of Zone 3, what station did you take up at APD?
Yes, ma'am. I was transferred to the Red Dog unit, evening watch and day watch.
How long did you work the Red Dog unit?
About 3 to 4 years.
Now,
The Red Dog.
after the Red Dog unit, what was your assignment?
I was promoted from the Red Dog unit to a detective, and my first assignment was the burglary unit,
And what year was that?
2000. About 2000, yes, ma'am.
Prior to joining the Atlanta Police Department, would you tell the jury what your education was?
Yes, ma'am. Graduate of high school on time, associate's degree, and at that time I went into the military, U.S. Army.
How long did you serve in the Army?
Roughly about 6 years.
And what was your station? What was your job in the Army? Without getting into too much detail, just generally speaking.
Soldier.
Okay. Are you originally from Atlanta?
No, ma'am.
Did you come to Atlanta after you left the Army?
No, ma'am. I was here.
Okay. After you joined the burglary unit, tell the jury what your responsibilities included.
Investigating burglaries, whether it was commercial or residential burglaries.
Was there a particular area of Atlanta you were responsible for?
Yes, ma'am. My primary zone was the Zone 1, and my secondary was Zone 3.
What area of Zone 1 were you responsible for? I'm sorry about that static.
That's fine. We believe if anyone's familiar with the Bluff area, Donnelly, Hollowell, Hollywood Road, everything over in that generally Perry Boulevard.
Hang on one second. I'm trying to solve this problem.
Now, who popping popcorn? Oh my goodness.
Sorry about
Just
that.
just cancel it. Cancel
And
it.
how long did you serve in the burglary unit?
2 years. After
After the burglary unit, what did you do?
I was transferred to the robbery unit.
Oh
Is that me, Judge, or is that?
I have no idea.
All right, after, what was your position with the robbery unit?
Detective, and my primary zone was Zone 3. The secondary zone was Zone 1.
Were you patrolling the same or responsible for the same area in the robbery unit as you had been when you were in a Zone 3 evening watch patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. So I had the whole entire zone. I
Okay.
mean, yes, the whole entire zone, A sector and B sector.
Did you interact often with the residents of Zone 3?
Yes,
During your time as a patrol officer and as a detective in the robbery unit?
yes, ma'am.
Was your interaction only when you were arresting people or investigating suspects?
No, ma'am.
What other types of interactions did you have?
At that time, I was also working at part-time as a Atlanta Public School resource officer. And the school I was assigned was the Crawford Long Middle School, which is right off of Cleveland Avenue.
Would you tell the jury what years those were that you worked as a Crawford Long Middle School resource officer?
I would say it'd be from 2001 to 2012, 2013.
And what were your responsibilities as a resource officer with Crawford Long?
Primarily maintaining the safety and security of the school, walking around, patrolling the grounds, make sure the teachers' cars or anyone visiting school wasn't cars when getting broken in, things of that nature.
Did you have interaction with the students outside of investigating car break-ins and the like?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe for the jury what types of interactions that you'd have with the students at Crawford Long Middle School?
Oh.
Your Honor, as it pertains to particular people that are involved in this case, his knowledge of them, and the jury's
Right,
awareness
why
of
don't
his
you focus
foundation?
his attention to that.
Did you interact with the court's indulgence? I'd just like to ask a broader question and narrow it down. I won't prolong that. Did you interact with the students and converse with them on a personal level?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with the students' parents at times?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interact with a student by the name of Quindarrius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Describe your, when you first met Quindarrius Zachary, how old was he?
I say he had to be about 11 years old.
And in what capacity did you interact with him? Was it,
Usually times when he was misbehaving, and I would just take him to the side and talk to him rather than seeing him being suspended or suffering school punishment. I'd try and talk the kids to the side, get them out of trouble, and once again, put them back into the classroom.
what year was that you got to meet Quindarrius Zachary?
Can I recall right offhand? Probably around 2010, maybe.
Did you establish any level of trust with the students? Would they come to you and talk with you about things that they were encountering
Yes, ma'am.
as students?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say you talked to them, did you talk with them only about scholastic things, or did you talk with them about things like getting involved with groups that they shouldn't get involved with?
Yes, ma'am. All of the above. Yes, ma'am.
Back then in 2010, did you see any signs of what you believe to be the formation of gang activity within Crawford Long?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what was it that you saw that led you to believe that?
The kids was constantly discussing the gang that was starting to sprout. They was calling themselves the Red Cartel.
No, I heard you, and it looks like Mr. Short's also about to say something.
Same objection.
thing. Overruled.
You may continue.
Yes, they would say something about a gang sprouting up called the Red Cartel.
You may continue.
Okay. They call themselves the Red Cartel, and they was becoming very prominent over in the Cleveland, Springdale, Cleveland Avenue area, Old Hateville area, Macon Drive area.
Apart from hearing the name Red Cartel, did you see any indicators or signs of the ways that people calling themselves Red Cartel identify themselves?
They mostly wear the color red.
Did you ever see them, without specifically showing any gang signs, did you ever see them display any signals that were seemingly unique to members of the group itself?
No,
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't believe that there's a proper foundation for this witness.
Your Honor,
Is this the first time this witness has testified?
yes.
Okay, you need to lay a foundation.
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. When you started out as a school resource officer at Crawford Long Middle School, would you describe for the jury what type of training that you had with the Atlanta Police Department?
Had basic academy training along with interviews, interrogation training, also burglary and robbery. And later during that tenure, I was transferred to the homicide unit, which I received numerous homicide classes and training.
What training or experience did you have that caused you to form or to believe that you recognized gang activity when you saw it at Crawford Long Middle School?
Basically just growing up. I was prominent in Chicago.
You're from Chicago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What part of Chicago?
South Side.
Now, what did you see growing up that caused you to believe that what you were looking at Crawford Long were signs of gang activity?
It was the same standard. Kids were wear like red bandanas or clothing of red, something, some article on them with red. Usually with the red bandana, we call it flagging. Show people who you represented. At that time, once I received that information, I notified the gang unit.
Your
and
Honor,
let-
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object to relevance, lack of foundation, and this line of questioning, I don't believe is going to lay a foundation. So that's why I'm saying relevance as well.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. You may continue. Please speak to the jury.
Okay. At that time, I notified the Atlanta Police Gang Unit, and they confirmed that that it was.
Sustained.
Without speaking specifically
Okay.
about confirmation in particular instances, more broadly speaking, when you did see things that you believe were gang activity, did you notify the gang unit?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Why did you do that?
Just to alert them and to get more information for myself.
In talking with the kids at Crawford Long Middle School, did they confide in you about their involvement in, for instance, groups like Red Cartel? I'm not asking what they said.
Sustained.
Okay. Without speaking specifically about what they said, what types of things beyond what you've already testified about did you gather from the students that allowed you to help them navigate?
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
They getting it today.
How often did you talk with students' parents?
Usually when they come to pick up the kids or student got in trouble.
And when you saw things that concerned you that you alerted the gang unit about, did you ever talk to the students' parents about those same things?
Overruled.
You may tell the jury.
The parents that were receptive of listening, there were some that wanted to hear, and there were some that didn't want to hear.
Did you ever speak with groups of students, or was it just individual ones about trying to stay out of or trying to avoid particular pitfalls? Your Honor, I am
Overruled.
you can continue.
Yes, I would talk to them in a group or talk to them individually.
And were the subjects of the conversation always how to stay out of trouble?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you share with the students the information that you had from growing up or other sources about gang activity?
Sustained.
In what ways, beyond talking to the students, did you attempt to keep students from being involved in gangs?
Sustained.
Did the information that you were able to gather from the students in any way inform your investigations and ability to get information about criminal investigations later on as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
I developed rapport with several of the kids. Trust was formed, and they would, if they see me out on the scene anywhere near that, they'll come to me next day in school and say, "Hey, officer."
Generally speaking,
Yes,
they would come to you and would they offer you information?
yes, ma'am.
Other than Quindarrius Zachary, were you familiar with any other persons that, through your investigation in this case, that you came in contact with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were you familiar with during your time as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object under 404A.
What's your response?
Thank you, Tiff State. Really kind of
Your
you.
Honor, I'm not certain what exactly the,
Maybe tailor your question.
okay.
Now she got a mic in her hand. She got the church mic back.
What other persons did you know during your time as a school resource officer that you also interacted with or taught or gained knowledge about during this case?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Do you understand the objection? Can you tailor your,
Did you know any other, Trontavia Stevens? Did you know Trontavia Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What age did you learn about or did you meet Trontavia Stevens?
Age 11.
Was he a student as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he a student at Crawford Long Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Shannon Stillwell as a young person?
No, I did not know Shannon Stillwell.
Did you know Diamante Kendricks?
I knew of him. I never had any interaction with him.
Did you know of him as a young child?
Yes, I think as he was in high school, yes.
What about Quentin Porter? Did you know of him?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he a young child or was he an older person when you got to know him or
Uh,
knew of him?
I believe I met him when he was in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay. Of the people that you've named so far that you met, did you interact with them in the same way that you did with Quindarrius Zachary, or did they not talk with you as much?
They talked with me, but that was about it. They talked, but they never.
Okay. All right. What year was it that you were promoted to a homicide detective?
2004.
And during your time as a homicide detective, have you been recognized or given any special awards for your work as a homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your
Tell
Honor,
the ju-
relevance.
sustained?
Would you tell the jury how many homicides you've investigated during your time as a homicide detective?
Close to over, maybe as lead and assistant, probably close to 300, maybe more than that.
Now, were all of these within the city of Atlanta, or did you ever have an occasion to interact with or investigate crimes that were outside the city of Atlanta but connected with crimes that you were investigating in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, part of Atlanta is also in DeKalb County, so I worked some cases. I was Atlanta, DeKalb County, and also Atlanta, Fulton County.
Would you describe for the jury some of the training that you received as a homicide detective that allowed you to perform your duties that was different than the training you received as a patrol officer or a burglary detective?
Yes, interviews and interrogations, reading crime scenes, logging things, crime scene processing.
And as a homicide detective, were you involved in investigations that related to purported gang activity?
I'll repeat that again, ma'am.
As a homicide detective, did your investigations ever involve gang activity, the
Yes.
homicide investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you share information with other law enforcement officers as it related to gang-related homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
And how, if ever you were trained to recognize gang activity while you were performing your investigations, what kind of training have you received?
It was the processing of the scene, doing thorough background checks on the victim or witnesses, finding out different incidents may have happened at the location prior to the homicide incident.
Did your rapport with community members aid you in furthering your investigations as it related to potential
Objection, Your Honor,
gang
leading.
homicides?
Objection, what?
Leading.
Sustained.
What about your interactions with the community, if anything, helped you learn more when you were investigating gang-related homicides?
Yes, I would go talk to people that lived in the area of the incident. And at that time, I take them to the side and have a low-key conversation with them, and they'll advise me of, well, this is what they've been hearing, or this is what they know.
Did you always identify the people who gave you information as witnesses? Or were there times when people gave you information and didn't want to be identified?
Correct. There's several times people want to give information, but they want to get involved any further than that.
And did you respect their wishes not to be involved, or did you list them and sort of out them as having given you information?
No, I respect their wishes.
Okay. Would you tell the jury, as a homicide detective, how it is that you come to be assigned to any particular homicide?
What we have in Atlanta Police Homicide Unit is called a rotation, a unit rotation. So it doesn't matter if you work one of the other shifts, day watch, which is 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., or evening watch, which is 2 to 12 midnight. It's kind of like a pitcher rotation in baseball. If you catch a case today, you're not due to catch a case until you come back up. So say there's 30 detectives. If you're number one, you go down to number 30. Number two becomes number one. Number three comes number two, and it goes like that. So it doesn't matter if you're off or it's past your shift time. If the call comes up, you have to come in and respond to it.
And during the time that you're not up, is that the time that you're able to investigate whatever homicides that you do catch on your rotation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you arrive on a scene of a homicide, are there any particular steps that you take to jumpstart your investigation?
Upon arriving, I try and brief with the first responding officers and first responding detective on the scene, see what information he or she has gathered prior to my arrival.
Is it your practice? Has it been your practice to attempt to identify witnesses on scene if there are any?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your practice to identify or attempt to identify surveillance footage if there is any?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about determining whether or not there is surveillance footage at a particular location?
We walk around and you try and see if there's cameras fixated on the structures, or you go inside and see if there's door ring cameras on some of the residents, or you go inside the business and see if they have a camera that may be facing out their front windows.
As the lead detective, do you delegate responsibilities in the investigation of the homicides that you're responsible for, or do you handle every aspect of that investigation?
We delegate.
What types of activities do you delegate to other persons?
Depending on how many homicide detectives on the scene, I have them do what is called a neighborhood canvas. They automatically go around, start knocking and talking to people, and also looking for surveillance cameras, things of that nature.
And do you work with the VIC unit to determine whether or not there are? Do you ever work with the VIC unit?
Yes.
And how long have you worked with the VIC unit?
Since their first inception and coming into work with the APD, we usually call down and ask them, do they have any VIC cameras in the immediate area? And they're able to tell us they have cameras at this location, either facing north, east, south, or west. At that time, we give them the time frame of the incident, and they're able to go back and take a look and see exactly if they have any footage of anything that may be relevant to our homicide investigation.
Has the number of VIC cameras remained constant over the time that you've worked as a homicide detective?
No, ma'am.
Would you explain how they've not remained constant? Have they increased, decreased?
They're increased because of the success of the video integration camera systems.
Because of the what now?
Video integration camera system that is increased because of their reliability.
Okay. Would you explain to the jury whether license plate readers and VIC cameras are the same or different?
They're different. The license plate reader picks up on a tag of a vehicle, stores it in, as they would tell you exactly which direction that vehicle has been traveling, what other LPR readers it has hit on. So you can go back and backtrack to see exactly where that vehicle may have started or came from.
Is there any particular information you'd need to be able to track a vehicle with license plate readers?
Sometimes we're able to give a make and model and description of the vehicle. And once again, the LPR teams are able to go in and say, okay, we found this vehicle that looks like the vehicle you're talking about. We see that the license plate reader is showing that it was in the immediate area at the time of the incident.
Now, have license plate readers always been in effect within the city of Atlanta during your time?
No, ma'am.
And do you know or remember when you all first would have had access to license plate readers?
I want to say probably around maybe 2018, 2019.
Has the number of license plate readers since that time that you're familiar with remained constant, increased, decreased, or something in the middle?
Increased.
And how do you know how it's determined where a license plate reader will be placed?
No, I tend to think that it's based on the high activity of traffic or whatever in that particular area, and also the crimes that may occur in that area.
And does the Atlanta Police Department decide where license plate readers will be placed?
I believe it's decided by City Hall and the police department talking together.
All right. And what about video integration unit cameras, VIC cameras? Who decides where those will be placed?
Same thing. I think it's a joint collaboration between City Hall and the Atlanta Police Department.
All right. Do you obtain knowledge about whether license plate readers caught any particular information in the same way or different than you get information about VIC cameras? Or to ask a better question, how do you learn whether or not there are license plate readers that may have captured something you need in your investigation?
Once again, we'll call and see.
Sustained.
Your Honor,
She don't like that.
how do you know where the license plate readers are that might have captured something of interest in your investigation?
We call the unit and they'll tell us if they have a license plate reader in the immediate area, and they'll tell us exactly where it's positioned and what direction it's facing.
All right. Would you describe for the jury where the Summer Hill community is located?
It's located off of our Rev. David Abernathy and McDaniel Glen area. Down where the old Fulton County Turner Field used to be.
How much time have you spent working in that area?
I would say majority of the whole entire my career, 30 years.
Are you familiar with the Castleberry Hills area of Atlanta?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how often have you worked in that area?
Per my patrol as a Red Dog officer and responding as a burglary detective, robbery detective, and homicide detective.
330 McDaniel Street. What area is that in?
That is the Zone 1, Zone 5 area. This is like a border.
Okay. And when you say border, is it a border between different communities?
No, it's a border between the zones.
Okay. What communities make up that area?
It's both residential, apartment buildings, businesses.
And is 330 McDaniel Street in Fulton County?
Yes, it is, ma'am.
Did you have an occasion to respond to that location on January 10th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What time, if you recall, did you respond?
I believe I received the call around 9:30 p.m. from Detective Darren Smith of the Atlanta Police Homicide Unit. He advised me that there were 3 subjects shot at that location.
Are you called only when there is a confirmed death? Or are you called before you know whether or not someone has died?
It depends on the status of the paramedics when they transport. If they say the person is low critical, we respond because there's a good chance that they might not survive once they get down to Grady.
When you responded on January 10th, 2015, did you have any confirmed deaths?
Not until I arrived on the scene.
What information or what were you responding to?
I responded to 3 subjects that were shot. One is low critical, one is in critical condition, one is in critical but stable condition.
And would you tell the jury what the names of those 3 subjects were?
Yes, ma'am. The first subject that was in critical condition was Donovan Thomas. And I want to make sure I pronounce their names right. You might want to look at my note.
No, and
Okay.
if you, I'll hand you a copy of your report.
You didn't read your report before court?
Second subject that was in critical condition was Reginald Hendricks, and the third that was in critical but stable was Quindarrius Sanders.
Now, did you have an opportunity when you arrived on scene to speak with either of those three people?
No, ma'am, they was already transported to Grady.
All right. When you arrived on scene, had the scene already been cordoned off or roped off?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived on scene, was there any other homicide detective already there assisting or directing?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Smith was on scene.
Now, was Detective Smith up in the rotation or was
No,
it
ma'am.
yours?
No, ma'am.
So when a detective is not up in rotation, how is it that one homicide detective would be working a scene before you, if it's your homicide?
Yes, ma'am. That depending on how many subjects, how many detectives are working that day. There's a lead detective that will go out to the scene, gather the information, start processing, and they'll notify the next up homicide detective that there's a call and there's three subjects. Like on this day, 3 subjects that were shot.
How familiar with you were the area of 330 McDaniel Street before you got that call on January 10th, 2015?
Very familiar.
Had you ever interacted with persons in that area on a casual basis as opposed to during an investigation?
Yes, ma'am. Doing an investigation.
And when you say during an investigation, is it only during investigations that you interacted with persons in that area?
Yes, ma'am. Just about. Yes, ma'am.
Were there or was there an apartment complex in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex?
No, not off the top of my head, no.
Come on, love.
One across the street, down the street was Castleberry Apartments.
Okay. Were you familiar with or had you had any occasion to visit or be familiar with Castleberry Hills Apartments?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got on scene, did you make any efforts to locate surveillance footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the jury what efforts you took to locate surveillance footage.
Immediately that caught my attention was there was cameras fixed on the barbershop at 330 McDaniel Street. Also, I noticed that there were surveillance cameras down at the gas station at the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
Was it daytime, nighttime, something in the middle when you arrived on scene? I did not ask that question. No.
We know, yeah, we know the time, so.
Let me ask a better question. Was there daylight, moonlight? Was there natural light for you to see on scene when you arrived there?
No, the street was lit up with city lights.
And how were you able to see the cameras that you were able to identify?
They were just fixed on the building, so you can look up and see the cameras.
At the time that you saw them, did you know whether or not they were working?
No, I did not.
Did you take steps to find out?
Yes, I talked to the owners.
All right. And when that happens, are you able to get the camera footage on scene immediately, or do you do something to get that footage?
Yes, ma'am. I contact the cyber crimes unit, who goes out and retrieve all type of video surveillance for us.
Detective Teague, are you familiar with Detective Teague?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Detective Teague do for you during your investigation?
Detective T went to those different locations and downloaded the video surveillance from those locations. I gave him the dates and the times.
Okay. Did you, at the time, know whether there were, or did you learn if there were any surveillance cameras at the apartments across the street from 330 McDaniel Street?
As I walked over there the next day, I saw that there was no cameras facing McDaniel Street.
And what other efforts, if any, did you take to get surveillance footage or any kind of captured footage of what happened at 330 McDaniel Street?
It was just those 2 locations that had cameras.
Okay. when you said that you went to the Texaco, where were you focusing? Where was it that you understood the shooting to have occurred?
The shooting happened right in front of the barbershop. The vehicle was traveling down McDaniel Street to Northside Drive and made a right onto Northside Drive. And that would place it right in the path of the Texaco cameras.
How did you learn what the vehicle did without saying anything that anyone specific told you? How did you learn?
People that was on the scene.
Okay. And at the time, on scene, the night of January 10, 2015, did you get any specific details about the make and model of the car? Any definitive details?
No, ma'am, except that it was probably a silver or a light gray colored vehicle.
Okay. When the Atlanta Police Department investigates a homicide, do they have ways of soliciting information from the public that might assist in the investigation?
Yes, we have what is called the Crime Stoppers Hotline. Information given that leads to a portion of the investigation or successful arrest of the investigation. There's a $2,000 reward for any information given.
And where do you display that? Do you put it on TV? Do you put it in newspapers or something else?
It's displayed on TV, and also we post flyers around the neighborhood.
Did you do this with the McDaniel Street murder that you investigated?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you put on TV?
Basically, there was a subject that came inside with an assault rifle. When I identified who that person was, because they were not on scene when I got there.
Now, when you say a subject that came inside with an assault rifle, inside where?
The barbershop, I'm sorry, the barbershop.
And why did you put that particular footage on?
Because I want to see what this person was a person of interest that may be related to the shooting itself, that he may have been one of the shooters.
Did you later learn whether that person had any relationship to either of the victims?
Yes.
And what did you learn that person's relationship was to either of the victims?
I learned through the parent that was their son and the brother of the decedent.
Other than the footage of the person going into the barbershop, did you have any other footage displayed on television to try and help in your investigation?
I believe we just closed captioned the screen of the vehicle coming by. We didn't show the actual shooting itself, just the vehicle.
And when you say closed caption the screen, did you do a still shot or did you play a portion of a video surveillance?
Yes, what we did, we condensed it down so that the shot would just show that's the vehicle coming down the street. And we had a couple of still shots in there of the vehicle, but we never showed the victims getting shot themselves.
And did you show footage from the barbershop or the Texaco?
The barbershop.
Did you ever display any footage from the Texaco on TV?
No, ma'am.
How do you decide which footage you're going to put out there and which footage you're going to hold back?
Based on the relevance, because the Texaco did not show the actual shooting itself. The barbershop did.
To your knowledge, did you all get Crime Stoppers calls or people calling in after you put up the video from in front of the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived on scene, were there people who were willing to talk with you and have their names listed as witnesses?
There are people willing to talk, but they don't want to list their names.
And how did they make that known to you?
Simply by giving me the information. And I said, you want to come down and talk to me? And they're like, no, that's all. As far as I'm getting involved, this is who was involved.
Are you able to force people to get involved more when you're conducting crime scene investigations?
No, ma'am.
Are you not able to take people down to the police station if they tell you that they have some information?
We can ask them for their consent. If they say no and we force them down, that's called kidnapping.
Okay. All right. Did you have any persons that you were able to talk to, but you were able to also list out their names?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember who those people were?
One person in particular was a person by the name of Spencer Wright.
Now, let me ask you this. Was at the time you went to 330 McDaniel Street on January 10th, 2015, did you see a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
Did you talk with a Spencer Wright on scene?
No, ma'am.
How long after January 10th, 2015, did you talk with Spencer Wright? Without saying anything Spencer Wright said?
Probably around the month of October 2015, maybe.
And was there anyone with you when you learned of Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Gaither of the Games Unit.
When you first began your investigation into Donovan Thomas Jr.'s murder, was it a joint investigation with the gang unit, or did you do something to have them become involved?
It was a joint investigation. They were providing me with information and intel stemming from their investigations on gang-related activities. And what they deemed may be relevant for my investigation, they passed it on to me.
Did you delegate any duties to members of the gang unit to aid you in your investigation?
Some just.
Or better yet, did they offer up assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Who within the gang unit offered up assistance in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you gain information that allowed you to interview people in relation to the homicide without saying any information that you gained, just yes or no? Did you get information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, the night of the homicide, did you direct anyone to reach out to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you direct to reach out to you?
Kenneth Copeland.
How did you reach out, or how did you direct Kenneth Copeland to reach out to you?
Here we go.
Upon returning to the homicide office so I can start my investigation, I got alerted by the Zone 3 Morning Watch Mobile Patrol of a shooting that just happened on Van Ira.
Mhm.
And from what the officers gathered was that this was,
Sustained.
okay.
We won't talk with
Okay.
you about the officers on Van Ira
Okay.
and what they said.
Okay, ma'am.
But were you able to determine whose residence or what was on Van Ira at that location that the officer told you about?
Yes, it was Kenneth Copeland's baby mother's house.
All right.
Oh my.
And how did that cause you? Why was that of interest? And to ask a better question, what did you do after you spoke with the officer about the shooting on Van Ira?
At that time, I went out to the scene myself.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody on scene at Van Ira?
Yes.
Who did you speak with without saying what they said?
I believe her last name was, now I look at the notes.
Nope, I don't mind at all.
I don't want to mess up her last name. Quartermain. Deshaun.
Deshaun
Quartermain.
Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you speak with anyone else?
I spoke with Kenneth Copeland over her phone, over her cell phone.
All right. What did you see at Van Ira that caused you to be interested in talking to Kenneth Copeland? What did you see?
There were assault style rounds, spent shell casings in the middle of the street.
Now, were you able to see what type of shell casings, if any, were on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yes, ma'am.
And what type, if you recall, did you observe on scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
At 330 McDaniel Street, there were 7.62 assault rifle rounds. There were 45 caliber rounds and 9mm caliber rounds.
How familiar are you with firearms?
Very familiar.
And what training have you received in firearms over your career, not only as a law enforcement officer, but in the military?
Extensive.
Tell the jury what kind of training.
Basically, the uses of the weapon, the safety of the weapon, and what particular weapon is able to fire, what kind of round.
All right. Have you had occasion to fire those type of weapons that you saw shell casings for on scene at 330?
Yes, ma'am.
What you saw on Van Ira, were they similar type rounds? Not necessarily caliber, were they similar or different?
They were assault rifle rounds, so they similar but not similar.
Okay. And when you say similar but not similar, could you explain a little bit more?
Okay. The 7.62 rounds that was recovered from 330 McDaniel Street are typically fired from AK-47 assault rifle. Any rifle built off that schematic. The rounds that we recovered from Van Ira was rounds that is associated with the AR-15
Okay.
assault rifle.
Do you recall how many rounds you observed at Van Ira?
I want to say possibly 10 to 12, so 10 to 15, something like that.
Did you observe any damage to any structures or property at Van Ira?
Yes, there were some defects to the residence.
Were there any people shot at Van Ira?
No, ma'am.
Were there people at home at the time that the residence was shot up or something different?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think he needs
How long
to.
how long did you stay on scene at 330 McDaniel Street from when you first arrived?
I believe I arrived probably about 4, maybe 5 hours.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
approximately what time did you leave?
Thank
I
you, Blue
left probably
Skies.
around 1:30 a.m.
And what time would you say that you went to check out Van Ira?
Probably about, the call came in,
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I want to say probably around 1:40, 1:45 a.m.
And how long, where were you when that call came in? Had you made it back to police headquarters or were you
Yes, ma'am.
still on scene?
I made it back to police headquarters.
And how long did it take you to get to Van Ira after you got that call?
Probably about 10 minutes.
Thank you, Blue Skies.
Did Deshaun Quarterman offer to have you speak with Mr. Copeland, or did you ask her to call Mr. Copeland?
I asked her to call Mr. Copeland.
Did she tell you her relationship to him before you asked her to call him?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to get his phone number from her or any information like that?
No, ma'am.
How long did you speak with Mr. Copeland?
Roughly about maybe 3 minutes, just to let him know that he needs to come down to the office and talk to me.
Did he come down to the office and talk to you?
Yes, he did.
Do you have any idea how long after you asked him to come down and talk to you that he actually arrived at the police station?
I'm gonna say probably between 20 to 30 minutes.
When he came to the police station, do you recall, did you meet him in an interview room at the police station?
No, actually, I met him.
Oh,
No.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I met him in the rear of the police headquarters.
Okay.
I was standing by. I'm sorry, I was standing by with his brother, waiting for him to get there.
Who is his brother?
I forgot his brother's name. I don't recall his brother's name.
Are you familiar with anyone by the name of Rontrez Brock?
Yes,
Do you remember whether that was the brother or?
yes. Rontrez Brock was the brother.
Now, how is it that you came to be standing there with Rontrez Brock?
Because he got word that people was coming after his brother.
When you met with Mr. Copeland and his brother behind the police department, was that something usual that you do? Like, why do you meet behind the police department as opposed to?
It was easier parking for them.
Okay.
Instead of having to park and walk all the way up, I just said, meet me here. I can get your brother in, get him upstairs and talk to him.
And did you get Mr. Copeland in and upstairs to talk to him?
Yes, I did.
Now, when you first saw Mr. Copeland, do you remember what his demeanor was like? Whether he was sad, happy, excitable, based on what you could observe and see, or something wholly different?
It was something totally different. He was even killed, and he just kept asking, he don't know why people putting him in this.
Okay. Did you tell him that he had to come upstairs and talk with you?
No, I didn't tell him he had to come upstairs.
Did you have the ability at that time to force him, or would that have been another situation like kidnapping?
Yes, ma'am. There've been another situation like kidnapping.
Okay, y'all, we're talking about Woody showing up to the police station after he's accused of killing Nut. So Woody went to the police station voluntarily. So let's listen in close on this one. And yes, love, you know about kidnapping because you kidnapped Lil D from the hospital. Let's go.
No, I didn't tell him he had to come upstairs.
Did you have the ability at that time to force him, or would that have been another situation like kidnapping?
Yes, ma'am. There've been another situation like kidnapping.
Okay. Did his brother come upstairs and talk with him, with you?
His brother came up and stood by outside.
All right. Did anybody else?
Oh, thank you so much, King Goddess. I know you have to run. I was muted, but thank you so much for always supporting the channel. All right, let's get back into it.
Join Mr. Copeland in that police station?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you remember about how long you talked to Mr. Copeland in the police station?
I think maybe a couple of hours, an hour or two.
Did you talk to him inside an interview room, outside an interview room, or both?
Inside the interview room.
Did you start any conversations before you got to the interview room?
No, just basically that his name had come up in the investigation.
Okay. Now, when you have people that you want to talk to, are these interview rooms always equipped with recording devices, video and sound?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they running constantly, or do you turn them on before you take someone inside?
You turn them on and you log it in to our database up under your particular case number.
Okay.
313.
And when you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you read him any Miranda rights or just start?
No, ma'am, because he was not under arrest, so it was a non-custodial interview. So there's no need for me to Mirandize him. We just started conducting the formal interview with him.
When you began conducting the interview with Mr. Copeland, did you have any particular target in mind that you wanted to have him implicate?
No, ma'am, no particular target.
And as you interviewed him, did you attempt to get him to tell you somebody did any particular thing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you telling him the people that you wanted him to talk about, or were you asking him for information or something in the middle?
Yeah, I was asking for information, and pretty much the question was always in the middle.
Okay.
You want a young thug. Stop it.
When you began talking with Mr. Copeland, did you have knowledge about any people that you wanted him to give you information on?
No, ma'am.
All right. And during the course of your conversation with Kenneth Copeland, did you get information that led you to other people you were interested in talking to?
On that initial night, no.
Yeah. And was there any particular concern that you understood Mr. Copeland to have that night?
Other than he spoke about an altercation.
And when he spoke about an altercation, did you say anything to suggest to him that you knew about the altercation?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Now, did Mr. Copeland's, did he ask you questions during the interview?
I think just general questions like, how did my name come up in this? Once again, I don't know why.
Did he try to get you to help him in any way in terms of ensuring his safety?
Yes, ma'am. He wanted me to speak with the family of Donovan Thomas, let them know that he had nothing to do with it and stop coming after him.
Now, did he know, or did you tell him that it was these people coming after him, or was he just speculating, to your knowledge?
He was just speculating.
Okay. Did you give him any assurances about what you would do to try and ensure his safety?
Yes, ma'am. I told him I would speak with the family and let them know that at this point in time, he is not a person of interest or suspect.
Thank you so much,
And
Keys.
when you gave him that assurance, when you told him that, did you have any information that anybody in Donovan Thomas's family was involved in shooting at Kenneth Copeland or his family?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No information.
Thank you so much, Keys. She said she need her rent.
At the time that
Really
you told
trying.
Kenneth Copeland that, had you spoken with any member of Donovan Thomas's family?
Not at that time.
Did you at any point go to the hospital where Donovan Thomas was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
The next day. Well, the morning of the next day.
11?
Yes, ma'am, the 11th, the morning of the 11th.
How long after you spoke with Kenneth Copeland did you go to the hospital?
I want to say about close to midday. About close to afternoon, because I went and spoke to the other two surviving victims.
Okay. Without saying what they said, were they able to communicate with you at the time that you talked with them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And let's start with Mr. Sanders. Without saying what he said, was he willing to talk to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he offer up any information about who it was that committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
And what about Mr. Reginald Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am. He was willing to talk.
Do you remember how long you talked to each one of them?
Because they were down at Grady, I made sure I didn't do an extensive, interview with them. So I had to say probably about 20 minutes apiece, no more than 20 minutes.
Were either of them under arrest at the time you spoke with them?
No, ma'am.
Did you do anything like read Miranda rights or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Were there people in the room with Quindarrius Sanders when you talked with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the room?
His mother.
Did his mother communicate with you without saying what she said? Did his mother give you any information that helped you in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Was his mother the only person in the room with him?
That I can recall, yes, ma'am, that I spoke with.
Do you remember how old Quindarrius Sanders was at the time?
I want to say maybe he was 14, something like that, 14, 15. He was a juvenile.
All right. And what about Mr. Hendricks? Was there anyone in the room with him when you spoke with him?
I don't recall anyone else in the room with him.
Do you remember about how old he was when you talked to him? Was he older than Mr.
Yes.
Sanders?
Yes, way older.
And was he able to give you any information about who committed the shooting?
No, ma'am.
Was he able to describe whether there was any acts of aggression that he saw that could have prompted the shooting?
No, ma'am.
By the time you talked to Mr. Sanders and Mr. Hendricks, had you had a chance to look at the surveillance video from either the barbershop or the Texaco?
No, ma'am, not that time.
Do you remember when the first time it was that you had a chance to look at the barbershop video?
I probably want to say probably later on that evening.
And what about the Texaco footage?
The next day.
Now, as you're looking at the barbershop footage, did you personally recognize anybody that you saw displayed, faces of anybody that you saw out there?
No, ma'am.
What about the Texaco footage? Did you see anybody you personally recognized in the Texaco footage?
No, ma'am.
Without,
No, ma'am.
okay. And I mean from when you first saw it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, in releasing the information you released to the public, did you ever release a make and model of a car to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
When you spoke with Mr. Copeland, did you ask him about being involved in any kind of accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Without talking about what anyone else said, do you know why you asked him about being involved in an accident?
Yes, ma'am, because I started a deep dive investigation on his name.
Uh-huh.
And put him through the APD, Atlanta Police database. And I was able to suss out several reports
Mhm.
of him connected to being in an accident or traffic stops.
Okay. And were your questions based on whatever vehicle you saw reflected in that report, or
Yes,
something
ma'am.
different?
What was reflected on people's description of people was given of the vehicle.
The incidents that you saw within the database, were they incidents that had occurred in 2015, January 2015, or earlier, 2014? Around what time frame?
I think there was a time frames of 2012 to 2014.
Okay. Did you have the same kind of familiarity with Kenneth Copeland as a child that you did with Mr. Zachary?
No, ma'am.
When, if you recall, was the first time you knew about Kenneth Copeland? Like how old was, like around what year?
2015, the year of the incident.
Okay.
Oh, he on that.
Other than what you learned as you began investigating the murder of Donovan Thomas, did you have any other knowledge about Kenneth Copeland?
No, ma'am.
Did you ensure or did you offer to do anything else to, or offer any advice to Kenneth Copeland to help him secure the safety of his family? Did you make any suggestions?
I think probably general
Okay.
suggestion of that nature.
All right. Did Kenneth Copeland have any cell phones or anything with him that you saw when you first talked to him on January the 11th?
I didn't see him with a cell phone.
Okay. Now, do you remember Mr. Copeland offering you, and let me ask you this, the interview with Kenneth Copeland, it was recorded, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, when was the last time you could remember looking at that interview? Like, did I show it to you today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember everything about that interview? Everything?
Not everything in detail.
Okay. Like the kind of clothing Kenneth Copeland was wearing. Do you remember that?
I couldn't. I think it was dark clothing.
Okay. All right. Did Kenneth Copeland offer to give you any information that might help you sort of determine that he should not be a target of any retaliatory shootings?
Yes.
All right. Did you follow up on the information that he gave you?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury the ways that you followed up on whatever Kenneth Copeland told you?
Yes. The information I got from Kenneth Copeland, I immediately went to Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither to see if they knew about this information. They knew about it. They gave me details on it. Even able to find that they had already started an investigation themselves into it, I believe.
Before. Your Honor, he's not.
The very last comment.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that it is offered as a explanation for his investigation and why it is that he took certain steps. So, and also that the jury has heard from these witnesses as well.
Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. Before you got the information from Mr. Copeland that you went to investigators Dennis and Gaither about, did you personally know about any of that?
Not personally, no.
Had you had any involvement with any persons that you knew called themselves YSL in any capacity?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any, did you have any knowledge about what YSL was before you talked to Kenneth Copeland?
Say that question again, ma'am.
Did you know about YSL at all before January 10th, 2015?
Overruled.
Yes.
All right. Now, was the knowledge that you had of YSL, was it gained from your investigation, your time
She
working as a
leading.
detective, or something else?
My time as a detective, my time of working in the school system.
Now, when you say your time working in the school system, about what year would you say you first heard about YSL?
I'm gonna say probably about maybe 2012, 2013.
That's about the first year that you heard of it?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Did you conduct any investigations yourself into any group called YSL during that time?
no, ma'am.
Did you speak with, without saying what they said, did you speak with any students about a group called YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many students you talked to?
Probably a total of 8 students.
How many?
8 students.
And were you on school property, or was it outside school at the house or some other?
School property.
Okay. Were there any particular incidents that led to your speaking to these students about YSL?
Just I heard the name constantly coming up.
And was it you asking particular students, or particular students just coming up to you?
Just actually certain students I was very aware of and had a trust
Mhm.
relationship with.
That you had a trust relationship with?
Wow.
Now,
Wow.
was Quindarrius Zachary one of the people you talked to about YSL or not?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Betraying their
Do you
trust.
remember the names of the students that you talked to about YSL?
No,
Wow.
ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the relative ages of the students?
Yes, ma'am.
About how old?
14.
And did you, during the time as a resource officer, did you personally observe any things that were being used to identify people as YSL?
No.
Okay. Other than the name YSL, when you were a school resource officer, did you have any other information or knowledge about YSL?
About the name YSL, had no other information other than their previous names.
What do you mean the previous names?
The name went from the Red Cartel to the Rock Crew,
Mhm.
which stood for Raised on Cleveland.
Mhm.
Then it went over to YSL.
All right. Is this information that you learned, how did you learn this information that you just talked about?
Talking to the kids and work in the neighborhood.
All right. Did you ever speak with grownups, the family, the parents of the kids about YSL or these other groups, Red Cartel or Rock Crew, without saying what they said?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Overruled.
Did you ever arrest anybody during that time just for being affiliated with Red Cartel, Rock Crew, or YSL?
No, ma'am.
Did you conduct any investigations that involved either of those groups, even after you learned about their existence from the students, but before January 10th, 2015?
As in the YSL name itself or the previous names?
Either.
Yes.
All right. How many investigations?
Probably total myself, probably a total of maybe 4 or 5.
What type of what type of incidents? Forms his basis for his knowledge of other questions that he will be asked.
Overruled.
What type of incidents were you investigating that you spoke to the jury about just now?
About aggravated assaults and homicides.
How many homicides?
Probably about 2.
Do you remember in particular the persons that were involved in the two homicides, victim and suspects. Your Honor, we've, based on the evidence we believe that has already come out and information that this witness can provide, we believe that the witness has information which will allow the determination of certain material matters in this case. He can, I don't want to.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Do I remember the victims' names?
Who were the victims in the two homicides?
The one particular I investigated, her name was Julian Jones.
And who was the suspect?
He was not a suspect.
Hang on.
We're gonna get a break.
Okay.
I don't know what, but what,
He stuttered. Look.
what it's relevant. I mean, we're talking about information that will aid the jury in making determinations about.
Yes. Let's take a bathroom break anyway. It's probably about time for one.
May the witness be.
Yes.
Oh,
Thank you.
y'all see how he had love? Can't even get a word out. Acting like, give me this mic. Give me this damn mic. What are you doing? Embarrassing us like that. What are you doing? She didn't even know what to say. She getting caught up. Hey, y'all, we're gonna go back to that part right quick. Well, let me see something. We may not have time.
Bench conferences are always taken down. Bench conferences are never recorded. So this is a bench conference.
Look how she look
Well,
at-
honestly, it's not because it's just an evidentiary issue, right? Yes, so, yeah, that's fine.
See, Love wanted the camera off.
All right, so that was a 401,
Look at Love. Look,
402, and 403 objection.
she wanted the.
Suspect was.
Quit trying to take the cameras down every time, Love. And the judge finally catching on, like, wait a minute, why are we turning the cameras off? It's not a bench conference where everybody go up there.
Are you gonna respond beyond just, I believe it's relevant? No. Are you gonna tell me why?
Your Honor, the homicide, I believe one of the homicides that the witness will talk about is a matter that an earlier witness talked about as it related to Rock Crew. I believe that the one that he is going to talk about is going to deal with Quentin Porter and Javaris Crittenton. I believe that this information corroborates information given by other witnesses and allows the jury to determine the credibility of information that they have heard from other witnesses. It's not bolstering because it's his personal knowledge, but to have information about a subject from two unrelated people who are not connected with one another, but are saying things that are consistent with one another, we believe allows the jury to determine things that are pertinent to this indictment, the existence of the enterprise, some of the information in the indictment about the start of the enterprise, its beginnings, the kind of crimes that have been committed, and some of the people that they've heard other witnesses talk about. So in as much as I think it was a 401 objection,
Hey, we getting our word in as much. Y'all heard that?
some of the people that they've heard other witnesses talk about. So in as much as I think it was a 401 objection, it's relevant. We're talking about YSL and the beginnings of YSL and the groups from which YSL evolved. The relevant standard is a very low standard, in as much as
Number 2.
it's a 402 objection. Any relevant evidence is presumptively admissible. In as much as
3. Oh my.
403 objection, I'm not sure what, I haven't heard any offer as to how it's substantially more prejudicial. I know I hear a lot about,
Is it that
I don't know.
prong of it, Mr. Steele, or something else?
Every prong of it.
I told you.
Every prong.
Well, him saying every prong, Your Honor, any information that tends to prove an allegation in the indictment is going to be prejudicial to a defendant. And Mr. Steele or no one on behalf of the defendant Williams is offering up how it unfairly prejudices Mr. Williams for the state to be able to prove the elements in the indictment, the existence of the gang, the beginnings of the gang as we allege, and the kinds of crimes and activities that the enterprise participates in, and the conspiracy itself. He has, I don't know how it's unfairly prejudicial in such a way.
So the question that you asked was, who was the suspect of the murder? I mean, are you going to establish that he, I mean, just for somebody to be a suspect doesn't establish anything other than they were a suspect. Are you going to establish something beyond that?
The person's involvement, I'm not going to go whole hog into convictions and statements and things like that. I wanted to have the jury know people who were alleged to be involved and people he talked to. And as I said, I believe that even when the jury doesn't know from one witness exactly what a particular person did as it related to an incident, that information is then supplemented by other witnesses' testimony. It corroborates things that they have heard and will continue to hear.
What was that noise?
What no?
Okay, whose phone? Whose phone made that noise? Somebody knows whose phone made the noise. Whose
Nope.
phone made the noise?
Don't.
Okay, whether it's outside a bag or not, phones aren't supposed to be making noise. So if you can't turn the phone off before you come into court, then you're not going to be able to have the phone in court. Understand? Whose ever phone it was? Because that's disruptive, and they all need to be on silent if you are permitted to have one at all because you have a Rule 22. It needs to not make any noise. If it happens again, you won't be permitted to have the phone in here.
Please.
All right, go ahead,
Come
Ms. Love.
on. Oh, stop it.
And this is a case that Trontavious Stevens, I believe that we've heard a little bit about. There were objections, I believe, prior to Your Honor coming on about getting deeper into it, but Trontavious Stevens was a material witness in that case. In fact, had to be arrested on a material witness warrant because of his unwillingness to cooperate in that case. And
Okay, I mean, I get, maybe I'm just not following. if the point of it is that Stevens was a material witness and knew something about it, how does?
No, that, I'm
That's
tying
not
it
what
into
it is.
members.
Hey y'all, so the phone is disruptive, but not the popping of the popcorn while a witness is trying to testify. Come on, make it make sense.
Alleged members of YSL and the activities that they participate in and the steps to which they go, their the way that they operate as an enterprise, the existence of the
All
enterprise.
right, tell me how whatever you think this witness is going to say is going to do that.
It gives the jury the information that this witness is aware of a particular murder that involved
Come on, in as much as
two,
come on.
Rock Crew, and then
You got
later
three.
YSL, Quentin
Those
Porter
being
and
Porter and Crittenden
Porter and Trontavious
and
Stevens.
Stevens.
Yes,
And he's going to be able to testify that they were involved in this murder?
no, they didn't do the murder. They
Okay,
were,
so what is it then?
Wait a minute, how'd she know who did the murder? Was she there? Talking about they didn't do the murder. Let's go back. And y'all, we got her at 3 in as much as. We said that was the word of the day, so we need 2 more because I said she do 5.
He's going to be able to
Per day.
testify that they were involved in this murder?
no, they didn't do the murder. They
Okay,
were,
so what is it then?
Your Honor, their involvement and their association with one another, we have to prove association between members of YSL. We have to prove the type of enterprise it is. We have to, and the type of activities and the lengths to which they go to protect and preserve it. So,
And what is it that this witness is going to say about either of those 2 people that's going to show that?
Your Honor, the existence of those people and their associations, number one, and it's not always going to be a linear, this person saying this directly proves a fact. It's evidence that is relevant in that it gives the jury information.
Don't tell me what it's going to do. Tell me what the evidence is. I mean, I don't know your case as well as you do. So
She don't know it
what
neither.
is
Sorry.
that you think this witness is going to say that's going to show any of that?
She don't know her own case.
That Trontavious Stevens was what I know happened. So he was believed to have been set up by Big Boo. It was put out that he was set up by Big Boo. There was a break from
It was
Big Boo as a result of this particular murder. And
big
that
group.
offshoot eventually produced YSL. Now, I don't expect that he's going to say all of that, but it's the connections between Porter and Stevens that I believe are.
Okay, and how is this witness going to testify to connections between Porter and Stevens?
Based on what his investigation and his involvement in the investigation of the murder. He interviewed.
Just going to show that these 2 people knew each other?
No,
You're
so
not telling me anything, so
to the-
Right.
oh,
Talking in circles.
I'm trying to follow you, but
She talking in circles.
to the extent that their relationship is one that
Come on, we waiting. Judge, I got my pen in my hand too. This is too much. A word salad.
has been described and will further be discussed. Your Honor,
Mm-mm. She ain't got no excuse.
just one second.
maybe I'll take a bathroom break, and then when you come back, you'll be
Oh.
able to
There she go.
articulate what it is. So let's all.
I can. I'll be able to
Yes,
better
Mr. Sharp.
consolidate it.
Okay.
I'll be back.
For the record, I'd like to add my objection, which is going to be hearsay and confrontation clause on top of Mr. Steele's objections.
Okay, here we go.
Okay,
Right
well,
here.
I, at this point, have no idea what this detective might testify to. So I don't know, maybe we'll, everybody who needs to go to the restroom and then we'll reconvene and try to hash this out.
Hey, she taking a page out of Glanville's playbook. Y'all know when the state not doing too well, oh, let's take a break. Let's give them time to get their argument together. I mean, Glanville did that a lot. If they're not doing well on questioning, oh, let's take a break. And then when the defense is what they call it cooking, when the defense is cooking, he'll stop them right in the middle of their cross-examination. It's all, let's take a break. Let's stop for the day. And that'll give the state time to get more questions together, to get their redirect together. Because y'all, hey, they cooking, y'all. Y'all need to go back in the back room, get y'all witness together for tomorrow. I'm stopping court at 12 o'clock, even though we started at 11:30. It's the weekend. Y'all know. I don't know about that too clear. I mean, you know, we can disagree. I don't know about this. I've always said Steele is not a good criminal lawyer. He has so many people drinking his Kool-Aid. I don't know about that. Because he haven't demonstrated anything to me to make me say that he's not a good lawyer. I don't see that. I mean, this man was willing to go to jail for his client. He said, Judge Glanville, lock me up. But when you lock me up, put me in the same cell as Young Thug so we can keep working on our case. Y'all ain't saying nothing in the chat. Too clear. Come on. Hey, I like to give people their different, I like to hear different sides of the coin. So I dropped the link for Too Clear. We got a few minutes on break. I want you to explain to me why you think Steele is a bad attorney, if you don't mind. She said Steele has been a super top lawyer since 2004. His record speaks for itself. Yeah, I don't know if we can. I mean, but you might know some I don't know. Too Clear. Y'all know some of y'all think I'm biased. No, I give y'all time to say what y'all feel too. That's what he said, y'all. Didn't he say that? Let me see. Okay, what did he say? He impressed me of being a. Oh, I don't know if he a drama. I don't know. Yeah, he impressed. I don't know. I mean, because some of the things that he was outraged about them having a secret meeting in a back room, you know, like I say, with the lights off. I mean, I don't see nothing wrong with him being outraged about that. The judge was like, who told you? And Steele was like, no, you should have told me. So some things I understand that, you know, I don't even think him being dramatic. Steele don't even seem like the dramatic type or the emotional type to get upset easily. Yeah, some people are just, you know, naturally passionate. They're not just overly aggressive. But if you do something wrong and, you know, your client's rights are affected, then of course he's going to say something, as he should. I mean, we are literally voices for our clients. I mean, our client can't jump off the chair. Young Thug can't jump off the chair and say, Judge, why are you screwing me over, Glanville? Why are you trying so hard to have me locked in prison for 20 years or in Shannon Stillwell's case for life? When you're supposed to be a neutral referee, but you're in the back room with love. You're giving the state more time to get their arguments together. You're helping them out. Oh, you sound like Glanville, like Whitaker. Love, let's take a restroom break. Somebody's phone went off. It distracted me so much that we need to just take a break. I lost my train of thought because somebody's phone made a beep noise. Yeah, that's the last of y'all problems in that courtroom. So her being all dramatic was was worse than the little beep. I remember I was doing a voir dire in Texas. We call it voir dire, and somebody's phone went off, and I kept talking like really fast. I asked the next question because I didn't want them to get in, any trouble. But the judge was on my type of time. She wasn't even worried about it. And I remember I was in this one courthouse picking the jury, and somebody's phone went off, and I knew that judge didn't play that. So I had asked the jury, the veneer panel. I said, we don't know whose phone it was. Everybody pull out your phones and pretend that you put it on silent or turning it off, even if it's not you. And that way we won't know who did what. Boy, they had a good laugh. So we're going to all pull out our phones. Yeah. I had one judge when I was doing the trial. He stayed on his phone the entire time, and that didn't bother me at all. I mean, he been a judge, 40, 50 years. He done seen it all, heard it all. So if he want to be on his phone, he let us try our cases as attorneys. Sometimes you want to try your case. You don't want the judge. I don't need the ref. I'm not going to go crying to the referee. Hey, but judge, look what he said. The witness is not cooperating. No, the witness is going to be calling on the judge before I am. You want to be hostile? We can go there. Somebody said Paige almost fell over a desk trying to find it. You know what? Oh. No banana. All right, she got mad because somebody had a banana sitting on their desk. No bananas, no phones, no this, no that. But she laughs at every sentence in the law of unpreparedness at any time. Yeah, that's let me see. Thorp. Oh, and Thorp mentioned that he didn't read the rights. He didn't read the Miranda rights. And a lot of times people get confused. They think anytime a police officer interacts with them or arrests them, they have to read the Miranda warning. And that's simply not true. Only if you're in custody. And when Woody went to the police station on his own, he's not in custody. He walked in the police station on his own, trying to figure out what's going on. Because he's like, hey, people saying that I killed this guy. What's going on? And, if somebody come in there like that, then, you don't have to read their rights. He's free to walk out anytime. But let's say they handcuff Woody. Woody under arrest for the murder of, put him in the back of the car. And now he in custody. And then you need to read him his rights. But a lot of times they want to arrest you. They say, oh no, we're still doing our investigation. He's not in custody. And they use that as an excuse not to reach your rights. And they'll try to talk to you to see if they can get as much as they can out of you. But y'all already know over here in the chat, if a homicide investigator come to talk to you, oh yeah, I'm Detective Thorp from the homicide division by lawyer. I don't care if you came to talk about the weather, if it's gonna rain tomorrow. Lawyer. Well, yeah, you know, he told me it was gonna rain tomorrow, so I already knew. When he said rain, I already knew he was at the crime scene because it was raining on that day. Oh man, bet not. I'm guessing they trying to. Yeah, somebody said that. Kayla said that that's not. He does not have a warrant out. I don't know. I have to ask Kayla. I don't know. But back to this, what was supposed to be the point? I'm thinking he's supposed to lock in Woody's testimony because Woody is now saying that everything he said back then was a lie. But I guess they want Thorp to say Woody wasn't lying. I mean, we didn't call him. We didn't go looking for him. Woody came to our front door. Woody walked into our police station. We had no reason to make him lie. So when he came in, Woody was actually telling the truth that night. And I'm thinking that's why they're trying to use Thorp to basically say Woody is lying now about lying then. He was actually telling the truth then because he came in on his own. So that's what I'm thinking that KB said, I'll be right back. Atkins at my door. Oh, okay, KB. KB said she got a tight. Shout out to Atkins. Thank you again, Blue Skies. Yeah, I don't think it's in his best interest to take the stand. It's rare circumstances that clients should take the stand. I had a case where it was a husband and wife, and the wife accused the husband of some things, and the only other person in the house at the time was the husband. So the husband can say, you know, she's lying. So when you only have one side of a story, then, you know, there's no cameras, there's no other witnesses. The only time you can disprove someone is by putting your client on the stand. So I had to put my client on the stand. And when you could tell her story was so inconsistent. She told so many different versions to different police officers. She even told different versions on the 2 days she testified in court. And so I had to put my client on the stand. And the jury knew immediately when he started talking that his story was consistent. It lined up with all the evidence and the facts of the case. In that case, it lasted like 8 days. But we were able to get a not guilty. So that was the one and only time that I ever put a client on the stand so far. But I will say that it's not, you know, something that I would recommend if you don't even have to. I mean, I don't see a reason Young Thug will, you know, should have to take the stand because someone pointed out earlier the state have to prove that he did it. Young Thug does not have to prove that he didn't do it. It's their burden. And their burden is very high because it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not 50-50. It's not like a preponderance of the evidence. More likely than not, like a civil case, if you're suing someone, like the 51%, we believe you a little bit more than we believe the other person. But beyond a reasonable doubt, it's so much more higher because you're taking someone's freedom. You're going after their freedom instead of their money. So obviously the burden is very high. And the prosecutors right now are not proving that burden. Love still lying. I think we're getting ready to start back on my other feed. I see that there are movement. There is movement. But we know the word of the day is in as much as, and we got 3 times Love used that word. So, and I said she used a minimum of 5 per day. So we need Love to mention the word in as much as 2 more times. Oh my God. But yeah. But yeah, I definitely don't think he should take the stand because the state hasn't shown me any evidence, like, that he committed a RICO. Now, some of these other people may have committed individual crimes, but were those crimes connected to the gang? Not some what Thorp say, baby mama drama. What did he call it? He said baby mama mama. What he Thorp, come on now. He could have said the child's mother, mother of the child, but they so hood in Atlanta, the
And it may be
detectives.
that based on Mr. Sharp's objection, I withdraw the question, but I'll just tell the court briefly. So Mr. Stevens was believed by Mr. Crittenden to have robbed him, stolen some of his jewelry. As a result, it is believed that Mr. Porter alerted Mr. Crittenden as to Mr. Stevens' whereabouts. And Mr. Stevens was Mr. Crittenden's intended target. There has been testimony and will likely be a little bit more testimony about the impetus of the transition from one group to the other. Detective Thorp, because of his relationship with kids who were, I'll say, rock crew adjacent associates, he was able to, because of his relationship with them, they willingly offered him information that he was able to then go and get to assist to help him solve that crime. So that's as specific as that inquiry gets.
Okay.
And so,
But yeah, given the hearsay and confrontation clause objections that have just been voiced,
yeah, I can, what I'll do with the court's permission, if it's okay, if it's an okay question by the court standards, is just ask, well, given that that was what I was going to pull out, whatever the court's ruling is.
well, it seems like the only way he would know that is through his investigation, and given that it was an investigation that would be testimonial and
they're not, he's not talking about what they said. He's just saying that they were able to. And
he's
it's not
going to
that-
be
it's not
saying,
an-
I learned X, Y, Z. Well, how did you learn it? Well, somebody told me.
Right.
So it's still hearsay,
So I
even if
can-
you rephrase it in a different way.
Right. I can withdraw.
Okay.
I can.
All right.
Your Honor, I appreciate the fact that the state's withdrawing this line of inquiry. However, I would just like to say, moving forward, this is an example. This alleged crime, or I mean, it was adjudicated in court from 2011, I believe, is not on the indictment. There was no 404B notice. There was no 418 notice. There was no discussion of this as an intrinsic act. So, I just don't think that we should just be bringing up wholly unrelated murders just willy-nilly without at least noticing the other side of our plans to do so.
That seems reasonable.
Your Honor, as it relates to the information that I elicit from the witnesses, it's nothing that hasn't been, number one, it's not 404B because I'm not saying that any one of the defendants committed this act. In fact, it was alleged that Trontavious Stevens was the intended target. So in as much as the questions that I the intended target. So in as much as the questions that I ask may involve incidents that YSL members were involved in, number one, it's going to be things that have been provided in discovery, but number two, just because it's another act or overt act, and I think that my brief to the court sort of addressed this, but it's relevant information and evidence of the existence and the nature of the enterprise that they claim is a rap group. So every time that we present evidence of something that proves the existence of the enterprise and the nature of the enterprise, there has been and will be the objection that it's 403, it's too prejudicial. But the point is
That was 4,
that
number 4.
the point is that the information that I'm soliciting from the witnesses are intended to prove up elements of count 1 in this indictment.
One more.
He's talking about a lack of any kind of notice.
But so he wants to know the questions, because I don't believe that a notice of my asking about questions regarding incidents that we've talked about. I don't believe that
We have
the
never
court, that the
spoken about
defense
this.
is entitled to the list of questions that the state is going to ask.
No, I agree with that.
Thank you,
We've
Roro.
never spoken about this. There's no mention in the
I'll
discovery.
put it at the
To my
bottom.
knowledge, certainly no police reports about the
Thank you.
murder of, I guess, Julian Jones. I only know that because Detective Thorp said that name. No mention of the Javaris Crittenton case. There's no mention of that in the discovery, to my recollection. So
No,
I don't know where the state's saying that they've given notice through discovery. But even if they had given notice through discovery, there's also Georgia rules of evidence that dictate when notice needs to be given when bringing up extrinsic, non-charged matters in a trial, and that has not been done. And I just don't want, at this point, I think that we've cut this off, this particular incident, but I just don't want it to repeat in the future.
Your Honor, and that's another thing. These matters that are alleged by the defense as being extrinsic, uncharged matters, they're not. When we're asking about them, and just to cap off something Mr. Sharp said, we've had a witness already talk about the Crittenton murder earlier on, and Trontavious Stevens' involvement in it, just to put a point on that. But the assertion that these are extrinsic, uncharged matters are efforts, we believe, to curtail the state's right to prove its case through valid questions that are not improper, they're not impermissible, they're not 404B. These are questions and evidence through testimony, we believe, that proves an element of one or more elements of count 1, the existence of the enterprise, the nature of the enterprise, and the means by which particular people participate in the enterprise.
Well, I'm not sure that evidence, it's not going to come in through this witness in this way anyway, but I'm not sure how evidence that Porter told Crittenden Stevens' whereabouts
No, so
in any way establishes any of your elements that you need to prove for RICO.
So, Your Honor, since we're not talking about this particular one, the point that I was making is that this detective's investigation involved two members of Rock Crew, and information he was able to obtain through other persons associated broadly. I'm not arguing or trying to get that in. I'm saying that there will be times when we are asking about matters that I have heard alleged are extrinsic, but they are not. And I guess it's on, if there's an objection, that's one thing, but the defense is in no way entitled to know every time we're going to ask about something that tends to prove what it is that we are alleging in the indictment. And so to the extent that that's what is being asserted, we vehemently disagree with that. We are not and will not go further into that particular inquiry with Detective Thorp about that particular murder, but instances that involve actions and YSL members that witnesses have personal knowledge of are relevant to show
the existence and nature of the enterprise and other material
I
elements.
guess we'll just have to see as the evidence plays out. All right, let's get the witness and the jury back in.
Oh, is she gone? Love, you owe us one more in as much as. Well, love run off too. Well, I guess she coming back. Oh yeah, she gotta come back. She the one. Yeah, you can't switch lawyers in the middle of questioning, so she has to be the one questioning him. So I don't know where. So she got to be right back. I mean, and when the other lawyers are objecting, then that lawyer has to be the one to question the witness. So let's say Brian still is calling objections, then Brian still has to cross-examine that witness. You can't have Brian still doing it, then Keith Adams. It has to be one or the other. Come on here, Doug Weinstein with the Coke. Well, somebody say, can he buy you a Coca-Cola? Who said that earlier? Shout out to Blue Skies. Thank you again, Blue Skies. So yeah, you can always get a kind of hint if there's going to be cross-examination, who the lawyer would be.
Thanks for y'all's patience. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Detective Thorp was
Oh yeah, there you go. Shut up. Shut up. There you go. Yep. The Weinstein said he can buy that Coke.
the
Shout out to you.
investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas the most exposure or most extensive investigation you've done that
Brown in the chat.
in- throughout your investigation of Donovan Thomas,
Not in the
did you
chat.
have an occasion to investigate more about the group YSL?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the most extensive investigation that you have done that has involved or in which the name or group YSL has come up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay. What is when you went out to Van Ira on January the 11th of 2015, was Deshaun Quarterman the only one you talked to?
My recall, yes.
Did you speak with an Emmett Yarborough as well?
Yes.
All right.
Excuse me.
Without talking about anything that Emmett Yarborough said, were there concerns addressed regarding the Donovan Thomas murder?
I've recall, I believe so.
When you collect shell casings did you direct, I'm sorry, when you are on scene as lead detective, do you or other homicide detectives working sort of in tandem with you, do you all direct the collection of those shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you do with them once you collect them?
Yes, ma'am. They're photographed and they're placard, so we know exactly what shell casing belonged to what group. And at the time, our crime scene investigations unit, they collect the shell casings, and we at that time At that time, we turned him in directly to the GBI firearms.
Now, do you all also have with the Atlanta Police Department, do you all also have a firearms section or a department that conducts NIBIN comparison?
Yes, ma'am, we do now.
Is Jennings Kilgore the person that does that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you work during the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas with ATF as well as the GBI?
Yes, ma'am.
Was some of the evidence that was collected in later associated incidents submitted to the ATF versus the GBI?
I believe so they were, yes, ma'am.
Did you collect the firearm or did you interact with the person that you saw going into the barber shop with the assault rifle?
Yes,
Did you collect that firearm?
yes, I did.
At various points in your investigation, did you gain information that caused you to interact with a Quintez Griffin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that person have a nickname?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that nickname?
Head, Head.
Now, how was Head ever brought in as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
And was he interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Did you collect any information, any evidence from that arrest of Quintez Griffin?
Yes,
And was that evidence submitted to the GBI or the ATF? Either one.
yes, ma'am.
All right. Throughout the month of January and into February, were you personally aware of other incidents that you then looked into as connected with the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Not myself in particular, but I was getting information from the gangs unit.
All right. And when you were given information from the gangs unit, what, if anything, did you do to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
At that time, we did a collaboration. Anything that they needed done, like search warrants or anything pertaining to that nature, or oral production for inmate to do an interview with, I would conduct that for them.
And when you would do things like an order of production to produce an inmate, is there a record that you're taking someone out of custody to APD, for instance?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did you keep records of each inmate that you did that with?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you talked about Spencer Wright, how did you learn about Spencer Wright?
Okay.
Let me phrase that better. Did Spencer Wright reach out to you, or did you reach out to Spencer Wright?
Neither.
Did he reach out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, he did.
And when he reached out to a member of the Atlanta Police Department, did that member of Atlanta Police Department reach out to you?
Yes, they did.
At the time that you spoke with Spencer Wright, was that the name that you thought was his name?
No, Spencer Wright was his real name.
Right.
Yes.
Was that the name that you were first advised
No,
when to
ma'am.
talk to you?
No,
Do
ma'am.
you remember the name?
I think it was Robinson, I believe it.
Nicholas Robinson?
Nicholas Robinson he used.
How did you learn, or from whom did you learn that his name was Spencer Wright?
Detective Gaither of the gangs unit.
All right. Between January of 2015 and October of 2015, when you interacted with Spencer Wright, were there any other steps that you took that you can describe for the jury to help you solve the murder of Donovan Thomas without going into anything anybody said, just the steps that you took?
Yes, I will work and correlate information along with the gang unit possibly develop suspects based on their investigation.
Okay. Do you know how many incidents between January of 2015 and October of 2015 you looked into to aid in your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
It was over 40.
Were all of these incidents the same type? What type of incidents were they?
Retaliation shootings.
Did you interview the people who were affected by the shootings? Did you have an occasion to interact with or interview any of the people who were affected?
No.
Did members of the Atlanta Police Department,
Yes, ma'am.
responding officers,
Yes, ma'am. In the gang unit.
and was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither, or did, for instance, Investigator Connor, Investigator Price, and other people help you?
Sustained.
Was it always Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Who in the gang unit gave you information during the course of your investigation of the murder of Donovan Thomas?
It was Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Detective Underwood at times gave me information also.
Detective Underwood, did she work in any other capacity with any other agency?
I believe she worked hand in hand with the ATF.
Was she a task force officer?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Did Detective Underwood ever participate in any of your interviews with persons that you found were of interest in your investigation?
Not that I can recall.
Did Detective Dennis and Gaither?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they the only persons who helped or participated in these interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many interviews you conducted in trying to find out or solve the Donovan Thomas murder?
Objection to solve.
Objection to what?
to
Solve. Oh, okay. Sustained.
I asked,
To
did he,
help.
to,
Just
okay.
rephrase it.
Do you know how many interviews that you conducted to aid in your investigation into the Donovan Thomas murder?
Probably a little bit more over 12, a dozen or more.
Were these between January and October 2015, or did you do any after that date?
After that date.
All right. Now,
What kind of coke you talking about? Both of them. No coke.
at some point, do you try to locate or determine what vehicle that is that you saw, that grayish vehicle that you saw in the surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
What steps do you take to identify that vehicle?
It was one based on a description given by one of the victims. I started sending around to other officers or detectives in the Atlanta Police Department who are very familiar with vehicles.
And without talking about what anyone says, unless I specifically ask you, beyond seeking information from other people, did you take any other steps to identify that vehicle?
No, ma'am. That's about it.
At what point did you learn of did you ever learn of a specific make and model vehicle that you were interested in that investigation of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the specific make and model of the vehicle you were interested in?
I believe it was an Infinity Q35.
And do you know if the Infinity Q35 preceded any other model?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, when you became interested in the Infinity Q35, did you do anything to determine who had or whose vehicle it may have been?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to tell the jury whether you got that information from a source, one particular source, or multiple sources?
Multiple sources.
How many times did you talk to Kenneth Copeland?
Maybe a total, maybe 4, I believe.
Did Kenneth Copeland provide you information that you were able to in any way use to get more information about the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you information that you were able to confirm or deny was accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take steps to confirm or deny the accuracy of the information you were given by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever given phone numbers by Kenneth Copeland?
I can't recall.
Were you ever,
Hey, not the detective using Woody word. Oh, saying he can't recall.
were you ever given phone numbers by Kenneth Copeland?
I can't recall.
Were you ever given information regarding vehicle rentals by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Before 2016, did you go or make any efforts to try and locate information about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what vehicle information did you get that you tried to follow up on before 2016?
That it was possibly a rental,
And a rental from where?
the airport.
And did you ever go out to the airport before 2016 to try and get information about it?
I believe I did.
Were you successful?
No, ma'am.
Now, after a certain point, do you keep your file with you and that's the end of it, or do you turn it over to the district attorney's office at some point?
Turn it over to the district attorney's office upon their request.
When you turn the file over to the district attorney's office, does the investigation or do you stop working on the crime itself?
No, ma'am.
Do you work with any particular people to further investigate the crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any one particular person at the district attorney's office back in 2016 that you worked with to try and further investigate the murder?
Yes, ma'am. Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
All right. Do you know what his job was at the district attorney's office during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he work primarily homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you participate in any interviews with Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle back in 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on, were you able to get information from Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle that you didn't have before 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make any effort to follow up on that information?
I did, because I worked with him. He was doing the follow-ups and let me know.
Okay.
So I became his assistant.
All right. During 2015 and
Pete.
2016, were you familiar with social media?
Yes, ma'am, somewhat.
When you say somewhat, did you ever utilize social media inquiries to help you in your investigations?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever gain assistance from others with social media to help you assist in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the Donovan Thomas murder, do you recall who it was, if anyone, that gave you social media assistance?
Pete.
I believe it was Detective Gaither and Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle.
And how is it that Detective Gaither assisted you with social media?
She would tell me about different media posts,
Okay.
what is being spread around on Instagram, media posts, social media, period, about this incident.
Would she capture any of those posts and provide them to you?
Yes, ma'am, but she'll tell me that she's looking into this to verify.
Okay. What about Senior ADA Sprinkle? Did he look into social media information to help you in your investigation?
Yes, he did.
Did he provide you with social media accounts and posts that aided you in your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Going back to Mr. Wright, did you interview him once without Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you interview him again with senior ADA Mike Spring?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about Quindarrius Zachary? Did you ever conduct any interviews of Quindarrius Zachary, not getting into anything he said?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many you conducted?
Maybe about 2 or 3.
Okay. Did you take any steps to compare information you got in one interview with information you may have gotten in another interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way use those comparisons to sort of either dispel information as untrue or corroborate information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn from anyone in particular who may have rented the vehicle that you were looking into, the Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, the evidence has come in, and if we may approach so that I don't speak more.
Quit trying to approach. Wait, did she say can we approach so I don't speak more improperly? Does she know she's speaking improperly? Hold up.
And if we may approach so that I don't speak more improperly.
Okay. Weird. Okay, let's fast forward. Maybe we're a few seconds. Yeah. Thank y'all to the people that's liking the video so we can circulate it in the algorithm. Now I'm trying to figure out, too clear, what's going on? What happened? Yeah, she don't want to call on camera. Right. Quit approaching. More new evidence. Quit approaching. Say what you gotta say out loud. Y'all remember when the trial started, she was loud and proud. She said, "Oh yeah, we gonna take that to mother in trial." I said, That's what we doing? Then she over there whispering. Now she whispering. Come on. Say what you gotta say so the classroom can hear you. Say what you got to say. You thought she was all that when the trial started. They used to say all that in a bag of chips. You thought she was big and bad. A chip on the shoulder. Oh, now look at you. Look at you now. Yeah, they ain't new evidence. She hiding it. Love don't like to turn over evidence. But long as she turn it over, yeah, maybe we can look at that a little bit at lunchtime. So we can see what's going on with Diddy. Diddy, what you done did now? So do y'all think this will be like a repeat of the R. Kelly situation, or do y'all think R. Kelly didn't have Diddy money? So do y'all think Diddy gonna come in there with the dream team? Diddy gonna come in there. Yeah, he might come in there with lawyers for days. He may have so many lawyers. Glanville, remember Glanville said, "Hey, it's not enough room for all of them." Ashley, Merchant. You remember when Ashley Merchant showed up to Glanville's court? He was so scared. He said, it, "We ain't got nowhere to put all them lawyers. Leave them outside, cause you by yourself gonna tear me off the bone." And yeah, I think he gonna go in there with a team of lawyers. But we don't know. We don't know what they found. Maybe they got some tapes or something. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Bridget Williams. It's really nice of you for always supporting the stream. Thank you so much. Shout out to Pete. I see y'all. Thank you so much, Pete. Pete say we got some. Oh, Pete, wait, who? Pete say OnlyFans. I say, hold on. I have to look twice. Well, who? What? Shout out to Pete. Never XBT. WW4L. No problem, Pete. Thank you for supporting and watching. And being a member. Pete say I'm a member. Come on here.
Thorp, before
And
you
Miss
got the
Bridget.
name Jeffrey Williams from Kenneth Copeland as being the person who rented an Infinity from Hertz, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented an Infinity from Hertz?
No, ma'am.
Were you present when
Somebody
Are
said,
you aware of whether members of the district attorney's office, in conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department, went back out to Hertz in 2016?
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware.
Did you all talk to the same set of people? When you went in 2015, do you know if who you talked to was the same persons that they talked to in 2016?
I do not recall. I do not know if they were the same person.
And were you able to get more information in 2016 once you began working with the district attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am, a lot.
Did you use that information gained from Hertz to aid in your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Without saying what was said to you, were you able to determine during your investigation if people went outside of Atlanta after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I do not know about that part.
Did you get any phone records during your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Did Detective Gaither aid you in getting some of those phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get phone records in investigations like this, would you tell the jury how it is that these records assist you in your investigation in trying to determine who murdered somebody?
Yes. We use the cell phone records to plot their course of travel. Also see if they was in the area where the incident took place based on the cell tower. Also, we try and see based on their call logs, who did they call before, during, and after the incident.
Do you remember all of the phone records that you gained or gathered through this investigation from 2015 through 2016, either alone or with other members of the Atlanta Police Department or the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury, without getting into the details about the phone records themselves, some of the persons whose phone numbers you sought and were able to obtain.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who are some of the people whose phone numbers you got during this investigation?
I believe it was Kenneth Copeland, Demikian Garlington. Can't recall the other person's real name. Knew him as Montonk, I believe it was.
Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh. Who else? Who else's phone numbers do you recall getting throughout this investigation?
I believe that's the ones that I targeted on.
Were other numbers provided to you by members of the DA's office or members of the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with the people that you interviewed, did you show them the surveillance footage and attempt to get information about this footage from the people you interviewed?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I did not personally because I didn't want it to affect how they described the incident to me.
Okay. Now, how is it that you reach a point where you turn the case over to the DA's office? For you generally, at what point are you saying, okay, here, DA's office, take the case?
Usually have a conversation with the DA's office, a meeting. At that time, that ADA or senior ADA made a determination to transfer the file to me, your full investigation completed, and we'll take a look at it and move forward from there. And we need your assistance, we'll give you a call.
Okay.
Follow up for investigations.
Is your completion of the file followed up by a determination or an indictment or a dismissal or something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And who makes that decision ultimately, whether to present it or to dismiss it as it relates to people that you've turned over to the DA's office?
The ADA's office.
And does the district attorney's office always agree with the determinations that you've made in your investigation?
No, ma'am.
And do they ever ask you after you've turned over a file to? The question was going to be, has he ever been asked to get more information after they get a file from him? I don't know how that's hearsay, it's a request, so it's not hearsay. And does he act on that?
Why don't you just ask the second question?
Okay.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you ever act on do you ever act on requests from the DA's office for additional information even after you've turned the file over to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you act on that, do you turn over to the DA's office whatever information you get that they've asked for?
Yes, ma'am.
In the Donovan Thomas murder, do you know whether the shell casings from those scenes you described were compared to see if there were any NIBIN matches?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that done at your request, the gang units, or someone else's?
My request.
Did the information that you gained from every person that you interviewed always turn out as true?
Yes, ma'am.
Every person that you talked to told you the truth?
Objection has been answered.
I'm gonna overruled. I'm gonna let her clarify.
Did the information you get from the people, everybody you interviewed, did it always pan out? Did you always find that it was true, or did you sometimes disprove or discredit the information?
Yes, ma'am. Sometimes we proved and disproved what they were saying.
Okay. And if you were able to discredit or disprove information, did that help you in your investigation as well?
Yes, ma'am.
In what way?
We know if we hitting a wall or we found a good door to go through to further investigation, find more information.
Okay. Do you all ever, do you particularly in your homicide investigations ever attempt to listen to jail recordings to get more information about your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the DA's office get you information about jail recordings that aided in your homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that Senior ADA Mike Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also work with David White?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that ADA Sprinkle's investigator?
Yes, he was.
Was Mr. White able to get you even further information that helped in your investigation?
If I recall correctly, yes, ma'am, he did.
Do you know where, did you ever determine where the vehicle that you were interested in from Hertz ended up?
No, ma'am, I was able to determine what happened to it.
Do you know if
Excuse me.
ADA Sprinkle and Investigator White investigated that further?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection on a calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Without saying what information, did you get any more information about where that vehicle ended up from either Investigator White or ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got phone numbers to look into, were some of those numbers given to you during the interviews of the persons who, for instance, if you're interviewing me, I offer you my number. Does that happen sometimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that happen sometimes in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Spencer Wright located when you first went to talk to him?
He was involved in an incident and he was transported to the homicide office. I can't recall what street he was on.
Had he been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he trying to offer up information to sort of get some kind of help with his case?
Not to my recollection, no, ma'am.
When you get information, do you ever get information from people who've been arrested that want sort of quid pro quo?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you discard that information, or do you try to follow up on it, or something different?
I try to follow up on it.
Why do you follow up on information when they're offering it in exchange for help?
Because that's part of the investigation process. You just got to figure out if they're telling the truth. Information.
Oh, my bad,
they're
y'all.
giving is correct. And
I went back a few seconds. My bad, y'all. I don't know what happened. The technology is crazy. I'm over here clicking and hit the wrong button.
When they're offering it in exchange for help.
They're not talking about nothing.
Because that's part of the investigation process.
All right.
Got to figure out if they're telling the truth. Information they deeming is correct and can help you further your investigation.
Wait, what happened? Oh, thank you, God. Thank you, y'all. I don't know what I hit. Oh my God. So we don't want to
Were
see
you
you.
able to get information about persons you did not previously find of interest after you began working with ADA Sprinkle?
Ain't nobody
Yes,
came
ma'am.
to see you, Otis. Let's see the trial.
Now, when you get to the point where you turn over a case to the district attorney's office, do you have to make arrests? I mean, have you at that point made arrests or taken out warrants?
Overall of this particular case.
In general, do you turn over the case before or after you've taken out warrants?
It depends on the investigation. Sometimes before, sometimes after. A whole lot of times more after the
Who is
arrest is
doing
made.
that?
And what is it that decides whether you're going to turn it over before you decide who to arrest versus after?
Depending on the investigation, like I said, we have a discussion, a meeting with the senior ADA, and let them know exactly what's going on with the investigation. This is what I've determined as a possible probable cause. 9 times out of 10, sometimes they see it your way, sometimes they don't.
And if you've made an arrest, do you have to go into court and testify after, not before trial, but before a judge to make any determination about whether or not?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Yeah, let's move on. Past the witness, he done. I mean, who shot John? That's what we want to know. Her next witness not ready, so she got to drag it. She got to drag it.
Were some of the people that ultimately you believe, Your Honor, I need to approach because there's a question that I don't was going to.
Man, let's go to lunch. Let's go to lunch. Got to turn off the mic.
All right, so we're gonna take our lunch break now.
Oh, I knew it.
Let's be back at
Oh my goodness, y'all.
1.
Come
We'll be
on.
back at 1:30. Can y'all be back at 1:30? Is that gonna give you all enough time? Let's do it, since we got a late start this morning. All right, detective, you can step out and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The question that I was going to ask was regarding some of the people that he arrested that ultimately did not end up on the indictment. And I'm going to follow whatever direction the court gives, but I think that Mr. Sledge was a person that he arrested that probable cause was not found for, and the state did not include as one of the persons, Mr. Sledge, and I think Mr. Copeland. I think that that's going to come out. And that we not only did we not proceed on that, but probable cause was not found for Mr. Sledge. So that was
Not an appropriate question.
Okay.
Anything else before we break for lunch? Nothing.
And Your Honor, just to get clarity, the court does, the appropriateness comes with the probable cause in the preliminary hearing, not with whether or not he took out warrants for them, right?
Right.
Okay.
Your Honor, to be exact, the state began to ask the question. They said, are there any defendants or whatever the noun was, that you believed, that's inappropriate.
Well, that's irrelevant.
And if they want to be precise, they need to say that you took warrants out for, not you believed.
Judge, what this witness did and why he did it is relevant. I don't think that one side can tell the other the appropriate way to ask the question. I don't think it's an inappropriate question, whether you had a difference of opinion regarding who.
And you were allowed to ask that.
Yes, the
But-
court, yeah.
Well, his personal belief is not relevant.
Okay, then, did you take out warrants for people we didn't indict? I mean, and I was going to ask specifically about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Sledge.
Okay, but you can't ask the other issues.
Okay.
All right. See everybody at 1:30.
All right, y'all. Some people were asking about Diddy, and that's what I was trying to do when I hit the wrong button and took the court stream down. I was trying to see if we could find a good press conference about the Diddy situation. So for those who want to stay, we can just watch a little bit of that. For those who want to go get something to eat, yeah, I hit the wrong. And there's so much going on. It ain't as, I wish it was just as easy as just sitting in this chair, but you got to make the mute button when you're not talking muted so the sound can be a little bit louder in the courtroom. You don't want to take away from the sound, and watching all these monitors and tabs, making sure the stream don't go down. It's a lot going on. Trying to get updates. Because I did want to bring someone on that was close to the Lil D situation later on, so I'm communicating back and forth with them as well. So thank y'all for working with me. But let's see what's going on the other side of the world in the Southern District of New York. Oh, they done found some guns in the man's house. Where these guns come from, Diddy? Hold on now.
Now front, please. Now front. Now. Julia.
He a billionaire. He better have some guns. And that trips me out. America is pro-gun. I mean, guns. When they see somebody with a gun, oh my God, he got a gun. Where y'all think we living at? Oh, no sound?
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start the Sean Combs press conference in about 2 minutes. If you have any questions about presentment, I'll come back out and we'll go over timing and give you a few updates. Thanks.
Can y'all hear it or no? Or y'all were just saying no sound because it hasn't started yet? Yeah, they see one gun. Let me fast forward it. We see the guns. Okay, there we go.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Wow.
Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines.
Wait a minute.
Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances.
Wait a minute. Did he say male? Hold up, y'all. I gotta pay attention.
Sex workers, victims. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
What?
As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal.
What?
In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine.
We ain't worried about no gun.
They also seized evidence of the freak-offs. Electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs. More than 1,000 bottles altogether.
Whoa, what?
Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
So they, oh my goodness.
As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well that we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced.
We know what a gun looks like. Get to the good stuff.
Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
Where the freak-off video and pictures? That's what we, you know.
Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them.
Oh, come on.
I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SDNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleiter and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
I got some questions.
ABC.
Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing that.
Don't worry about yesterday. As long as we take care of it today, 30 years later. Okay, Damien.
You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but.
Wait a minute, you got into the nitty gritty of the freak offs? Hold up.
Elements, I don't think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points. But we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
You just said that.
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them and were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation is something that we ran from, it's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it.
It was somebody's car. Oh my goodness.
That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
Yeah, people sending me links to other.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the house?
Yeah, for the people popping in, we're on lunch right now. So while we're on lunch, we're covering just a little bit of the Diddy stuff. So you're more than welcome to stay or just pop back in when YSL start back up.
This is in one place, so I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts, along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So, some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms.
That's a reach. That's a
last
reach.
question. Jacob Shamison.
That's a
Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. What part of this business empire is exposed?
All right, y'all.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. Let's listen to a little bit of Diddy's lawyer right quick as a response.
As of right now, hi, my name is Mark Ignifilo. I'm Mr. Combs' lawyer. We have not seen the indictment. I expect it'll be unsealed, I think within the hour. Then everyone will be able to see it. I expect we're going to have an arraignment at some point later today. It's unclear exactly what time, but as these details become known to me, I'll share them with the press, and you guys won't be behind the curve, I promise.
Did you speak to Mr. Combs?
I speak to him all the time. Yeah.
What's his reaction to everything that's happening?
We knew this was coming. I mean, he moved to New York, as I think some of you guys know. We brought him to New York about 2 weeks ago. because we knew this day was going to come, and it's here.
Did you expect it to happen last night? Was that planned?
No, it's not planned. Certainly, it's not planned by us. I mean, he came here to surrender at a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they arrested him last night. I spent the evening with him. I was with him until about 1 o'clock. His spirits are good. He's confident. He is dealing with this head on, the way he's dealt with every challenge in his life, and he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges. We know what the charges are going to be without seeing the indictment. It's going to be racketeering. It's going to be sex trafficking. It's going to be things along those lines. This is what we've been expecting since the searches in March. He, to his great credit, he voluntarily came to New York. Not a lot of defendants do that. He came to New York to basically engage the court system and start the case, and it'll start today. And he's going to plead not guilty, obviously. He's going to fight this with all of his energy and all of his might and the full confidence of his lawyers. And I expect a long battle with a good result for Mr. Combs.
Do you think he'll be released?
I'm going to fight like hell to get him released, and he should be released with all that he's done and coming here voluntarily. And guys, I'm going to cut it short because I have to go in. All right. So thank you all very much, and I'll keep you all posted.
Combs this morning?
Not this morning. I'm going to see him now. I was with him till 1 o'clock. So
Is he in court already?
I don't.
All right, y'all. So, sheesh. We got our hands full with this one. Pause. Wait a minute. 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I'm gonna drop the link real quick. This is insanity. I don't know if somebody else had. And for the people popping in, we on lunch right now with the YSL case, so we just talking, killing some time, if you will. So that's, for the people that's popping in. And I'll drop the link if anybody had anything they want to say about the YSL case or this one right here. But I mean, first of all, let's start with the prosecutor. I mean, you got to look at the optics. They know what they're doing. It's tactical sometimes. They say, why they pick New York and all his crimes was in California? Because we needed a U.S. attorney that looked like him. Hell, if somebody looked like him saying he's guilty, he must be guilty, right? Jiggy pointed something out like that similar earlier. But in seriousness, this is wild. This is insanity that the prosecutors will have a press conference and see what they do. Also, they poison the jury pool. Everybody in New York just watched what we watch. If they haven't yet, they will be by the time they get off. It's going to be on every TV station in New York. And then what's going to happen? It's going to be time for trial. And guess where the jury's coming from? From New York. And now they already got it in their minds because this lawyer got on national TV and said that Diddy is guilty. Damian Williams said he's guilty. So in a lot of jurisdictions, that's not allowed for prosecutors to do that. And then we don't even know because the president appoints the U.S. attorneys. So what happens is every jurisdiction got U.S. attorneys. And the president appoints those U.S. attorneys to enforce the law. And we know for a fact we're finna have a new president. We don't know who the new president will be, but we know it won't be the current president. So either way, it's gonna be a new president. And guess who appoints the U.S. attorneys? The president. So Damian may not even have a job. And the next prosecutor may come in and see things differently. The case may go away or may get a pardon, or who knows? You never know nowadays. Nothing's off the table. And the money right. And then especially I'm not saying Trump would do it, but it's his last term in office. See, when you're in your last term in office, you can do a little bit more than your first term, because your first term, you want to make sure you get reelected for your second term. But your last term in office, hey, some stuff you can move and shake. Because my thing is, where have all these allegations been all these years? I mean, when the money run out, or he quit paying y'all, the blackmailing, then all of a sudden, or were these complaining witnesses, some people call victims, alleged victims, were they already making these complaints for years and nobody listened to them? So this is going to be a tricky situation, but I wouldn't be surprised if something happens between now and then. This is just the beginning. And, you know, somebody else may, you know, once a new president come in, they may bump Trump on the shoulder. They may bump Kamala on the shoulder and say, hey, you know, I live in New York. I don't want to be no U.S. attorney way, California. I want to be U.S. attorney right here. And we went to school together. I got you elected Attorney General of California. Yeah, they're going to send Damien his walking papers. And that's what I think happened, with R. Kelly. R. Kelly kind of ran out of money. I mean, these parents were leaving their kids with a grown man, a stranger, to live with. Y'all ain't that much music in the world to live with them. But when that money ran out, but that's just me. Y'all, people got different opinions, and I'm cool with that. That's all right. Oh, somebody said they friends. See, they're gonna bring people out the woodworks that's trying to get paid. It's gonna be hard to sort through the weeds. But I think the most damaging evidence, I'm not worried about the guns, because the state attorney is basically saying just because guns were in the house, they made victims more fearful, more scared to go to the police. First of all, they had to have knowledge that just because there's an AK in somebody's closet in their house, if they don't bring it out and threaten me with it, I might not even know it's in the house. So just because y'all found it tucked in a closet, that don't mean that that was used to scare someone, unless the witness says, hey, that gun, he pointed at me or shot me with it, or whatever the allegations is. But I think the videos, somebody say a video phone, that's gonna get them. That video's gonna get him big time. And that's probably why they went to New York, because they could tell the jury, hey, jury, we're not running. We're here to fight these charges. My client's innocent. He didn't go to Cuba or wherever else. He came to New York because he knew they were going to try, because he knew they probably, when they did the raids, back months ago when they did the raids, he knew what they found, right? If you got some videos and stuff in your house, you're like, and then when they leave, you go look in your hiding spot and they gone, you're like, oh, then they got it. So yeah, he's probably gonna be up the creek without a paddle once the videos come out. But the thing is, they saying that he's been doing this for years. We don't know who's on the videos. And a lot of these famous people, they probably don't want their, want the court, you're playing an open court, what he allegedly did to them. So that's gonna be tricky. Somebody said about the witnesses, are they gonna come in voluntarily, or they're gonna be, yeah. Monica B, I wonder if the witnesses will be impeached or cooperate. So yeah, it's tricky. It's really tricky. Somebody said Jay-Z next. Y'all think so? not fill swimming pools with baby oil. Somebody said, Minister Fear, shout out to Minister Fear. I know it didn't take 30 years to lock him up for 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I want to hear the audio. We have the baby oil over. I repeat, we have the baby oil. Copy that. Right. Anybody who attended a Diddy party, they could have possibly, and I want to use allegedly, possibly being drugged. In their mind, they're probably like, oh man, the U.S. attorney has, footage, and I might be a potential witness. I'm like, man, And I know some of these witnesses, especially the males, they may call you in there, hey, we need you to testify, or he gonna go free. Well, hell, let him go free. Because some people do not want to get on the stand and do that. That's just, that's too much. And I'm not making light. Let me get this disclaimer. I'm not making light of the situation, but as attorneys, we see so much. I mean, just because a prosecutor come out and say something, I mean, now you got to prove it. Y'all seen all that extra stuff? A year ago, we gave him a key to the city, but now we giving them some handcuffs. What they have to do with anything? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's so much you can't. Sometimes you can't do nothing but laugh. It's just too crazy that they ignored it for 40, 50 years. I don't know how old Diddy is. At least in the 90s, had to be 30 years, easy. 40 years in the 80s. So yeah, that could be about right. Okay, y'all, let's Jiggy say drop the link again. He's not gonna do all that scrolling. Let me see if this indictment. I don't even know how you can make it. Okay, so we got that. What can you do over here? All right. So this is the indictment. And they listed all his names. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Diddy, PD, Love. They got the PD all right. All right, take your time, Jiggy. And you sure can't escape that love. They done got Diddy Love. Count one. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Let's kind of just skim through this right quick. We're gonna shout out to Young. We're gonna skim through this right quick. For the people popping in, the trial is at lunch right now, the YSL trial, lunch break. So we're just kind of going through the Diddy indictment just to kill some time. And I'm watching on a different feed. So as soon as I see movement in the courtroom, I'll switch back over. So we're not missing anything right now. People sending me links and stuff. So I'm gonna look at this chat and they got other stuff going on. Shout out to lawyer G with his client. What's the client name? Miss Lavonda. What's going on, y'all? I don't know if he married the mother of his last child. I don't know. You know what, Yolanda? You know what? Look, P said he did pardon somebody the last term. Let them tell it. Somebody said that they were trying to get a pardon. This could be a lie. And I think one of Trump's former attorneys, Rudy Giuliani, had told him You can get a pardon, but you need $2 million. And that's all alleged. We don't know if that's true or not. Shit, $2 million. Diddy might say, I got 20 million, 200 million. What? But this is all alleged. This ain't nothing that's in stone. But let's see what they say real quick while Jiggy hit the link. He was selling pardons. But I think the Constitution makes it clear the pardon power belongs solely to the president. And I know they try to create all type of boards, and you got to go through the board, and the board got to recommend to the president, and the president. The sole power belongs to the president, whoever that is. Now I don't know if you could sell them. Allegedly, we don't know. All right, let's see. It say for decades, Sean Combs, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, PD, Love, the defendant, the accused, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied upon his employees, his resources, and influence of the God, how many businesses he have? Oh my God. I know he got the record label. He has the clothing line. Y'all remember he had Sean John? Yeah, I remember the Sean John sets with the matching jacket and pants set. Sean John used to be the thing back in the day. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna pause. Let me let Jiggy up right quick. Oh, what's up, Jiggy?
Hello, you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you. What's the word?
What's going on, my boy? Blixen baby oil is crazy, man.
Not Blix and baby oil.
Blixen baby oil is nuts. But yo, the dude at the end, that was my favorite question. He said, wait, if this is a RICO case, why is there only one defendant? So either he got snitched on or more people about to get arrested, right? That's what that means.
I mean, according to the prosecutor, he said nothing's off the table. But I don't know if they want to really arrest the other people unless they arrest them not with the intention of keeping them in jail, but with the intention on them flipping against him. So a lot of times prosecutors will charge someone not really to lock them up, but for them to come back and say, hey, I want a deal.
Word, that's what I'm saying. He has to be the beard for that shit. Like, I don't want to say I'm like that person, but black people don't have that much power. We're the face for a lot of shit, but he don't really have that. He got a lot of money. He don't really got that much power. So I really feel like there's higher ups in front of him that are really doing it. And
so can you explain to us what a beard is?
Like a cover up for it. Like not necessarily a cover up, but like he could get you from point A to point B. But there's people above him that are really pulling the strings.
Oh, okay. So is that like Oh, okay, I got you. I was thinking when you were saying that it was like a handler, like a madam or a madame for the women, but it's just a concealment of his identity.
Correct.
Gotcha, that makes sense. Okay.
But I was about to say too, fucking damn, I forgot. I lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me.
Yeah. So, do you think he's gonna get away with it?
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Fucking, I think he's about to be in that courtroom like Nino Brown. He's about to be like, yeah, this is bigger than me. Like X, Y, and Z. I really got to look at them. I think that's about to happen.
I said get away with it. Look, I'm already finding him guilty. I said he's gonna get away with it. First of all, you believe he did it.
You meddling kids.
So y'all think the straw that broke the camel's back was the video of Cassie?
Yeah, whoever got their hands on that got the bag.
Once they seen that video of him, attacking her.
But I also believe that what his lawyer said that he knew, they all knew this was coming when nothing happened in March when they raided his crib. Like, I don't think he's that surprised as we are. Like, the lawyers always get a little bit of a heads up, stuff like that. So
Right.
he was prepared for it. It's interesting that he's still in custody though. That was kind of telling. I mean, wait, did he get arrested after business hours yesterday? Didn't that news leak like during court hours?
But they, the video did it too, Miss Bridget. But they so wild. Like your client can be there and ready to turn himself in, but it's more of a spectacle. It's more news worthy when you say, "Oh, he was just arrested at his hotel in New York," like y'all called him. He knew it was coming. Y'all could have told his lawyer, "Meet me at the police station. It's going down today."
That's probably why they didn't want to touch on the point like, oh, they said he was cooperating, did he turn himself in, shit like that, because he probably really was.
They said that there's higher up for sure, but he's going to be the fall guy. So somebody agree with you, Jiggy?
It depends. He's gonna be the fall guy for a little bit, but I really think if it comes down to it, he's gonna tell them everything they want to know. Especially if they're white. Hell yeah.
And I hear Epstein name brought up. I've seen it brought up a lot in the chat.
I don't know if it was necessarily Epstein though, but I think it's a situation like that. Like, yeah, there's not a mastermind, but a real sick person behind all of it, and they got everybody else like doing all the dirty work, so to speak.
Wait a minute, what do y'all mean? His attorney just asked them to impose a $50 million bond on MSNBC.
$50 million bond. $50 million.
Right?
Y'all know how much that is?
What Chris Rock said? It's not Chris Rock, Chris Tucker.
$30 million.
$50 million.
Who do you think he is, George Clinton?
$50 million. On rush hour. He said,
yeah, that's insane. He better not say that.
Y'all kidnapped. I can find that just for. Let me see. I can find that. Y'all, let's bring in some relief to get a light laugh in. What they said, $50 million. Oh, so I can find it.
That boy got mad quotables now that I think about it.
All right, here we go.
If you want to go back alive, listen and do not talk.
Okay, I'm listening. Let me get a pen. All right, cool.
The drop will be made tonight, 11 p.m. The amount will be $50 million.
$50 million? And who you think you kidnapped, Chelsea Clinton?
Keep him talking.
Oh, Chelsea Clinton.
$50 million.
Nah, people saying, now that I'm thinking about it again, though, people saying it's a Cassie video. It really was when he tried to go after the liquor company, bro. That's really when it got hectic for him. He got too big for his bridges, and them higher ups said, nope, we letting you know you still an N-word.
Well, sometimes you gotta let the court know, Judge, we're so serious about returning that my client is willing to put up a large sum of money, such as $50 million, because he's going to return back for that money. And if he puts up the whole bond, he's entitled to get it all back at the end of this trial, no matter what.
If he wins or loses?
Say it again?
If he wins or loses, he could get it back?
Right, because bail is not a punishment. It's not a penalty because right now he hasn't been found guilty of a crime. Well, let me qualify that. A lot of people, what they do is they go through bail bonds companies and they pay a bondsman 10%. Now, if you pay a bondsman 10%, let's say your bond is like $100,000. You pay your bondsman 10%, which is $10,000. That bondsman keeps that $10,000 as profit. And what the bondsman do, he's basically putting up that $100,000 to the court on your behalf. So if you don't show up to court, the bondsman has to pay that whole $100,000 to the courthouse. But as a reward for the bondsman putting up his own money, the whole $100,000, he's charging you $10,000 as his profit. So say, hey, I'm putting up my money for you. I'm risking $100,000, so that you got to pay me $10,000 for doing that. But let's say you have your own $100,000, and you put up your own $100,000 to the court. You don't go to the bonds. You go to the courthouse. Hey, judge, here's my $100,000 check. At the end of it, you get your whole $100,000 back.
Okay, I get it.
So if you don't go through a bondsman, you don't have to pay that 10% fee to the bondsman, and that's how they make their money. They make a lot of money, but they lose a lot of money if the person doesn't show up to court. And if that person doesn't show up to court, I mean, losing $100,000 is way worse than gaining $10,000 as a profit, because you're losing 10 times more.
Losing $100,000 is way worse than going to jail forever.
Yeah. So bond, it's kind of complicated, and different states have different rules, but that's pretty much the gist of it. And that's why bail bonds, that's how they make their profit, by charging people, clients 10%. But you can, I see somebody said different. See, you can bid on bond.
I'm telling y'all though, I'm really thinking it, when he tried to go after the liquor company and use that whole race card shit, that's really when it got spooky for him. Because everybody knows he's been doing like these rumors. Well, now it's not rumors, it's an indictment. But people have said these stories about him for years and just kind of laughed it off or swept it under the rug. But when he tried to get them people's bread with the liquor company and said, "Oh, they ain't doing me right, X, Y, and Z," that's when they're like, "All right, we gotta bring you back down to earth."
But my thing is, if he had any intentions of leaving or fleeing the jurisdiction, as they call it, why did he leave already? I mean, he knew that it's like if you have a drug stash in your home and the police raid your home, and when the police leave, you're gonna go look in your stash spot. And if you took your drug, chances are they're gonna come back and indict you. They got the evidence. The only difference is drugs is something that you can kind of see unless they want to test it. They normally will arrest you right away. They didn't arrest Diddy right away because obviously they didn't play 1,000 tapes right there when they grabbed the tape. They had to go and analyze it, take it to the U.S. attorneys, the lawyers, and that's when they came back with the charges. So
wait, my fault. Go ahead.
No, but I'm saying Diddy knew that these charges were coming because he knew that when they left his home that day, when they tore it up, we all see the pictures, that he knew that they had the tapes in his mind, like, oh, they have my tapes. I'm in trouble now. So that would have been the time for him to, and that was months ago, that would have been a time for him to leave. No.
They saying he came back though, and I believe he did come back.
Right, but he was on vacation. I'm thinking
he got 1,000 different places he could go. He came back to New York.
Right, and I think he came back to New York in preparation for this that was coming. I mean, they tried to make it seem like we called Diddy. He was, we called him. We had to grab him out of his hotel. It wasn't even like that. I really believe that. The lawyers were already in contact.
Like, hey, it's time, word.
All right.
So you think they took the guns the same day? They had to, right?
Yeah, I think they took them the same day, but I don't really think the guns are.
He definitely knew. Yeah, he probably got security that could vouch for him and paperwork, but in either case,
right? Ain't Diddy a billionaire? He better have a gun or two in his house. I'm trying to figure out what I know. Normal people that have guns that look like like AKs or what they call them.
That's an AK, but they call it a Draco.
What's my gun? Where my gun people at in the chat?
I'm a civilian.
Semi-automatic. Yeah, y'all know they had them guns at the gun ranges. That ain't nothing. That's out of the ordinary.
Tell you one thing, Trump ain't giving Diddy no pardon.
Somebody said they friends.
Yeah, okay.
But somebody said, don't give me the line.
I know 50 Cent's Instagram is about to be lit.
Now I get it. I like I said earlier, I get why his lawyers proposed such a high bond. I mean, it's not like he'll rather pay this amount of money in a bond than sit in jail. So, but that money is not like a fee. If he posts his whole entire bond himself, he's entitled to get that money back. And she said New York gun laws. I don't even know if they found the guns in New York. That's why one of the reporters has said, why is this case in New York when a lot of these things happen elsewhere? And then the lawyer was like, well, New York, we're known for prosecuting big cases. We do this all the time. So we were the best place to have his trial, like, you know.
Wait, so it's not even a fake case yet?
No, it's a fake. Yeah, them were the fakes for sure. But I'm saying it's different areas of the fake. Like you have the Southern District of New York. It's different from the Southern District of Texas. They're all the feds, but it's just a different area of the map. A different state, different jurisdiction. Put it like that.
How you feel about Miss Love's doing all this stalling though? She's smarter than she looks though. Cause my fault. I didn't even let you answer.
Say that again.
I said, I cut myself off because I cut you off. I said, my fault. I asked you a question.
No, you're all right. And it happens like this in court a lot. One person will be talking and you think the other person's finished and you jump in. And then the judge, don't cut each other off. I thought it was done. What you mean? But yeah, it ain't no big deal. Let me see.
Fucking you agree with what I said though, or what do you think right now? You don't got to agree or disagree, but
which part?
When I was like, she killing two birds with one stone because she really waiting for Zachary to get out of the hospital. Because I really think their plan was to do what they did to Woody and just force him on the stand, like give him the immunity and just have him talk. But then once Twitter got word of it and they kind of blew it up, that's when it was like, oh shit, we can't do it again. So that's when they started backtracking. And now she's killing two birds with one stone because she's putting all these irrelevant black detectives on stand in front of the jury, like, hey, these black people are going against them. You should too.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I want to talk to somebody on Lil D side or got connection with the family.
Oh yeah, you said that.
Because I want to see exactly what's really going on.
They supposed to join the stream later?
Yeah, it might not be till
after court.
Yeah, after court. We gonna but let me see something. Let's see. Hold on quick. I'm gonna see if they put anything out about the bond yet. Okay, I don't think a bond decision has been made yet. Yeah, they say that he's offered to put up $50 million and to wear a GPS monitor on his ankle. And then they said that he also he's selling his private plane. They say his private plane is all the way in LA, in Los Angeles, so he's not going to have access to it because right now he's trying to sell his plane. So, Judge, he's not going to fly away. He's not going to have a plane to fly on. Okay. So yeah, they're doing everything they can think of to ask the judge to give him a bond, and of course the prosecutors are now denying the bond. Let me see. What screen was I on as far as the indictment? Did I? I think we had an indictment screen.
Yeah, but I see that's where Bond gets tricky because like I think Jeff and Diddy should both be granted bonds, but in a case like Diddy's, I can see why the state would like has an argument that he shouldn't get bond. You know, somebody like Jeff, who there's no real evidence against him, I think that should be like an automatic bond. They just don't get that shit.
What you mean?
Like if there's no evidence against you, that should make your chances for bond or bail way.
But you gotta see what they're accusing him of doing. They say to do so, Combs relied on his employees' resources.
No, yeah, I'm saying in a case like his, there's an argument that he should be held without bond. But I'm saying in somebody like Jeff's case, where there's not really much evidence and they already let people go or pleas and shit, I just don't see how you can't even like put a number on the bond. Like they say no bail, no nothing.
Because they're gonna say that he got the means. I mean, employees' resources, and the influence of multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise. And I guess whose members and associates. So I guess you're right. Whose members and associates. So there's other people engaged in with him and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Wasn't it someone that said they were shot in the restroom at Diddy house?
Yep. I think it was a girl too. Oh no, it might have been a dude, but somebody was definitely popped in the leg, and they kind of left him there. Like they said, his son way had seen him or heard it, then came down to check, and just walked out.
Yeah, so I think they said he shot, but I don't see that so far in this indictment. I mean, we just kind of skimming through it. But who else? And I believe it was a man that said that Diddy tried to take him out. I think he wrote a book about it in a nightclub before. Chased him down in the car, trying to take him out.
I just hope we find out that Sean really didn't shoot him and that he got Tupac killed and Biggie. That's all I want to come from this trial. And justice for the sexual worker victims too, of course.
So I'm sure he doesn't know anyone else who has a plane, right? You're right. He's going for the over cooperative level. Yeah, sometimes you can do too much. You know, you're selling. I think the biggest thing is, Judge, I wanted to run, I would have been gone.
Exactly.
I want to stay out and help my lawyers prepare for trial so I can fight for, my freedom and my defense. You don't got to, sell this, sell that. I mean, because he's not accused of, I don't think he's accused of murder, yeah. Now, if it becomes an issue later on, we can readdress it. If he's out here tampering with witnesses or bribing them or trying to take them out, and that's a concern, then, we could talk about it.
Man, there's gonna be so many people coming out the woodwork trying to get a piece of his bread now.
Oh, yes. And you're going to be, and they may be, hey, you may have somebody behind the scenes paying some money. They may be dropping like flies. They may start off with 10 witnesses. The next thing you know, they may get amnesia. 1985? Which 1985? What? I don't remember nothing like that. They'll play crazy like Woody did.
Bad Boy Records is a name that's aging terribly for him.
Right, and I'm sure if we keep scrolling through this,
Bad Boy Bottles and Blicks, nasty way.
I think we're popping back on, y'all. So appreciate you, Jiggy. You can Skype if you want to, or
how much you do your thing. I'll hop on later.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you kindly.
All right, yeah.
And I don't know whether or not
I'm gonna go back a few seconds, y'all. So just make sure we get it all.
A couple of things, and to make certain that I move in limine that these matters not be broached. on cross-examination. I have intentionally not asked about the content of anybody's interviews. And I don't know whether or not any member of the defense intends to attempt to elicit testimony about what any particular witness or defendant said who has not testified from Detective Thorp. But I would ask that the court preclude questioning about what anybody said in an interview that has not yet testified. And I don't want to have to object like I'm trying to hide something, but I did specifically ask about certain people. But I intentionally did not go into what the content of any interviews were. So in as much as that may be an issue.
Y'all, we got our last one for today. I ain't gonna stop it after this. In as much as we got our fifth one.
But the content of any interviews were. So in as much as that may be an issue, I would rather, if we can, address it before the jury comes out.
All right.
This squeaky chair. That's her favorite word. She gonna say it 5 times per day. In as much as.
Well, I know that. So, does anybody want to be heard on that?
No.
I guess it depends on the question and the reason for it. So that's very broad. So I don't want to agree with, I don't want the court to just say, yes, that's off limits, but I think we should do a question by question objection.
Okay, and what would your basis be?
Hearsay as to any witness that has not testified.
All right, I mean, I don't know that I can decide that before I hear sort of what questions being asked.
I'll give you an example, if I may. You've heard the name Spencer Wright, Your Honor, which is R-I-G-H-T for the Mr. Winfrey. Well, it is my belief that Spencer Wright lied, did not tell the truth. He was looking to get a deal, a favorable agreement from the district attorney's office through the detective as well. And Detective Thorp took out warrants that then were not followed through. That would not be hearsay because it's not offered for the truth. So that's why I said the question by question should be continued.
She stood up.
Your Honor, having Detective Thorp testify that Spencer Wright lied necessarily gets to what Spencer Wright said. I think it's an improper question to ask him if he lied.
I would not think that was what Mr. Steele would be asking. Mr. Steele.
Example, it's a very broad objection, so you asked for a response. My response is we should go question by question.
And Your Honor, the reason that since Mr. Steele used Spencer Wright, for instance, if the question is, did Spencer Wright tell you, or did you, given that Mr. Steele's assertion is he thinks he lied, and therefore asking him about what he said isn't really offering for the truth of the matter asserted, it's hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement, and I don't believe that it can be cured with the assertion, well, I believe he lied. If he wants to get into what Spencer Wright said, then Spencer Wright can be called as a witness, but I don't think that it's proper to allow Detective Thorp, one, to characterize, to testify about what Spencer Wright said when I've not opened that door, and there's no exception that affords him the ability to permissibly elicit that type of testimony from the witness. I'll stop there.
So I would think that if I understand Mr. Steele's argument correctly, if he asks, what did Spencer Wright say, or who did Spencer Wright say did X, Y, Z, that he wouldn't be eliciting that for the truth of what Mr. Wright said, but to then follow up and say warrants weren't taken out for whomever that person was, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Your Honor, I mean, he could ask whether warrants were taken out based on what Spencer Wright said, but I think that him getting into whether he lied or what he said specifically.
Yeah, I don't
would
think
not be
he's,
proper.
yeah, I agree with that, but we weren't talking about a question about whether the officer thinks that, or the detective thinks that Mr. Wright lied. It would have been, you had said this would be hearsay, and he's offering something that if he asked it wouldn't be for hearsay purposes because it wouldn't be for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor,
So I mean, I can't make a blanket ruling that nobody can ask anything about.
But
go ahead.
asking about whether Mr. Steele believes that it's the truth or not, eliciting specific statements from the witness. It's an out-of-court statement that may or may not be considered true. He may say he's not offering it for the truth of the matter, but I think it's akin to asking what Detective Thorp did based on information he got from other people. And the idea is that it wasn't that what they said is true. He followed up on it, but I can't talk about what the other people said. And in the same manner that the objection was sustained, that I can't even, it's somehow embedded hearsay, this idea that having Detective Thorp talk about what Spencer Wright said that Mr. Williams' attorney believes isn't true, somehow is okay because he doesn't believe it's true. It's the same type of situation where he's asking a question that necessarily relies on hearsay and sort of almost implicitly puts before the jury information that without Spencer Wright testifying, they should not be made privy to. And he can ask a question, did Spencer Wright give you information? Did you try to confirm it or to disprove it based on what Spencer Wright said? Did you do certain things? But getting into the specifics of what Spencer Wright said, I believe, is even more improper than, is not proper.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, we're ready for the witness and the jury.
And I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing. And I will be asking if he interviewed certain defendants. I will not be asking what they said.
Okay. Yes.
Just as a protective measure, it is my understanding that Detective Thorpe did not interview Mr. Williams. I would object to any questions. Did you interview Mr. Williams? I just don't see the relevance of it. It already came out. I objected to it. Did Mr. Williams come down? It was with Mr. Sledge. I objected to that question by the prosecutor. Did Mr. Williams come down? Did you, Mr. Sledge, speak with the police with Mr. Coben? Did Mr. Williams come down? I asked the court that comments on pre-arrest silence under ORR, and I know it's not a blanket rule anymore, but it's a 403 analysis. I don't see any benefit to it. So again, I don't want Mr. Williams' name to come up. Did you speak with or interview Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, I have a response as a court.
Go ahead.
Judge, on cross-examination of Mr. Sledge, it was elicited that that it was talked about that Mr. Williams encouraged Mr. Sledge to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station, and that the state instructed the witness to not tell the jury that. The fact that And then Mr. Sledge somehow said yes. But the fact that that happened and the fact that if that is what's out there, and of course I impeached him, I believe, but the fact that if it's relevant that Mr. Williams encouraged him before Mr. Williams, the pre-arrest silence prohibition does not apply to if Mr. Williams is encouraging someone to go. Did Mr. Williams go with him did Mr. Williams ever go down to the police station himself to talk about the fact that his stepfather's house was shot up? Asking about Mr. Williams going down to the police station after it's been talked about that he encouraged someone else to, I think is very relevant. If he's encouraging someone else to go, then he can go himself. And I'd have to find the case, but specifically.
Right. I don't think a question that just says, did you interview A, did you interview B, did you interview C? And the answer is either yes or no is a comment on pre-arrest silence if they say no. So you may ask that question.
Okay.
Are we now ready for the witness and the jury?
I wanted to ask the court, so will the court allow me to ask whether or not defendant Williams ever, not just did he interview him, but will the court permit me to ask if he ever came to offer information about the shooting at his stepfather's house?
No.
Yes. Pre-arrest silence. No.
Right. If a defendant has a right to remain silent, you can't question why they didn't come and offer something to the police or did not offer or stayed away from the police. I mean, that's too close to basically telling the jury that you don't have a right to remain silent, or else he would have came and talked to us. So yeah, the judge is right on that one. Love try to be slick.
Not just did he interview him, but will the court permit me to ask if he ever came to offer information about the shooting at his stepfather's house?
No, I think that gets a little too close to pre-arrest silence. No.
Mm-mm.
Are we now ready for the jury and the witness?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
She try to be slick. She know that's not appropriate. Cause that's shifting the burden to Young Thug. I don't got to prove that he did it. He needs to prove that he didn't do it. Why didn't he go to the police station and talk to them? Like, what? Because he has a right not to. He has a right not to be a witness against himself. Yeah, y'all own it. She been trying to do it. Still didn't even need to reply. The judge was like, no. I mean, that's basic law 101. She know better. I bet she's still gonna try some slick. Watch. She gonna try some slick. Somebody say she needs to order a bottle of baby oil. We know where she can get it from. Lord. Because apparently they got it in stock and by the bundles. Johnson & Johnson going to get put out of business. Allegedly. He said Glanville would have allowed it. Oh, man. Let me stop. Yeah. Okay, where she come from? Oh. We already got somebody that disliked the video.
I think it is.
Okay.
Cool.
Detective Thorp, before you talked
Oh, my
to
goodness.
Kenneth Copeland, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented a Corvette before he rented the Gray Infinity?
No, ma'am.
After you
She gonna bend in front of the camera. She don't do nothing else.
spoke with Mr. Right, did you also, without talking about what anybody said, speak with a person with the last name Stillwell, Tremont Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with that person along with ADA Sprinkle?
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
hold on. Oh man.
When you mentioned earlier that you put out a picture, a photo of the person entering the barber shop with a gun, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 292 Charlie, 292 Yankee Charlie 2, and ask you if this is generally the depiction that you release to the public.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit. Just 1 second.
Oh man, y'all.
5 Yankee, and ask you whether this is or isn't similar to the photograph that you released to the public.
So this y'all lead detective in Atlanta.
Just 1 second.
Between him, Gaither, and that other one. No wonder ain't nothing get solved. Yeesh. Oh man.
And while we're actually pulling up, it's going to be a different exhibit. I'll ask you this. After speaking with Kenneth Copeland, did you also speak with Antonio Sledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all was in the room or in the interview with Mr. Sledge?
Yes, should be Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither.
There we go. Dennis.
And did you also speak with Diamante Kendrick?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in the room when you interviewed him?
Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis.
Did you also interview Shannon Stillwell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who was in the room when you interviewed him?
I believe Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither on that one also.
And were all of these interviews captured in the same way that the interviews in normal interview rooms are recorded, audio and video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Showing you 296 Yankee.
They know she's gonna be here all day, so they ain't got nothing to do.
Is 296 Yankee reflective generally, like, of the area that you put out or depicted when you put out the photo of the car passing by the barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what, KB?
After you...
Y'all funny.
Did you learn about a Kelvin Treadwell during the course of your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak with Mr. Treadwell?
I believe so.
Okay. After, did you know about a person by the name of Javaris Bradford before you turned your file over to the district attorney's office?
No, I did not.
Did you learn about a person named Javaris Bradford afterwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall where you first heard the name Javaris Bradford in the course of this investigation?
The fall investigation done by Senior 88, Mike Sprinkle, and his team.
All right. Ariel Bax, had you heard that name prior to turning over the case to the district attorney's office?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn that name after ADA Sprinkle began looking into this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What about Did you know about a person by the name of Kenya Morton?
No, ma'am.
Did you learn about Kenya Morton after you turned the case over to ADA Sprinkle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you personally ever pull any phone calls from the jail from a Martinez Arnold?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you now? Did you personally ever interview or speak with Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams?
No, ma'am.
Tell me if you interviewed or knew of rather the name Justin Cobb before you turned the
Thank you
case
so
over
much,
to the
Ms.
DA's
Bridget.
office.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember how you first learned of that name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about it before your investigation, or did you know of that name before you began the investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am, during.
Did you speak with Justin Cobb before you turned the case over to the district attorney's office?
I do not believe so.
Would you tell the jury whether after the interviews that you made, whether you conducted any other acts to further your investigation, either in conduct, in tandem with Mr. Sprinkle or someone else, in order for you to further your investigation into the murder of Donovan Thomas, without telling what anybody said?
Okay. Yes, I did.
What types of other actions did you take to further your investigation?
Interviews.
Mhm.
We conducted several interviews afterwards,
Okay.
in which they took the lead.
In which who
That
took
was
the
nice.
88, senior 88, Mike Sprinkle.
I was wondering who got it.
after those interviews and when you collected cell phone records, was it you that plotted them, or did you simply aid in collecting the cell phone records?
ADA collected cell phone records and sent it all over to the ADA's office.
Okay.
It was really kind of you, Ms. Bridget. Thank you so much.
Did before you turned your case over to the district attorney's office, did you execute a warrant for people who were not later indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
No, ma'am.
Did you, and by a warrant, I mean, did you have a cert or an arrest warrant signed for Antonio Sledge for the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, I believe so, I did.
Is that a person that the district attorney's office declined to prosecute for the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you execute an arrest warrant for Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office decline to prosecute Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the district attorney's office indict people that you had not arrested or executed arrest warrants for?
Yes, they did.
Was one of those persons Javoris Bradford, as it relates to the murder of Donovan Thomas?
I
to your
believe
knowledge?
so.
And what about Justin Cobb?
I believe so also.
And did the district attorney's office execute or indict the remaining people that you executed arrest warrants for?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
How long is it customary to investigate a murder? Do you have a certain timeline that you have to finish it by?
No, ma'am.
Do you close it after one arrest, or if there are other suspects, or do you continue to investigate it?
Continue to investigate.
Is it unusual for you to investigate a murder for over a year, or is that common?
No, ma'am, it's not unusual.
And so over the course of a year, can you tell the jury what is it that would take a year versus allowing you to finish a murder in 48 hours, like you might see on TV? Your Honor,
I mean, sustained, you might be able to ask something different, but sustained as to that question.
yes, Your Honor. Would you tell the jury some of the factors that led to the length of time that you investigated this particular murder, generally speaking?
Cooperation, other substantial evidence, physical evidence from the scene, tangible, and that there was a series of people that we had to interview to suss out what was good leads, what was bad leads.
Okay. Were you ever given any, were you ever able to obtain any surveillance footage from a McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue?
I believe I was not to my knowledge.
Did you make an effort when you obtained information in an interview to follow up on each piece of information, or did you just discard some and just?
No, I followed up on.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Right. I mean, I don't know what she's trying to prove here. I mean, you arrested all these people for murder, and then you end up throwing out all those cases because you had the wrong people.
Can you describe for the jury where the are you familiar with a place called the Green Store?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of place is the Green Store?
It's one of the local neighborhood convenience stores, mom and pops.
Okay. Were you ever able, or did anyone ever give you reason to believe there was surveillance footage at the Green Store of interest to you?
Not to my knowledge.
When you interviewed people who were under arrest, did you make certain to always read them their rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they weren't under arrest, was there ever any reason to read any rights?
No, ma'am.
All right, just 1 second.
She ain't got no questions. She playing because she asked that earlier. She really playing. So y'all, you just proved that y'all known for arresting people and dismissing charges.
Do you recall the time, the exact specific time that you took the warrants out for the murder of Donovan Thomas? Arrest
No.
warrants.
I believe it was around the month of November.
Of what year?
2015.
Okay. And do you remember when it was that you turned the case over to the DA's office?
January of 2016.
Okay. Did you know the name Demise McMullen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn about that name prior to turning the case over to the DA's office?
No, ma'am.
She don't got no questions, y'all. She fishing. I'm telling y'all, she don't have nothing else. Yeah, she's trying to get ahead of it. I mean, because if you arrested the wrong person, who's to say you don't got the wrong people now?
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have at this moment.
All right.
I told
Any
you.
defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Get them still. I told y'all she didn't have nothing left. She was just fishing around. Get him.
Good afternoon, Detective Thorp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steele.
How are you?
Fine, sir. How about yourself?
Can I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
I want to go to Sunday morning, January 11th of 2015.
Yes, sir.
So just to orient you and the jury, you're at the Atlanta Police Department with Kenneth Copeland. That's what I'm focused on, okay?
Yes, sir.
And there's something in evidence already. It's a video audio recording.
Yes, sir.
And you were the one who started or ensured that that room was being video and audio recorded when you were with Mr. Copeland. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it's already in. It's JW, Jeffrey Williams, 241D. May I play it, please?
You may.
Please play it.
It should come up on your screen.
Let it come up on mine. Oh, there we go. Ooh, his head shiny.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who? Who's Walter Maddox? Huh? No name? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity? Infinity. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you been stopped in an Infinity before? Have I? Yeah. An accident in an Infinity? No. A maximum? Have I ever had a cover again? No. Okay. Let me think. So did you? Anytime. I had a coverage in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage. I ain't had no registry. I ain't have none of it. What kind of car your brother drive? Who was that in there? A white Dodge Charge. This truck car he gave me. Your brother got two cars? Nah, they girl got a car in the car. He got the Dodge Charge. Oh. Then she got the little ugly little Malibu. Like 19, 2014 Dodge Charge? Yeah. Yeah. Who drives a Nissan? A Nissan? What color? What color is it? Gray. How about that on Nissan? Okay. Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray? A gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not I know of.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's fair. That's accurate. Looks true.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were asking Mr. Copeland questions about a gray, potentially rental car Infinity. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this is within 8 hours approximately of the shooting of Mr. Donovan Thomas and the two other people, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you asked him those questions, Mr. Copeland was there because you had information, I believe, that the streets were calling his name about being involved in this crime, right?
Yes, sir.
So you gave him the opportunity through a conversation you had on the telephone. If he wants, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to come in and talk to you, that's what we're going to talk about, his possible being involved in the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when he told you, no, he didn't know Mr. Maddox, no, there was nothing to do with a gray colored Infinity rental car, you had already, obviously, information that he may have been involved with that car. Is that fair to say?
Sustained.
The car that I just referred to. gray rental car Infinity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, he denied any knowledge or access to that type of vehicle that we just saw in Jeffrey Williams 241D, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a reason to believe that he was not being truthful, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to the improper form of the question.
Sustained.
You did not, at that point, you had information contrary to his denial, true?
Yes, sir.
Now, he also at that same interrogation meeting, interview, whatever you want to call it is fine, with Mr. Copeland, you also asked him where he was at and around the time of the shooting. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And he told you two places of interest. One is a McDonald's, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes regarding at or around the time of the shooting.
Overruled.
Tells you about a McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir. He told me about McDonald's.
And that McDonald's, the jurors have seen pictures and they've heard the address, but we're talking about on Cleveland Avenue, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And it's near a laundromat. If you're familiar with the area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Near the laundromat, near the auto place, and across the street is other establishments, including a gas station convenience store. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, at that time, were there cameras, when I say cameras, surveillance cameras, on the laundromat building?
I believe so. There was.
Were there cameras on the McDonald's?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras on the auto parts store?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Were there cameras across the street on the convenience store gas station?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you went, I assume you followed up on that alibi, true?
Yes, sir.
When you went to those establishments, or did you go to those establishments?
Yes.
I object on the basis of assuming facts, finding and evidence. There was no, the question was regarding an alibi and base. I think it's an improper question.
Overruled.
Did you go to those establishments?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you attempt to locate and ask for use subpoena power? The jurors may not use a search warrant to get any of those video surveillance cameras if they existed.
I went and checked to see the video footage. So if they had video footage that could be of use, then that's when I'll go and obtain a search warrant to indicate in the search warrant, this is the time frame I'm looking for. But I believe at McDonald's, they already had reached their 15-day mark. So the video footage, I think, was already overwritten, I believe.
Now, who did you already told the jury that you would take notes and put this all in your reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have to do that. You have to document what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes cases are tried. In our case, we're 9 years after, 9+ years after January 10th, 2015, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors whether you ever put in your report anywhere that you saw the video at the McDonald's or you spoke with somebody?
No, I believe I did not.
Uh-oh.
Is there a reason you did not put that detail in your report?
No, because I didn't understand any evidence from that. So that's why I didn't document in my report, but I had it in my notes.
Okay. How about your notes then? Did you ever, where are your notes today?
I can't find my notepad.
Hold on. Did he just say he can't find his notepad? Hold on. Y'all see what I mean about the Atlanta detectives? No good.
Notes.
Okay. How about your notes then? Did you ever, where are your notes today?
I can't find my notepad.
Case over.
And to be fair to the jury, I asked you about your notes previously, fair?
Yes, sir.
And you said the same thing. You can't find it, right?
Yes, sir.
It's gone.
Yes, sir.
Of course.
Now, how about you mentioned McDonald's. How about the auto parts store? That video surveillance. Can you tell the jurors what you did to secure that surveillance on January 10th, 2015, the relevant period of time?
Same time, I believe I went out there maybe a couple of days later to look because I focused on the McDonald's since that was he was talking about. And I did not obtain any video from them either.
What did that person tell
Get
you?
off. Just go.
If you remember.
Objection is to hearsay.
Shout out the Keys and Mobile.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this way. In your report, did you put anything about going to the auto parts store to inquire about their surveillance?
No, sir.
Okay. And it would be in your notes?
Yes, sir.
Notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Can't find.
Sustained.
That's a fair
Across
question.
the street, the convenience store, gas station, their surveillance equipment. Did you go there and ask them for theirs?
I believe I would ask them for theirs.
You did not?
I believe I did not.
Okay. And how about the laundromat across the street from the McDonald's?
I don't think their system was working at that time.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
No, can't remember the name.
And the same questions, it's not in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned the green store. Do you know the true name of the green store by any chance?
No, sir, not offhand.
Okay, that's fine. But it's called the green store for the obvious reason that it was green?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how far, if you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not familiar. Would you say the green store is from the location, God forbid, that Donovan Thomas was shot?
I want to say maybe a couple of blocks.
We're talking close, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Copeland told you that on January 10th, 2015, when I say told you, I'm still sticking to January, the next day or 8 hours later. He told you also that he was at around the green store at around the time of Mr. Thomas being shot. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware, did you find out, did you look for it, whether the green store had surveillance cameras?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did the green store have surveillance cameras?
I believe their system was down also.
Okay. And who did you speak with?
I can't recall the person's name.
And did you put it's not in your report, fair to say?
No, sir.
And the notes are gone.
Yes, sir.
Notes gone.
Now, surveillance footage is a good tool. Would you agree with that? for
Yes,
law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Because a surveillance camera, if it's properly working, no one tampered with it, it doesn't really have any motivation or agenda. Is that fair?
Vague and
Everyone.
True.
True.
And it just captures, if it's working properly, the images that it has in front of it, right?
True.
So we wouldn't really have to debate whether Mr. Copeland or others were at a McDonald's if we had that surveillance.
objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, with regards to Mr. Copeland, when he told you he made the denial of the infinity, remember what we just played? At that point in time, that got you, I assumed, so you tell us, that got you interested in maybe he's not being forthright. Is that fair?
Objection, Your Honor, as to improper questions regarding.
Sustained.
You questioned whether he was being truthful with you. Is that fair to
Objection
say?
still, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have questions on his answers that he denied the infinity?
Objection,
Bless
vague.
you.
Bless you. I
I'm
said
sorry.
vague. I said objection vague. The question was, did you have questions?
Questions on his. Sustained.
How did you take it when Mr. Copeland said, no, I don't have anything to do and no memory of the infinity?
Objection, Your Honor, vague
Overruled on that basis.
Okay, how did I take it?
and relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Oh man, Judge helping her.
Let me ask you about
Judge helping her. Overruled on that basis. You got another one?
Jeffrey Williams, okay? You found out that Jeffrey Williams rented a Corvette vehicle from Hertz Rental Car at the airport, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And when I say rented, on or about January 6, 2015, something like that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
If my day's wrong, I'm not trying to, it's around that time, right?
Yes, sir.
and then the infinity on around January 7th, 2015. Fair to say?
Okay. Did I find out if he rented it January 7th?
You found out later that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams, in his name, there's an infinity vehicle rented, right?
Yes, sir. Through the DA's office. Yes, sir.
Tell the jurors what evidence you have that Jeffrey Williams drove that infinity vehicle, rented vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, regarding matters that within the province of the jury in terms of evidence.
Rephrase.
Do you have any evidence to share with the
Rephrase.
jury?
That's the issue, that she's rephrased the question.
I think that's a proper question.
Rephrase the question.
I'm going to have to move on to another topic. Let me ask you about,
Do y'all want to approach from that?
sure.
Just check and make sure it's a little distracting. Check and make sure your fans aren't getting kicked up by it.
All right, y'all. So apparently they have to take a break. So Detective Thorp can go look for his notes. They gotta go look for his notes. They gotta go look for his notes. Thank you, Miss Bridget. Keep laughing. That's why that you said that, Miss Bridget, because a juror had told me that in my last trial. Because sometimes my personality spills over into the trials. Because sometimes when you know they up that line, you can't do nothing but laugh. Oh man. I had and actually in my last trial, a similar issue happened. I had asked the officer, "You got the information wrote down?" He's
You're
like, "No."
taking it anyway, so go ahead.
I had asked the officer. I said, "You got the information wrote down?" He said, "No, I didn't write it down." But we talked about it. I said, "Well, of course it's on your body cam, right?" And I already knew it wasn't on his body cam because they never turned it over to me. I said, "Of course it's on your body cam if you didn't write it down." Guess what he said? He said, "Nah, my battery was dead." Boy, go on. Go on. I said, "Of course it was." It was dead. Why you still winning? Just leave it in the car. Like Shannon Sharp say, leave it in the car.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Steph.
All right.
Same here, sir.
You're standing up. You have questions?
He said, "You ain't gonna catch him
Well,
on."
I mean, you're up and nobody else is, so I guess you can take your turn now and then we'll see whether anybody else has questions.
Shannon Sharp said, "You ain't gonna catch him no more. He gonna leave his phone in the car." Told the officer, "Why you in your body cam with the battery dead?" They stay lying, boy. Stay lying.
Investigator Thorp, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right, my name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
No, sir.
Let me see if I can get you. Do you have
And I actually like that cop too.
I can't hear
When I had.
I don't, if Mr. Shard has
So
one.
shout out to him if he's watching. But you know, boy, going
Your
on
Honor,
with
may I
that.
just approach and bring it up, and I'm not asking Detective Thorp to refer to it at all right now. I just want him to have it handy in case he needs it.
In the event, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What you handed him? I know it ain't his notes because he don't have that.
Okay. Detective Thorp, I'm going to ask you about October 19th of 2015.
Okay.
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 And that is the day for reference. Do you know what happened on that day off the top of your head?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was the day that you spoke to the person who identified himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd like to talk to you about how that happened. Zone 1 Day Watch contacted you about having a person in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were informed by your fellow officers that this person was named Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the way, to your understanding, this person identified himself to the police.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this Nicholas Robinson, he was in custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He had, on that day, on October 19th, 2015, he had been arrested for a felony offense of theft by receiving, correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor, as to, never mind, withdraw the objection. Right.
And he was also had probation warrants.
Yes, sir.
The reality is Nicholas Robinson was on his way to Rice Street, to 901 Rice Street, the Fulton County Jail.
Yes, sir.
And your fellow officers called you and said, this person may have information on something you're working on.
Yes, sir.
And you decided, well, before I get there, on direct, as I understand your testimony, you testified that you did not think Nicholas Robinson was trying to help himself out by talking to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when I say help himself out, I'm talking about get consideration on charges that were now pending against him. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony is you do not believe that he was trying to get help for those.
Asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that your testimony? You don't believe he was trying to get curry favor and get help with his pending charges?
Yeah, he may have, but that was not up to me.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Prior to October 19, 2015, prior to the date he had been arrested, had Nicholas Robinson ever come up to you and tried to give you information?
No, sir.
Okay. You decided to conduct a formal interview with this person who to you was known as Nicholas Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was he wearing at that time of the formal interview? Was he in Rice Street Blues yet?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. During the course of your interview with Nicholas Robinson, he continued to refer to himself as Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you referred to him as Nicholas Robinson because you believe that was his identity, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he never corrected you.
Yes, sir.
And you all, without getting into what was said, you all spoke about the shooting of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. After this interview on October 19, 2015, Investigator Gaither informed you that this man's name was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson, correct?
Yes, sir, but it was not after the interview. It was during the interview.
Okay, during the interview,
Yes, sir.
Investigator Gaither informed you that this man was not, in fact, Nicholas Robinson,
Correct.
and his name was Spencer Wright.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, when we say during the interview, it was well into the interview. The interview hadn't just started. You guys had been talking for some time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this interview happened on October 19, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The warrants that you took out on the Donovan Thomas case were taken out. I know you testified that it was in November sometime.
Yes, sir.
It was actually taken out on October 20th,
Okay.
2015. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he's scared.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your reports. You've been in law enforcement for how long?
30 years and 9 months.
30 years and 9 months.
hmm
And all that with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when you were brought on by the police department, before you even started you started on the streets, right?
Yes, sir.
On the streets. Okay, before you even started, they trained you on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and throughout these 30 years of service you have with the Atlanta Police Department, you've obtained refreshers, taken refresher courses on writing reports, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have been trained that your reports are to be accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, accurate about evidence received,
Yes, sir.
accurate about things that have been told to you,
Yes, sir.
and accurate about the work you do on a case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were supposed to document that work, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's also, these reports are also supposed to be complete, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as per your training, work you've done on the case, your reports are to include a complete accounting of this work, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's strange. A detective, police
Now,
officer, 30
You
years.
testified, and I'm not going to retread over things that Mr. Steele covered, but just briefly. You testified that you went to the McDonald's to search for surveillance video.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what date did you do that?
I believe it was not the 11th, I think it was the 12th. January 12th, I'm sorry, January 12th.
Okay, January 12th, you went to the McDonald's
Yes, sir, I believe it was.
to look for video,
Yes, sir. I can't recall exactly what day it was.
but you're pretty sure it was January 12th?
Yeah, it was in that time range. It wasn't like 2 or 3 months later.
Okay, did you not just testify that when you went to the McDonald's, they informed you that the video had been taped over?
Yes, most of it is on a 15-day cycle, so I don't never know when their 15-day cycle starts or ends.
Okay, but if you went on January 12th, that would have been 2 days.
Yeah, once again, do not know when their 15-day. Everybody's system is different. May not follow the same 15 days like as in the months. It's like sometimes we get them and the video can be 2 hours behind, 2 hours ahead based on that particular location. So I do not know when their 15-day rotation was.
Who went with you?
I went by myself.
Who did you talk to at McDonald's? What was their name?
I cannot recall the name.
Did you record any of this?
No.
And none of this is in your report?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it's not.
Yes, it's not.
Okay. The auto parts store. When did you go speak to people at the auto parts store?
Maybe a couple of days later.
And who went with you?
Nobody.
And is that recorded?
No, sir.
And is that mentioned in your reports for APD?
No, sir.
Yeah, something ain't right. Something definitely not right about his testimony. I'll tell you that for sure.
When did you realize you lost your notepad?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
It's very relevant.
I cannot recall. I knew that upon hearing the indictment, I went looking for the case file, and I could not locate the case file.
Did you not hand over your notepad to the DA's office when you handed over your file?
No.
Why not? Mm-mm.
Okay. Let's talk about the Green Store. The Green Store is formerly known as Mommy's Grocery. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's on Glen Street.
Yes, sir.
About 100 yards from where Glen intersects with McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree quarter mile from the scene where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yeah, about a block and a half, 2 blocks maybe.
Block and a half to 2 blocks.
Yeah, possibly, probably.
To drive from the Green Store to that scene about a minute?
Probably less than that.
Less than a minute, okay.
Depending on the traffic.
Gotcha. Okay, as I understood on direct, your testimony about surveillance at the Green Store was no one told you they had surveillance.
Well, I believe they said the system was not working that day or something like that.
No, when I'm talking about what Ms. Love asked you, I believe you said that no one told you that they had surveillance. Is that not correct?
I can't recall, but I believe it was to that degree that the video system was not working, so they didn't have video.
Okay.
If the video system was not working, they didn't have video.
So your testimony isn't that no one told you they had surveillance. Your testimony is you went to the Green Store?
Correct.
Okay, who went with you to the Green Store?
No one.
Who did you speak to?
I cannot recall the person's name.
What day did you go to the Green Store?
Probably within that week, I believe it was.
Okay, and it was that trip to the Green Store, was that recorded?
No, sir.
Okay, is that in your notes?
No, sir.
I mean, excuse me, in your report?
No, sir.
You testified that on the night, well, early morning of January 11th, you had a brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Deshaun, other than that brief conversation with Deshaun Quarterman, did you speak to Deshaun Quarterman any more about as part of your investigation?
No.
Mr. Copeland, Kenneth Copeland, you said that you were involved in about four, I believe the testimony was 4 formal interviews with Mr. Copeland?
I believe so it was. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have Mr. Copeland's phone number?
No.
Did Mr. Copeland have your phone number?
No.
Did you ever speak on the phone with Mr. Copeland as part of your investigation, other than that first night when Deshaun Quarterman called him and you?
No, I can't recall ever talking to him on the phone.
Okay.
Or interviewing him on the phone. No, sir.
Well, okay, I want to be clear. I'm not saying just an interview. I'm saying talking to him on the phone.
No, sir.
So your testimony is you never spoke to
Not that I
Kenneth
recall.
Copeland on the phone. Not
No,
that
sir.
you recall, or you never did it.
I can recall if I ever did. So I think I did not talk to him over the phone.
Okay. Are there any mentions in your notes? I mean, excuse me, your reports about speaking to Mr. Copeland on the phone?
No, sir.
All right. And Kelvin Watts, you know him as Shell Kel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever interview Kelvin Watts as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When was that?
I cannot recall when it was, but he you want to go into detail, but it was.
I'm not asking you what was said.
Okay.
I'm just asking when you spoke to him.
I cannot recall. He was brought on an unrelated case.
Okay. So as part of this investigation, I'm asking, not unrelated cases.
Yeah. Well, I asked him because he was there at the time of the incident. So I asked him roundabout questions, and he was like, "Don't want to talk about it."
So let me ask you this.
Pete. Thank you, Pete.
In your investigation, were you able to determine Kelvin Watts' whereabouts on January 10th, 2015 at 7:20 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to object based on hearsay. It would necessarily require.
Overruled.
And where was Kelvin Watts?
He was at the location, incident location.
Where Donovan Thomas was shot?
Yes, sir.
How far away was he from Donovan Thomas?
Your Honor, may we approach? I need to. You may. Thank you.
It's getting too hot in the kitchen. Thank you so much, Pete, for backdooring again. Pete said 2 times in a row. Thank you for the nice. He said tip the content creator. Thank you so much, Pete, for that. It's really kind of you. And also to you, Ms. Bridget Williams, for gifting your membership. Gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's getting hot. It's getting too hot for Love. Love saying, hey, get him off the stand. How you forget your notes? Because the thing was, he said that everything happened in October. He investigated in November. I think they took out the warrants, maybe October. They kept investigating through November, December. And in January, he turned everything over he had to the DA's office. And you would think that if you're going to turn everything over, turn over the notes. I went by McDonald's, the surveillance wasn't there. I went by the Green Store, I went by these places. That's something you could turn over to the DA's office. So now it looks like and in his body language, you would think he's a 30-year police officer. So he's been in and out of court through the years. He said he's done over 300 homicides. So, obviously homicide detectives have to go to court to testify. So he should be comfortable in the courtroom. But the way he's in there, he's timid, he's scared, because it seems as if he knows that he didn't play by the rules, he didn't follow the book. Yeah, he's uptight, and he's agreeing to pretty much everything. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Like what? Just trying to get through his testimony because he know that something ain't clean in the water. So I think that is a lot going on behind the scenes with Thorp, and I think they need to definitely look into it. She says, talk to the law. Is this normal regarding prosecution want a law defense to cross? How can defense attorney defend? Yeah, I mean, they will object. I mean, if the question is improper or there's some reason to object, then they're going to definitely do that. But I don't think that it's unusual. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he on the up and up as well. Talking about he the homicide. Okay. That's why Woody say he's squirrel. You can tell him anything. Woody say he got a squirrel brain. Oh my God. That's what Woody said.
How did you determine that Kelvin Watts was on the scene?
That's what Woody said.
I'm going to object to assuming facts not in evidence, and I'm going to ask that a proper foundation.
That's overruled.
The video surveillance footage of a person coming inside the barbershop was presented to the media, placed on the news, and his father called me and notified me that the person I'm looking for with the assault rifle is actually his son, Kelvin Watts.
Oh, okay. Let me try to clear this up. Okay. Investigator Thorp, could you does Donovan Thomas Sr. have multiple sons?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. Would looking at your report refresh your recollection about who was in the barbershop?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please turn to page 3 of your report where it talks about January 11, 2015?
Thank you, Ms. Deezer.
Page 3 is the same one I'm looking at.
Thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member, a Talk That Law member. Thank you for supporting.
Do you see where it says on January 11, 2015 at approximately 18:45 hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection about who was in the barbershop with the gun?
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was in fact the individual that was in the barbershop with the gun?
Okay. DeMonte Thomas.
Okay. And is that another one of Donovan Thomas's senior's children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Kelvin Watts, I'm going to ask again, do you know whether he was at the scene or not?
No, sir.
You don't know one way or another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever specifically ask him, without giving me the answer, did you ever specifically ask him when you interviewed him about a
Objection,
different case?
relevance as to whether he asked him. It would
Overruled.
Did you ever specifically ask him if he was at the scene or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to identify, you've seen the surveillance video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify all of the people that were standing by Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr. when he was shot?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any other defense attorneys with questions for this witness?
Thank you again, Ms. Deidre Dale. You say a great lie.
Questions for this witness? Okay. Is there redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. D, no.
Detective Thorp, you were asked on cross-examination about an alibi that Mr. Copeland gave at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And do you recall exactly what it was that Mr. Copeland told you he was doing at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
Yes, if I recall correctly, he stated that he was home in the bed asleep.
Okay. So did he ever tell you that he was at the green store at the time of Donovan?
Ms. D say they owe you.
No, ma'am.
Did he ever tell you he was at the McDonald's at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland offer you, let me ask you this. Was that information that he gave to you about his whereabouts captured on the video surveillance in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland ever tell you anything different about what he was doing or where he was at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder outside the interview room?
No, ma'am.
Now, how many, you said you worked 300 homicides or more during your time with APD?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you give to the district attorney's office the results of your investigation? Do you normally just turn over your notepad or do you summarize it in a report?
I summarized in a report. It was called the lead investigator supplement.
All right.
Don't try to clean it up.
Also asked on cross-examination
She's trying to clean it up. Where that notepad at?
about the time it takes to get from the murder scene to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever give you any indication that immediately before or immediately after the murder, he was at the green store?
No, ma'am. He never gave me any indication. Sorry.
In all of your interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever change his whereabouts as to where he was at the time of the murder?
No, ma'am. He did not.
You were also asked whether you, when you,
I don't know what that was.
when you take notes about what you learned in your investigation, do you include every negative outcome that you have? In other words, I went to this store and found nothing, this store and found nothing. Do you include all of that every time in your investigative summary?
No, ma'am.
Would you keep that information or share that information if you were asked about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You would share it?
Yes, ma'am.
So why don't you put all of the negative information, like in terms of not having found anything, in your investigative report?
I try and keep my supplements relative to the investigation. So if they wish to do a follow-up, they say, okay, this is where he went. He got this. Let me go back and verify this, verify that.
Love, sit down.
You were asked on cross-examination as well about questions that you spoke with Mr. Copeland regarding.
Yes, ma'am.
And specifically, if he rented a gray Infiniti.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any knowledge that Jeffrey Williams had rented a gray Infiniti at that time?
No, ma'am. None.
And when you say that you met Kenneth Copeland at the back of police headquarters,
Yes, ma'am.
did you see how he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Were you given information about how he arrived from anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you given any information about who all was in the car when he arrived?
No, ma'am.
Did your questions regarding what kind of car that Mr. Copeland may have owned or rented have anything to do with what you believe he arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
You, when asked on cross-examination about Mr. Copeland's whereabouts at the time of Donovan Thomas's murder, do you know or have personal knowledge of where his cell phone records indicate he was at the time of the murder? Personal knowledge, do you?
No, ma'am. I do not have personal knowledge.
Did you see yourself and Mr. Copeland on the screen when you asked on cross-examination about defense? Jeffrey Williams defense exhibit number 241Z?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the cell phone on the table before you in front of Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When I asked you earlier if Mr. Copeland carried a cell phone, did you recall at the time that he had one during the interview?
I didn't recall he had one during the time of the interview.
When you video record interviews such as this one and others, does the video recording of the interviews, do they serve to preserve information that you may not remember later?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you turn over all of the video recordings of interviews that you do to the district attorney's office and to be provided to discovery?
Yes, ma'am.
If he ain't lost them,
Did Kenneth Copeland make any effort, to your knowledge, to hide the phone that he had with him during the interview?
No, ma'am.
Sustained. Did you see Kenneth Copeland attempt to cover up the phone?
No, ma'am.
Did you see Kenneth Copeland make any moves to conceal the phone from your eyesight?
No, ma'am.
she don't got nothing left, y'all. She just playing now.
Do you recall
She ain't got nothing.
whether Kenneth Copeland pulled out that phone during the interview and offered to show you stuff? Do you recall?
No, I do not recall him doing that.
Would looking at that interview, a certain portion of it refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody said that notebook over there where the money at. Gone. The money gone, the notebook gone. He said she gotta have the last word.
Do you know who or where it is that you got the name Walter Maddox?
I believe,
You can't tell him how to answer it.
law enforcement database.
Okay. Prior to Kenneth Copeland telling you, did you know that his brother drove a Dodge Charger?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo at timestamp. And I'm going to show it to you. Just to see if it refreshes you. Approaching at timestamp 3/21/14, Your Honor. And since I'm not playing sound, are you able to remember whether or not Kenneth Copeland pulled out his phone to show you information by looking at this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your memory refreshed after reviewing?
Yes, ma'am. So what? Yes, ma'am.
During the interview, did Kenneth Copeland, and it's 378 Yankee Alpha, during that interview, did Kenneth Copeland pull out his cell phone and show you and offer to show you information?
I believe he did. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him pulling it out and extending it towards you?
No, he was mostly keying it up himself.
Was he keying it up himself in front of you under your nose?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, was it common or uncommon for the people you were interviewing to essentially key up information under your nose?
No, ma'am. It's not unusual.
Did anyone else do that during the course of your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Sustained.
When you turned your file over to the district attorney's office in 2016, did you also turn over the recordings that included the interviews that you conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
Where the notebook at then? He turned over everything but that.
And when you were asked about the auto parts stores at the auto parts store and the other places in the area, nearby where the murder of Mr. Thomas occurred. At the time that you were investigating the homicide, do you recall what time it was or when in proximity to the murder that Kenneth Copeland said he was at the McDonald's?
He said afterwards.
And did he also give you information about persons who were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Through your investigation, did you attempt to and gain phone records for people who he said were at the McDonald's with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Was, according to Mr. Copeland, Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's at the same time he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Copeland, to your memory, give you information during any one of his interviews about where he and other people went after leaving the McDonald's?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
Jeffrey Williams' residence.
Okay. Did you determine the location of that residence after speaking with Mr. Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
When you reviewed the video surveillance at the Texaco back in January, when you first reviewed it, what were you looking for?
I was looking for any one of those vehicles being in the parking lot near the gas pumps.
When you first reviewed the surveillance footage at the Texaco, did you know what Diamante Kendrick looked like?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any evidentiary value when you first reviewed it, or see or anything that you felt you needed to follow up on as it related to people going into the Texaco?
No, nothing afterwards.
Okay. And when you say not until afterwards, what do you mean?
As we, when the case file was turned over to Senior 88 Mike Sprinkle, we started going over it, and he opened up the interior cameras and saw subjects of interest.
Your Honor, he's not talking. Go ahead.
He saw people of interest walking in.
When you say he opened up the interior cameras, can you explain what you mean?
Yes. We downloaded both interior and exterior cameras. What I was looking for on the exterior cameras was possible a tag for the vehicle that was used in the drive-by, or that if the car posted up at the gas station, circle the block, how many people was inside the vehicle, and if I can identify the people inside the vehicle. Senior 88 Sprinkle, he said, let's go and look and see if anybody was inside the store. And he said, once he opened up the interior cameras, that's when we noticed people of interest that he started developing.
Okay. Does 88 Sprinkle was his knowledge of that digital system similar to yours or greater than yours?
Greater than mine.
All right. At the time that Mr. Copeland left the police department after your interview, did he leave with his brother who was waiting for him?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
Do you know whether or not he was taken home by that brother?
I do not know their destination afterwards.
Now, when you looked at the video surveillance at the Texaco initially, did you find anything of evidentiary value? Did you recognize anything of evidentiary value?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you able to get a license plate on any vehicles?
No, ma'am.
Oh, yeah, she just playing.
Did you do anything to intentionally hold back or withhold anything in the notes you talked about on cross-examination? Did you like intentionally
Absolutely
destroy them or anything?
Yep.
No, ma'am.
Like you gonna say yes. Yeah, she don't got her next witness ready. Somebody said. So she playing.
How long did you run the footage on the local news media in order to get information about this murder?
I think they ran the media, the news station makes that determination. I think they run it for like a week or 2 weeks. And if we put in a request, they'll run it again.
Not the usher.
Did you all put in a request for it to be run again? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Did you put that in the report that you ran, that video, for purposes of finding out who was in the barbershop at the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what other kind of information, you were asked on cross what you didn't put in your report. What other kind of information did you put in your report?
That was it.
No, I mean in terms of, did you detail who you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am. I detail who I interviewed.
Did you detail the times that you interviewed them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information that was shared during the interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail your efforts to, for instance, follow up on who shot up Mr. Copeland's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail information about people that you initially investigated but ultimately chose or decided not to charge?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
Did you put information about Quindarrius Griffin in your interview?
Yes, ma'am.
In your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put the information about Spencer Wright in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put that Spencer Wright initially gave you a name, Nicholas,
Yes,
in your
ma'am.
report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put information in your report about talking to Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what Mr. Hendricks told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about talking to Mr. Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report each time that you talked with Mr. Copeland prior to 2016?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you detail each time as opposed to just putting one time?
Because each time it was a different time and different interview.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found on the scene of the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of shell casings that were found at Van Ira?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether you conducted an informal or formal interview with Diamante Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what Diamante Thomas told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information regarding the video surveillance that you captured from Hair Unlimited Barbershop?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report social media posts that you investigated?
Big time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the type of the type of vehicle described by persons that you interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report information about what your investigation revealed were retaliatory shootings after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
She dragging it. She
Did
dragging
you only interview Kenneth Copeland while he was outside of custody and voluntarily came in, or did you interview him after he had been taken into custody for other things?
After he'd been taken into custody for other things.
Did you detail in your report going to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to try and find information provided to you by Kenneth Copeland?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail the date that you went to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
Who went with you to Hartsfield-Jackson?
Detective Summer Benton.
What date did you go to Hartsfield-Jackson?
I can't recall. I can look at the note.
Okay.
Look at.
I'm showing you your report.
Okay.
Oh, please. He had no report. Some of y'all done typed up.
I believe it was June 11th, 2015.
Did you detail in your report who it was that suggested meeting you at the homicide office the first time that you spoke with Kenneth Copeland?
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
Even that report.
Did you detail in your report that you requested Kenneth Copeland to meet you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that he agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
You got
Did you
that
detail
one.
in your report that you were not able to find any information about the rental that Jeffrey Williams did when you and Summer Benton went?
Yes, ma'am.
She gonna put
Did you
Jeffrey
detail
Williams.
in your report the date and time that you interviewed Demekion Garlington?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what he told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Justin Cobb?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date and time that you interviewed him?
Yes, ma'am.
It ain't that good. He lost it. He don't know where his memory can't tell him where his notebook at.
Did you detail in your report?
He burnt it. Oh.
The names of the persons that Kenneth Copeland gave you that were people you found of interest in the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's some in there. Love. So you think we're gonna take this to court?
Did you detail in your report where it was that Kenneth Copeland advised you that he got that?
You don't go burn this right
Yes,
now.
ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information about a social media site called Death to Snake Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And did you detail in your report what it was? Your Honor, he was asked on cross-examination what he did not put in his report. I'm asking what information he did put. So I don't
Move
know how
on.
it's cumulative when This has not been
Hurry
covered
up.
by me, but it was covered on cross.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report when it was that you saw that social media posting about death to snake ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who all was present at the time you interviewed Diamante Kendricks?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks? Do you recall?
I can recall the exact date.
Which showing you your report refresh your memory.
Yes, ma'am. It was October 6th.
Of 2015?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, October 6th, 2015.
Did you detail the time that
Yes,
you
ma'am.
interviewed? Why did you detail something so simple as the time that you interviewed him?
No, exact time, the time that we started and the time we ended.
Did you detail in your report that Spencer Wright admitted giving you the false name of Nicholas Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you detail in your report when and against whom you took out arrest warrants for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one second. Other than Mr. Copeland's brother, did you see anybody else accompanying Mr. Copeland at the time that he came to see you?
No, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that Mr. Copeland came to see you with his girlfriend, Deshaun Quarterman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just one second. Your Honor, with the exception of a matter I'd just like to approach the bench about, that may be the only
Okay.
question that I have.
All right, come on up.
Somebody say, Judge, tell her no. Whatever she want, whatever she
Right, say it,
whatever-
tell her.
my,
No.
my bad, the other feed coming through. Yeah, whatever she want, whatever she asking for. Tell her no. All right, got that. Oh, she dragging it out, y'all, because I'm assuming she thought that it was gonna be him, this detective, and then it was gonna be Lil D. Now she got Lil D in the hospital, and now she don't have nobody ready to go. Oh man, y'all, this is funny. Somebody said, Ms. Bridget Williams, did you detail in your report that love needs to sit down? Tell her sit down somewhere. You ain't talking about nothing, no how. Tell me, did you detail in your report? We don't want to hear nothing else about no report when you got somebody that's missing their notes and can't find a notebook. They can't find a notepad. We got a detective on the stand. They asking, where your notes at? He said, I can't find my notepad. Man, going on. And then they were asking him, where did you go to look for evidence? He said, I went by the McDonald's. But the tape was gone. I went by the green store. I think they said they went by the auto parts place. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave him some, but it didn't have what he wanted. It didn't have the people that he really needed, Young Thug. So he did away with it. He said, I don't know who I talked to. I talked to somebody. I didn't put it in my notes. So basically, nothing. His credibility is gone. His credibility is gone. And Love trying her best to what we call rehabilitate the witness. He is gone. You can't rehabilitate him. You can't do CPR. It's gone. Right. And my thing is, if you're done with the case, everything you have with the case, and you're giving it to the DA's office, give it to them and let them figure it out. You're done, honey. Here's everything I got. It sounded like he had said that every 15 days, depending on the system, McDonald's records on top of each other. So I think that's what he was saying, that it recorded over it or something, they came up with. You best believe if Young Thug was on them tapes, hey, they'll have every angle in this courtroom today. Oh, thank y'all for liking the video. Thank y'all. So yeah, we just wasting time. So she does it with every witness that the defense crosses, yeah. And in some jurisdictions, cross-exam or redirect is limited to cross-examination questions, and now it's like you can redirect, you can ask about anything. It doesn't have to be only about what they asked in cross-examination. So that opens the door or really just another direct. She just starting all over again, like somebody correctly pointed out in the chat.
And detective, we're going to ask you to step out also. Yes. Thank you.
Step out. Tell him to step home.
So I got an indication just now that somebody was having a hard time hearing through this system. So whomever that was, can we just test it now? Because I suspect it's not this system. It's that people aren't holding this close enough to their mouths. So I wanted to just have y'all see if you can.
It's funny every time she sit down in that chair, you hear that.
I don't know what changed since the previous board, but I think people are speaking softly and fully away.
Well, that's probably because I constantly tell at least Miss Love to keep it down because I suspect that she gets loud enough sometimes that the jury can hear her. But with regard to everybody else, maybe she needs to talk more quietly and the rest of us need to talk more loudly. So we'll try to do that and hold it closer. Okay, sorry about that.
That's
what
funny.
We're about to talk about anyway out here because we haven't resolved anything.
She said, "Love so loud." And might I add, an ignorant. Not ignorant, ignorant.
Could the court just give us the date that was?
She don't need a mic.
Find it first. Okay. It I think would have been in that week in August, right? That we had the non-jury week.
Oh my.
Okay. It is too hot now.
I don't know. Maybe she need to go up there though. We already said that she was tampering with Woody in the back room with the judge, Glanville. She better not be at that hospital messing with that machine. You gonna testify for us or not? He say no, she may click that machine off. You change your answer, yeah? You change your mind? Yo, you gonna okay, turn it back on. You better not let Hilton in no room. And Love talking about I'm gonna pull the plug. I'm gonna pull it. What you gonna do? Y'all, I'm just making light of a bad situation. That's all. So don't get offended. I mean, they got us all stuck here anyway.
I guess if we want to, go ahead and everybody who needs to use the restroom, and then we'll come back on the record before we get the jury back in.
And that was clearly a joke. Obviously, he's not on no life support. Oh my God, you joking about them pulling the plug? You want them to pull the plug? Okay, calm down. He's not on life support. Sheesh. He's not, because y'all know they'll be saying it later on in the comments. Sending me an email. Somebody put a dog toy in Love seat. Oh my. Had to, but they say must have been, must have did. They did something. Cause every time she sit down, you hear that squeaky noise. Like, let's see if I can find it. Oh man, every time she sit down in that chair, you just hear it. Let me see. Let's see if she finna sit down. Let's listen for it. Oh. Well, y'all don't miss nothing. Oh, hold up, what happened? Yeah, that ain't me, that's the stream. Oh, there you go. Oh, hold up. Yeah. Right. And you know, that's what I'm talking about right there. I mean, most people have a good rapport with a doctor, especially if you want to say my doctor. If I tell you, hey, I need a doctor's note because I don't want to go to work tomorrow, you better be writing a doctor's note. Doctor, how many days you need? You need 1 day, 2 or 3. You need a week. Doctor, I don't want to testify. They want me to do something I don't want to do. It's going to stress me out. And if I don't testify, if I plead the fifth, they're going to lock me up in jail. So I need you to, I need you to put in the paperwork. I can't do this right now. So when she come up here with her court order, you know what to say. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Talking about she gonna talk to his doctor. All right, that'll be perfect. Cause when you come up here, he gonna tell the judge he's in no condition, not even remotely close to where he can stay on the stand for 3 weeks like y'all did Woody and testify. No, ma'am, no, sir. So yeah, come on up here. Come on up here and talk to my doctor if you want to. Somebody said they made a video. Oh, they made a video about what? If your doctor ain't down like that for you, get a new doctor. You know. Even though I don't need no doctor's note, obviously. Because I ain't going. But you still need a doctor that's willing to do it. Because some people, need to take that mental health day. So I'm not going to deal with that person on the job today. I'm not dealing with that supervisor. Write me a note. Sometimes even the kids need a mental health day from their teachers. There's just too much going on. Perfect attendance is overrated. Keep your certificate. Keep your $10. How many free days you get? What, 9, 10 a year? Take that mental health day. And if you're out today, you better go get to the doctor and get that note. So yeah, if Lil D, say he don't want to testify, I'm sure his doctors can work. Especially, I'm sure the doctors are probably going to be upset. Like, hey, doctor, doc, as soon as I left out the hospital, do you know that the police were there waiting on me right after you just gave me my blood infusion or wherever it is that you gave me? And they took me to the nasty Fulton County jail. And now I got worse. The doctor might say, oh, hell no. They did what? Oh, okay, I got you. I bet you they won't take you now. Because you know why? I'm not going to release you. Oh, Blue Sky, they got them saved up. 600 sick leave and 439 vacation hours. Yeah, that's good. Save them. You never know when you might need them. And she still want them. She's still saying that she want to see when he can come in. When he can't never come in. Yeah, later on, I plan on talking to someone that's close to the family, being in contact with the family, so we can see what's really going on. But yeah, they dragging it, y'all. They dragging it. They dragging it. Miss Deborah C say it's for poor taste. Right now, we're trying to tentatively at 6:30 my time, 5:30 Atlanta time. So it'll be sometime later on today. If everything works out with the scheduling. So we might even have enough time to break here when this is over and then just come back. Because this is wild. Thank y'all for the new subscribers. Thank you. I see y'all. And I know some of y'all can't stay. Y'all pop in and out. Y'all got to go back. I got y'all. I know. And especially when it ain't nothing going on. Love up there just wasting time. No. Yeah, he's not gonna lose that patient. I'm sure the insurance get billed good for something as serious as that. They're gonna make sure if nobody else got a bed, he gonna have one. Get on, make a bed. People popping in. We're on break right now. Yeah, a natural stopping point. It's a natural stopping point. Everybody ready. Oh man. Love don't have nothing else to talk about. I mean, she flipping through all these pages. I mean, if it was that important of a question, she would have asked it on direct. She wouldn't have waited for redirect, because sometimes redirect is not promised. Let's say that she finished direct and the other attorneys, the defense attorneys, have no questions. Then that means that witness is gone. So you don't want to say nothing for redirect, because you might miss out on your opportunity to ask that question. So that's a bad idea. He said, my fingers are tired from all this typing. I'm still here chilling and laughing at the comment. She is fresh out. Yeah, she out. Oh. I didn't know if we were going to see today that love runs out of questions. Yeah, she out. She out. I think she was asking Atkins, hey, while I'm questioning, find something else for me to talk about. Big homie Slick, put your channel name in the chat. I need to see this live that you say that we all missed out on. That's what you know what, matter of fact, let me see something. Hold on right quick. Let me see something. Why you delete it? Because I still can't see it. What was the reason? Somebody said, oh,
said in the interview.
Let me be specific. Did Mr. Kendricks tell you that he did not remember what day did you interview him? Did you indicate in your report, reflect in your report, what day you interviewed him? Did Mr. Kendricks, did you ask him where he was or what he was doing on January 10th? And did he reply he couldn't even remember that day?
No, I'm not going to allow that. And you said yourself, you think you can maybe ask that through another witness. So ask it through another witness because that's more the type of thing you should ask on direct.
Okay.
Then redirect.
No problem. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Kendrick.
What did I say?
There's no S at the end.
No S at the end.
No S at the end.
There you go.
Okay. Anything else before we get this witness back and the jury back?
Get it right, love. Get it right.
Are you about to wrap up with this witness? Okay. And then how long is your next witness going to be?
I'm trying to see how fast they can actually figure our next witness is on
So you don't have another witness here and ready to go, even though I have said over and over and over and over again to have your next witness ready to go?
She called.
Even though our best efforts have been made to make that happen.
She called.
The person, I'm not going to represent that they're not. I just want to find out where they are before I say something different.
Can we know who the mystery witness is?
I intend that it will be G. Baker that we put on the list this morning.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
G. Baker, who arrested Quindarrius Zachary.
G. Baker, I think is what she's saying.
She finally admitted she don't have a witness. We already knew this. Let's go back. We knew.
G. Baker, I think is what she's saying.
Yep.
And okay, well, is there somebody else if that witness isn't available?
No, she's not prepared.
I mean, frankly, I'd rather that a witness get I don't want anybody inconvenienced, but I'd rather you have an extra witness here than we have an hour left with the jury, but nothing to fill their time.
Yes, sir.
And see, what gets me with the judge,
Okay, anyway, well, so how much longer are you going to have with this witness? 30 minutes more with this witness?
Hey, look at the court reporter face when she said probably an hour, 30 minutes. Look at the court reporter face.
"30 minutes more with this witness?"
10, 15, I have about, I can count the questions for the court.
Okay, again, this is redirect.
She's just wasting time. She just wasting time, and the judge act like she couldn't.
I don't want you to count the questions.
The judge act like she couldn't pick up on this.
Stay focused.
The judge ain't shot.
Do we have an
Judge,
answer to the question, how long the next witness is away?
you know what, Stephanie? The judge played crazy. Because when they objected to relevance and cumulative waste of time, the judge overruled it. And she said, no, they asked what was not in the report. I'm asking him what was in the report. So she was just going through asking crazy questions, killing time.
Okay, well, let's just continue with the redirect, and then there may or may not be any recross, and then we'll see if the witness is here yet, and
She helping her.
better be.
They better be. What you gonna do if they not? What you gonna do, Paige? You gonna sign another warrant and pick them up and drag them from the hospital, like you did, Lil D?
Okay, so let's get the witness and get the jury.
The judge knows she was stalling. Because the question, even the judge now, you're saying you got 30.
The jury's brought in, just really quickly, if I may. One of the things I wanted to put. I wanted to inquire of one of our investigators about their efforts to secure one of the witnesses and the difficulty that we have had with respect to that witness. I expect that witness will be coming in. It's the one that we've been discussing, but I think it's pertinent information.
Not right now, and frankly, it doesn't matter if you have a particular witness. What you have been instructed is to have enough witnesses to fill the day. Okay, so if one witness is difficult, then you need to have another one lined up.
Right.
Let's get the jury, please. Have another one lined up. Let's get the jury, please.
And see, the judge even know, because the judge said you got 30 more minutes with this witness. So the judge in her mind knew that Love was stalling or was not asking nothing important enough to keep going for another 30 minutes. Because everybody know that she don't have no more questions. The court reporter got her arm folded. Court reporter finna what she say? Smack Love. But yeah, as a prosecutor or even as a defense attorney, you should always have your witnesses ready to go. You'd rather have a witness sitting in court a day early. Oh man, we didn't need you today. I thought we were gonna get to you. Come back tomorrow. Or the next day, than have the jury sitting there waiting. Not clout chasers. Come on here. What Weinstein do? Because he told Love, you calling my client's name wrong. It's not Kendricks with an S, no S. It's Kendrick. You should have said, hell, you ought to know that you indicted him. Somebody said she too busy cooking the books. Or burning them up all together. She burnt that notebook. Allegedly, the notepad. They burnt that. Oh my God. Thank y'all to the people that's popping in. Shout out the law in order, NYC. NYC, what y'all got going on with Diddy?
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Thorp.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report an incident regarding Kenneth Copeland, his child's mother, and his child being shot at on February 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the description of the vehicle that Kenneth Copeland said participated in that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that after that shooting, you spoke with both Kenneth Copeland and his child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that that happened on February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report, you were asked regarding by Mr. Steele, you were asked about your questions to Kenneth Copeland and the gray Infinity or Maxima. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report whether or not you were looking for a Pontiac Bonneville around February 21st, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report asking Kenneth Copeland about waiting so long to talk about the date of the homicide incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report him stating that he was not a snitch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that only after you talked to Kenneth Copeland did you begin to learn or investigate Jeffrey Williams' rental of that Hertz Infinity?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the information that you got from one witness that may or may not have been consistent with the information you got from another witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to this line of questioning under 403.
And Your Honor, my response is when the question was asked about what he did not put in his report, I think it's important that that the jury is aware of what all he did put in his report.
Overruled.
Did you detail in your report who it was that was in the room with you at the time that you interviewed Quindarrius Zachary?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed him on August 5th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you interviewed Diamante Kendricks on October 6th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the date that you spoke with Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson at the time was October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report confronting Mr. Wright about giving a false name?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report taking Mr. Wright anywhere for him to show you particular places?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked on cross-examination regarding the date that you took out warrants, and you said that it was October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you took those warrants out the day after you went with Spencer Wright to a certain location on
Yes.
October 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report what you observed when you arrived on scene on January 10th, 2015 at 21:15 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report seeing yellow crime scene tape restricting pedestrian and vehicle traffic into the area?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who you met with when you reported on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report who escorted you through the scene and showed you tangible evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report being advised that Mr. Thomas Jr. had passed away from his injuries?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the lighting on the streets of 330 McDaniel Street at the time you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that the lighting did not require additional support lights for processing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your reports that there were 3 different shell casings on the street, 3 different types of shell casings on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report information that you got from the anonymous person about what may have led to the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report that you were going to have an autopsy conducted by the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you detail in your report the date of birth and address of each of the victims, including Reginald Hendricks and Quindarrius Sanders?
Yes, ma'am.
How many of the notepads or when you describe on cross-examination the notepad that you keep notes in through your investigations, what kind of notepad is that? Is that a big notebook like the one in front of me or a small one?
Small one, ma'am.
How many notepads have you kept throughout your time as a homicide investigator?
Relatively none. Once I get through transcribing all my notes over into my case file, I usually refurbish those notepads into working other scenes with other people when I'm not the lead.
How many notepads have you kept? Have you made over the years?
Made over the years, probably close to 200, 300.
You were asked about the things that you did not put in your report by on cross-examination. Is there anything that you left out, any other things that you left out of your report?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I think that that's all that I have of this witness.
All right, thank you. Is there recross from anyone? Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele.
May I please go?
Okay.
Thank you. Investigator Thorp, first of all, I just want to clear this up. You spoke about interviewing Kelvin Watts in relation to the murder of Tierra Jones.
Yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Love asked you if that was the case you interviewed Mr. Stillwell about, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's be clear. You interviewed Mr. Stillwell as a victim in that case, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Okay. The Green Store, that is the location when Kenneth Copeland spoke to you that he claimed to be at. No, let me back up. Kenneth Copeland told you that he was not present at a murder, correct?
Correct.
He told you when you spoke to him in these interrogations that just prior to the murder,
Interviews. Go ahead, sir.
in the interviews, just prior to the murder, his claim was he was at the Green Store.
Yes, I believe that was one, and he said he was in bed.
Okay.
Also, he was at home in the bed.
And then went to the Green Store.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the store that,
Object as to mischaracterization of information that has, of the evidence.
that's absolutely not a mischaracterization. What time did he get out of bed?
I do not know.
Go ahead.
Okay. So after he got out of bed, according to him, he went to the Green Store.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the store that's a block and a half or 2 blocks away from where Mr. Thomas was shot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then his story to you was after the shooting, he was at the McDonald's.
Yes, sir.
All right. Over the last like 30 minutes or so, I'm not going to go through all of them. Ms. Love asked you about 75 different things that are in your report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the bottom line is your report is thorough, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your report includes you and Investigator Summer Benton going to the airport
Yes, sir.
to look for rental records in the name of Jeffrey Williams from Hertz Rental or from any rental car company at the airport.
Correct.
Okay, and the reality is at that time, you did not find any records, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was a negative, you received negative results.
Correct.
Okay, but despite the fact that you got negative results from the rental companies at the airport, you still put your efforts to find evidence in the report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So going to the airport, looking for rental records, not finding a major report, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But going to the Green Store, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make your report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the McDonald's, looking for surveillance and not finding it, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Going to the convenient or going to the AutoZone or the auto parts store right next to the McDonald's and not filing surveillance, that didn't make the report.
Yes, sir.
Your testimony seems to be the only things that didn't make your report.
Your Honor, I object to the characterization of the testimony. The jury can hear what the testimony
You
was.
were just asked by Ms. Love if anything else didn't make the report and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is the only 3 things that didn't make your report are going to the McDonald's, going to the Green Store, and going to the auto parts store looking for surveillance.
Yes, sir.
And we can't find your notes.
Correct, sir.
No further questions.
All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, may I ask just one, based on what was just asked, may I ask just,
Come on, Mr. Steele.
You have your supplemental report in front of you that Mr. Shark gave you by any chance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jurors some of them may not understand this, law enforcement, some may not. So I just want to ask you some questions about reports, okay?
Yes, sir.
You testified already. You made it clear that report writing is something that you studied, you were taught, and you know it from your 30 years of experience. It's critical, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's critical because people rely on what you do, right?
The characterization about people lying on.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you're doing the work, and then later, people like Miss Love and the Honorable.
Objection, Your Honor, as to any reference to, it's not relevant. People like Ms. Love and.
What's your question gonna be?
Prosecutors rely on what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes they're not with you when you're doing it.
Yes, sir.
And people like me who represent people charged with crimes, we rely on what you do. We read your reports. You know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Judges like the Honorable Judge Whitaker listens to things that you say from reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And through that process, you want to make sure that you dictate, that you put into your reports everything you can that you did in the case that's material, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, at the bottom of each report, you have to sign and you take an oath and you swear, right?
Yes, sir.
That the report is true, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct,
Yes, sir.
legible,
Yes, sir.
and complete.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you did in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you tell the jurors and you put in all the details of what you did, whether it was negative, positive, or whether it had to get further investigation or not. You put it into the reports, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you want to be fair to everybody and explain to them what you do, right?
Yes, sir.
What you do is important.
Yes, sir.
By not putting in anything, because there's no mention, and if there is a mention, just tell me I missed it. There's no mention of getting the McDonald's video in your report. Am I true?
Yes, sir. You're right.
And there's no mention of getting the video of the what we're calling the green store, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're going back approximately 9 years, 8 years, 9.5 years, whatever the date is, to your memory of when you went to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
But you can't remember who you spoke with at the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And to be fair to you, are you telling this jury on your oath that that McDonald's told you that the day before or 2 days before, we don't have that video?
Your Honor, objection is to the question. It was asked and answered, and to ask if he's telling him under oath it's to harass and embarrass.
Well, overruled.
Okay, what was that, sir?
You're relying on your memory, right?
Yes, sir.
And your memory, I'm not trying to argue how good or bad your memory is, but the reason you write the reports is so you have something contemporaneous, meaning at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
That's why you bring your notepad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your notepad that you brought with you to the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
And you wrote down who you spoke with, right?
Yes, sir.
You got a telephone number in case you had to follow up, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw their videos to ensure that they were correct, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you're not going to take somebody's word for it, because they could be telling you the truth, but they could be mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have all that information in there, right?
Yes, sir.
You might have even taken the video that they had, right?
Objection, Your Honor. That assumes facts not in evidence, and that question was asked and answered regarding the video.
Sustained is asked and answered.
The notes, though, that you keep those as backup in case there is something inadvertently or intentionally left out of your supplemental report, right?
Yes, sir.
But in this particular case, for whatever reason, those notes have vanished, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember testifying in a case? Do you know who the Honorable Judge Ellerby is?
Yes, sir.
In this courthouse, another judge?
Yes, sir.
Powerful like Judge Whitaker?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember testifying in a case, State of Georgia versus Brandon Kirkland, also
Your
known as
Honor,
Big Red?
objection as to relevance.
I don't know what the relevance might be, so I can't
Any-
rule on that.
Your Honor, this is a whole other.
Why don't we approach?
Man, somebody to tell Love to give it up. They love so man. Oh man, this is crazy. Man, somebody to tell Love to give. I keep forgetting to turn off my second feed. All right, she got nothing. Somebody said they passed the sticky note telling her to sit down. Yeah. She said, Love don't live here anymore. Come on. What ain't that a song? I gotta go back and watch this part. I'm gonna go back and see. I'm gonna rewind this other feed while y'all. Let me see. All right.
Do you remember testifying in or about April 7th, 2016 before the Honorable Judge Ellerby in this courthouse in the state of Georgia versus Brandon Kirkland, also known as Big Red, Jonathan Kirkland, also known as Prue, P-R-U?
Yes, sir.
And you're on the same oath that you're under today, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember the prosecutor in that case being Miss Love?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember under questioning by the Honorable Maxwell Shart in that case?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember explaining that your notes were also not around? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember explaining that once an arrest is made by you, you shred your notes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in this case, you didn't shred your notes. You can't find them. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. Now, what does refurbishing notes mean? Is that
No, refers to notepad.
Okay, so
reusing the same notepad.
So instead, if you're writing about your and my going to lunch on Notepad, but then you're going to do another day that you're going to eat lunch with the Honorable Keith Adams, you would rip up the parts that you met with me so you have a refurbished or clean notepad to talk about when you went to lunch with Mr. Adams. Is that what you're saying?
No, basically, I take a new notepad and I may use it as a notepad as I'm assisting another detective who is the lead. So, or I'm going out on a suicide or a kidnapping or anything death-related investigation. So I'll just use that notepad instead of taking a brand new one.
Sure.
And using that one.
So the empty sheets is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you do with the sheets that you wrote about notes on this case? That's the shred?
On this case, I didn't do anything with those. I just can't find the notepad itself.
This case was preserved, but it vanished.
Okay, talking about the Kirkland case.
No, talk about our case today that you're sworn under.
Okay.
That's the one that vanished. You can't find it. Okay.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk with you. Since we don't have the notes, you didn't give those notes to the district attorney's office, correct?
No, sir.
All right. So all we have to go on, all the jury has, is your memory that we don't have that recording for the McDonald's, right?
Yes, sir.
Same question for the green store, just your word.
Yes, sir.
Now, with regards to questions that you asked on redirect examination by Ms. Love, that there were certain people in this case that you charged with murder on or about October 20th, 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And one of those people was Mr. Sledge. It came out, right?
Yes, sir.
One of those people is Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember stating that you're aware that the district attorney's office did not charge the offense of murder of Donovan Thomas to Mr. Sledge? You aware of that? You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And same with Mr. Copeland. They did not
Yes, sir.
charge him with that either. You never charged Jeffrey Williams with murder of Donovan Thomas, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You never charged Jeffrey Williams with any crimes, fair to say?
Yes, sir. Fair to say.
You know the district attorney's office hasn't charged Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Well, actually, I'll let him go with that one. I thought he was going to ask a different question. I withdraw the objection.
All right.
You're aware of that, correct?
Okay, repeat that again, sir.
Sure. You're aware that the district attorney's office through the grand jury did not charge Jeffrey Williams with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you have any information that you can share with the jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of the Infinity rental car, gray, from Hertz on January 9th of 2015?
Nothing that I discovered. No, sir.
Same question for the next day, January 10th of 2015. Any information you could share with this jury that Jeffrey Williams was in possession of that same rental Infinity vehicle?
No, sir. Not on my investigation. No, sir.
January 11th, you realize that's the day it's returned?
Yes,
You
sir.
don't remember? Okay. Do you have any information to share with this jury that Jeffrey
Your
Williams?
Honor, as it relates to this portion regarding the objection about the scope, I would object that it goes beyond.
Sustained.
I have no other questions.
All right. Very briefly, Ms. Love.
Thank you. And Detective Thorp, I know nobody in here believes that I'm going to be brief, but I really am going to be brief. With respect to what Mr. Steele just asked you about not putting anything else of value into the report or leaving anything out, did you put in your report that you took gunshot residue samples off Kenneth Copeland's hands at the time that you interviewed him?
I believe I didn't.
You did not?
I believe I did. I can't recall.
Could you please look at your report and see if it refreshes your memory?
What page would you be looking at, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Just the page where you talk about your January 10th, 11th rather, interview with Kenneth Copeland.
All right.
He like, what page did you type it in at?
Jurors, I'm gonna remind y'all, if there's some time like this where there's a pause when a witness is looking at something or looking for something and y'all feel the need to stand up and stretch, please feel free to do that, okay? Especially towards the end of the day.
No, ma'am.
As you sit here today, do you recall whether you did a gunshot residue test on Kenneth Copeland's hands?
Yes, I did.
How do you know that you did?
By the video. Okay. I believe it was on the video.
And was that something substantial that you considered during your investigation that you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Gunshot residue?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you put it in your report then?
Overlook.
Okay. Now, did you put in your report all of the information that you included or that you asked Kenneth Copeland about in your interviews with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put every piece of information in the report that you talked to? And when I say every piece, I mean, did you put every detail of your interview with Kenneth Copeland into your report?
No, ma'am, that's why the video is included and say refer to details
Okay.
from the video.
Did you put in your report that after you took gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland's hands, that you resumed your interview with him?
No, ma'am.
Did you resume your interview with him at about 4:00 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, you were asked on recross by Mr. Sharp, I believe, whether Kenneth Copeland said after he got up, he went to the green store. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put in your report exactly what Kenneth Copeland told you he did in chronological order after he got up?
No, ma'am.
Is it recorded on the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Kenneth Copeland tell you that after he got up, he left his girl's house and that his brother gave him his car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you that after he got up, he went and got a Band-Aid for his mouth?
Your Honor, objection. This is outside the scope of cross.
Your Honor, I'm asking information that Mr. Sharp pulled up regarding what Kenneth Copeland did after he got up. Mr. Sharp specifically asked him, did he tell you he went to the green store after he got up?
Overruled, but let's keep in mind that we're on redirect at this point. Ask if whatever the necessary few questions are, and let's be done with this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. On January the 11th, while you're talking to Kenneth Copeland, do you tell him exactly what time Mr. Thomas Jr. gets shot?
No, ma'am.
So do you have any way of getting from Mr. Copeland exactly how long it was before or after Mr. Thomas got shot that he actually got up from his girlfriend's house?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Steele asked you, at the time that you made the arrests in October of 2015, did you have the Hertz rental records that the DA's office were able to get?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And on recross, you were asked by Mr. Steele whether or not you charged Jeffrey Williams with any crime.
No, I did not charge.
In October 2015.
No, I did not.
At the time that you took out those warrants in October of 2015, did you know that Jeffrey Williams had rented the gray Infiniti?
No, I did not.
I have no more questions.
You were asked about if your report included verbatim what Kenneth Copeland said to you in the interviews. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay, you didn't need to put what he said verbatim because it's on a video, right?
Correct.
You were asked about the gunshot residue. Whether you put that collection of the gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland, whether you put that in your report, right?
Correct.
And you didn't because you didn't need to because that was on video, correct?
Correct.
All right, where is the video of you going to McDonald's and asking for surveillance?
Objection, Your Honor. That was asked and answered about there's
Overruled.
assuming facts
Where's
not
the-
in evidence
where's
about
that
a
video?
video.
Overruled.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't have a video of myself going into McDonald's.
Okay.
So that was never recorded on a video, or I did not do a digital audio recording of that either.
Cool, thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. You are excused. Do you have another witness available?
No, yeah.
Okay, well, this is ideally and far too early to be finishing the day. I will say I have an email that says that a fire alarm is going to go off at 5 p.m. That's a test. So I guess we'll at least avoid that. Sometimes they go on for a long time and they're really loud. So ladies and gentlemen, I will see you all at 9 a.m. Remember, only the evidence that comes through the witnesses on the stand in this case is what you are supposed to be deciding this case based on. So don't talk to anybody about this case. Don't allow anybody else to talk to you about the case. Don't research in any way, internet or otherwise. Don't watch, listen to, absorb in any way any kind of media accounts about this case or anybody involved in it. And I will see y'all in the morning. Thank you. All right, a couple of matters. First of all, Miss Love.
Uh-oh, here we go.
That needs to be the absolute last time that you don't have enough witnesses to carry us at least until 5. And if it happens again and there is something less than an earthquake, an 8-car pileup, somebody died, 3 people died, and so none of the witnesses were available,
Yes.
I may just say you can't have that witness, because at this point in this incredibly long trial, to have to end at 4:25 is not a good use of anybody's time. Do you understand?
I do.
All right. I have, and have yes, some of y'all also got, and y'all who didn't, I forwarded a very lengthy email from Miss Merchant regarding Mr. Arnold, who is her client, and the information that she received very recently that he might be called as a witness this week. And it appears, and I know you know this, Ms. Love, because you got the email too, but that she told the state a long time ago that she was not going to be available certain dates. And she also asked, because I have reviewed in camera portions of her correspondence with you at this point, that you give her at least 7 days notice if you were going to call, or when you were going to call Mr. Arnold. So she's on vacation. She has a leave of absence. I don't know what your plan is, but have you worked that out?
Your Honor, what I asked, and I'm not sure if it was conveyed, was whether there was anyone else that she was willing to let come in and
No, it's her client.
instead. But
No.
I can tell you that the reason that we moved up the time frame for her client has to do with our
challenges with other
It
witnesses.
don't matter,
Yes,
no.
and so given that, I understand that Ms. Merchant wants 7 days in advance.
Well, that's not as much the issue as the fact that if she can't be here and he's still going to be on the stand, then you need to not start him.
Right.
I understand that. If she had someone that he was okay with being here, then, you know, and that was
All right, so you and she have worked that out then?
Nope.
No, I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I had someone talking to her on my behalf. I'll respond to her.
Ashley Merchant ain't gonna deal with no Love, so of course somebody gonna be talking in between them two. But Love, you cannot schedule her client to come in and just get another lawyer. No, that's her client. She want to be there so she can handle you, not nobody else.
You know, and that was
all right. So you and she have worked that out then?
No, I haven't had a chance to talk to her. I had someone talking to her on my behalf. I'll respond to her and say that, because if she didn't,
I haven't responded, even though it got sent directly to me, because I don't normally do that. But if you would please let her know that, as far as I'm concerned, she's not expected to cut her leave off.
No, I
that
understand.
You need to work around that.
And we were, yes, I was, yes.
Exactly.
A couple of other things.
That's
So,
how they.
I haven't been able to review in full the briefs that Ms. Abassi and the state provided on the overt acts, but with
Right.
regard to one of them, and I don't even know if you have either, because she, I think, sent it this morning, but there was indication in her letter brief
She
that
ready to go.
the issue at the jail may have been a self-defense issue.
Uh-oh.
And so I would like to see the video
Okay.
and find out whether there was any evidence at all of a shank being on Bussy or whatever his name is.
I think that he took one. I think there was one after, but I will show you the video. I think
Okay.
that that's easy enough to do. We can,
All
we
right.
can send that to the court.
Okay. And then finally, when I started looking through all of the in-camera looking in camera through all of the correspondence between the state and various attorneys for one-time co-defendants, you know, it's at this point about this thick, which is a lot. And I am wondering, and I know that I'm kind of the one that said, do you want me to do it in camera? But do you have an objection to just providing all of it to the defense? Because frankly, I'd rather they do the work than me. And you may just.
I would prefer if the court would allow us to just review them, given.
All right, I'll trudge through it, but it's going to take me a while because, as y'all know, I'm here with you every day. So, okay. All right, anything else? Which one? The well, we did once, but
She hates sending stuff to the defense.
okay, can we try this again? For some reason, I do not know why, this keeps resetting itself to 40% volume today. So it's at 100% now. So
No, she didn't play with the volume. That's why they couldn't hear. Mm-hmm. Right. Weinstein wasn't dramatic. He said she playing with the mics. She couldn't hear.
well, you've just got really good hearing then. So then maybe it's just that you'll have to remember to readjust it to 100%.
I think that 40, 100, Your Honor, is the volume you're listening at.
Oh.
Not the amplification.
Okay, then I just have no idea. Okay, so everybody that comes up to the bench, hold it close to your mouth. And also at the same time, talk into the little box for Miss Winfrey. We'll do the best we can. And if there is ever a time, I'll just remind the defendants that you cannot hear what is being said. Let me know and we can review for you what it was that was said. Okay, everybody understand that? Yes? Yes, okay, wonderful. All right, is there any other matter in the half hour extra that we have that anybody wants to bring up or deal with? Everybody just wants to go home.
I'll put this in writing just for ease, but on the, it's pronounced Nyson, the firearms Nyson, NIBIN, on the NIBIN report. For two different officers, I just want to alert the state again, just as a courtesy to Mr. Williams and everyone. There are two firearms that are listed that were seized in the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home. I'll put it in writing again, but I just, I'm not trying to delay things. So I just want to make the state aware, and I will put it in writing, but you have it on for two witnesses.
Make sure those witnesses don't mention anything about those firearms. Yes, make it clear, because he's bringing it to your attention. I'm bringing it to your attention. These are professionals anyway, so once you tell them that, that should not happen. Okay. All right. Yes.
Assuming QZ is not here tomorrow, and is the plan that we are just going down the list that was provided this morning? Is that?
I don't know what the plan is.
I'm just trying to figure out what materials to bring tomorrow.
Your Honor, as I said, we have rearranged and are rearranging. And as a result of the change in circumstances. And as we have to rearrange that, we are not putting up who we intended to put up. And so we are rearranging in real time, and we have people doing that and working on that. And so that's where we are. And I don't know. We found out some
You're
information.
so mysterious all the time, Miss Love.
Thank
Is
you.
it your plan, if Mr. Zachary is available, to call him? And if not, could you share with everybody else who you plan to call instead?
Thank you.
Yes,
Easy.
it's our plan to call
Okay.
him if he is available.
All right.
And yes, when I speak with our team to see who is now next up and available tomorrow, I will share that with them.
When will that be?
Well,
It's 4:35 right now. 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock, I think we'd be able to tell because they've been out.
Okay.
Is that a real 6 o'clock? Because we were supposed to get the list yesterday by 8 o'clock, and it didn't come until 5 something this morning. So,
I don't know.
I mean, we just need to know what to bring tomorrow.
Your Honor, it's
Well, I mean, it'll at least be somebody off of this list that y'all came up with at 5:57 this morning, right?
yes, and the
Okay.
other
So y'all will know that much. She'll
Right.
endeavor to do the best she can to get you the other information at 6 once you miss Love.
yes,
It's a big list, Your Honor.
I sure will.
Y'all, we covered some of them today. It's not that big of a list. Y'all are all professionals, and you've been prepping this trial for who knows how long now. Okay, anything else? All right. All right. I feel like can we do 9 o'clock? Or I feel like every time I say, let's come back for lunch at the same time as the jury, or let's start at the same time as the jury, that we've got 5 things that need to get dealt with. So we'll give it a test. 9 o'clock tomorrow. All right, we're adjourned.
Whew. Yeah, I think we ran a marathon. Man, that was a lot. We didn't pull a full 8-hour shift. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody got any comments they want to add while we close this thing out? Let's see. Oh, what's the tips tape? Oh, did I not drop it? Hold on a second. I don't know what's going on. Let me drop the link. I don't know why this link button not working. But Well, yeah, this is wild. Yeah, the judge keep giving them chance after chance. This is crazy. But y'all see, I think Love, she does it intentionally. Like she'll wait for your attorney to go out of town, and then all of a sudden it's your turn, it's your time for a witness. Like she did with Melnick. Melnick had to go on vacation. All of a sudden, we need Woody right here, right now. And that's when Kayla had to step in. So yeah, we've seen this, we've seen this playbook before. We're not crazy. Somebody pointed that out in the chat. They want a witness on the stand with a lawyer who's not familiar with the case. And Ashley Merchant, like, you got 100 witnesses. Why not wait till I get back? Put somebody else on the stand. And Love was like, no, get another attorney. But no, my client didn't hire another attorney. My client hired me and expects me to be there. But Love don't want Ashley Merchant there because she knows she can't get away with the stuff she get away with other attorneys, but not Ashley Merchant. Ashley Merchant needs to come in there with her famous pink jacket on. How y'all think Thorp did? What would he say? What he say? He got a squirrel brain. You can tell him anything. Let me see if I can find that clip. Let me see. Oh no, that ain't it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. Where did it go? Oh, I can't find it. It might be on. Let me see. Let me see. Man. Hold up. All right, I think I found a clip. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Okay, yeah, all right, let's see. Let me see if I can make it. Shout out to my subscription. All right, let's see.
Detective Thorp, his brain was the size of a squirrel brain. So you can just tell him anything, he gonna go for it.
You're right. At this time, the state's going to ask for permission to treat Mr. Copeland as a hostile witness under pursuant to 24-6-611, Your Honor.
Mr. Copeland.
Hey, Woody was serious. Y'all see that? Woody was serious. I don't know what Woody said. Oh, thank you so much, Miss D. That's really nice of you. Hold on. What happened to the? That's really kind of you. Thanks. Oh, now why is this thing? Hold on. This technology is wild. Thank you, Miss D. 55. Oh, I don't know if they bailed him out. Hold on, let me check. Did Diddy get a bond? Did Diddy get? That's what I was trying to pull back up his thing, but Oh, they denied it. Sheesh. Shut out the door. Yeah, they said they denied it. He would stay in jail until the trial. A New York judge, federal judge, denied bail, leaving the once powerful rapper and music executive behind bars. Wow. So much for that. I'm not really a fan of the whole no bond situation unless the person is a danger to the community, a demonstrated danger. Now, if somebody's on bond and they go out and they commit something else, then all right, we can't keep letting you, harm the community. But just because it's high profile, that don't mean that the case should be given any special attention. He needs to be treated like any other defendant. And I like the judge. Y'all remember that one girl? She made a prank. She said something about a baby was on the side of the highway, and she tried to go help the baby, and somebody kidnapped her. Y'all remember that? What was that woman's name? I can't think of her name. And all the police agencies, federal agents, and they were trying to figure out where this girl go because she was trying to help a baby. And the state, when it was time for punishment, the state was like, she needs to be punished harshly. A lot of resources went into that, and they wanted her to go to jail. And the judge was like, no. I'm not going to treat her no different than any other first-time offender in my courtroom. Like, I don't care if the camera's in here. I don't care that it got a lot of publicity. But she has no criminal history and it's only a misdemeanor, so I'm giving her probation. And that settled that. Now, with Diddy, somebody say he is dangerous. It could be. But, let us tell it he's been dangerous for 30 years. He don't just become dangerous just because the state, decided to press charges on him all of a sudden. It took the DA to announce charges for him to become dangerous. Or was he dangerous when he was, what the Lord say, getting the keys to the city? He wasn't dangerous then. He's selling his plane, Jen. They say he's selling his plane. He say his plane way in LA, he in New York. He say, put me on an ankle monitor. But my thing is, and that's what I was saying earlier, that he knew what they found in his house. He knew they found some type of videotape. So if he knew that, he should have, or could have, I'm not gonna say should have, he could have ran then. But you got nothing to hide, Well, no, right. Somebody said the way he drug Cassie, boy, go to jail. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, I saw Cassie got her money though. Cassie like, hold on. Before you go to the pen, you need to pay me my money. Pay me my 30 million, whatever she got. I never liked them, yeah. But yeah. So that's gonna be interesting. The only thing is the federal courts don't allow cameras, y'all. So we won't be able to watch that trial. We have to wait for reporters to come out at the end of the day and tell us what's going on. Or, throughout the day they can tell us what's going on, text and notes and stuff out to the media. But that would be a good trial to watch. Yeah, he said we can see the drawings, right? We're gonna see the drawings. Somebody say she could be giving us play-by-play. Well, I don't know if we can get the family, but we're gonna try to get somebody as close as we can to the family. We never know though. Maybe we could get I think the only two people of his family that's been speaking publicly are with the dad and the sister. Hold on, let me see. But that probably won't be until later on. Let me go back to the time. Let me see. Maybe about 6:30 my time. So it's what you thinking, politicking with Mel? What's gonna happen? Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm trying to find out right now. Let me see. All right, yeah. Let me see what I can find out. Wasn't the funeral today for Rich Homie Quan? I don't know. I thought it was today. Don't give me the line. She said Diddy is just as dangerous in jail on the street. Yeah, whether he's on house arrest or what, Well, my thing is, did he get dangerous overnight? We're gonna just skim through right quick since we got a little time. See what they say. Yeah, he said they said the same thing. Yeah, I remember when the charges were announced against Young Thug, they like, oh, he gone. Rico, oh, he gone. Now all of a sudden, that case fell apart so fast. Somebody said the case fell apart faster than some of y'all relationships. uh, fell completely apart. Oh no, this ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work, bro. This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work, girl. This ain't gonna work. Who's saying that? I'm not. Oh, you talking about somebody in the chat? The allegations are he was hiring. I think they said male escorts. Is that? Let me see. I was trying to the press conference. I was trying to keep. Yeah, I think they said male sex workers. That's what they said. Don't give me the line. And they said some people were drug and beat. This is gonna be an interesting trial. I mean, some of the details we don't. They probably won't air, which we don't really need to know. But wait, she said Diddy contacted. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up. There's so much going on. This was the last thing that we had. So remember that guy that got arrested years ago? That's what they. Okay, yeah, yeah. That's what they saying. All right. Y'all, nobody want to go through all this. Let's just call it. Let's just call it for right now. I know we got the Diddy indictment. That's just too long, y'all. It's too long. Look at this. Look, let me scroll through it. Where is the tab at? Let me move it over here. Look at this. This is insanity. We can't go. Yeah, we already been here for 8 hours. Let's be for real. Wait, he said he what? Not across state lines. It's not, yeah, no, bond is tough. That's tough. Because, bond is not supposed to be used as punishment. It's supposed to be used to ensure your appearance in court. Because when you start holding people without bond, then you're kind of putting the punishment before the verdict. So I'm looking at it at a legal standpoint, not as a taking up for Diddy standpoint. I'm not looking at it as Diddy. I'm looking at it as any American citizen entitled to those constitutional rights. Imagine if any one of us is just accused of something random, then the state can just lock you up for a year or two until it's time for your trial. Oh, you're not guilty? Oh, my bad. At least we still got 2-3 years out of you, young thug. Even if you're found not guilty, you would never get those 3 years back that we stole from you. So that's why that's the way I'm looking at it. But that ain't his charge though, Slick. They're not accusing him of that, at least not right now. So I don't want nobody to go and get it misconstrued, because some people he taking up for that man. They'll say that quick now. Go on. Man. Yeah, I'm just hanging around a few more minutes. I'm trying to see what what can they do as far as the family, and if not, it's cool. Come on. Diddy getting the OJ treatment, charged him for this because we couldn't get him on the other stuff. It could be an issue. The issue. They say just charge him with something. Some gonna stick. Some gonna stick. Yeah. But these videos, I mean, that same like R. Kelly wasn't R. Kelly. Wasn't there videos in his trial? Yeah. So he's a flight risk and suicidal. Who said he was suicidal, Law Malcolm? Somebody said he was you know how they go. They get that narrative out there. Then next thing you know, something happened. Oh, well, we already knew. I wouldn't say so. I mean, the feds, they normally take cases they can win, but I mean, Diddy's not the ordinary defendant. I mean, because I got to look at it. People with money, they have, the resources to buy a good defense. They can purchase the right attorneys. I mean, we saw, what was his name? Was it Harvey Weinstein? He went to jail, but then they overturned it. The appeals court said, nope, they kicked it out. Bill Cosby, he went to jail. The appeals court said, nope, kicked it out. So I'm sure these lawyers are going to fight tooth and nail. And that's what they say. I don't know if there's any stats to, because it's different. Politicking with Mill said they messed over Bill. Let me see. Oh, okay. She say 98. But guess what? Out of that 98, how many of are billionaires? Y'all, I was trying to get a response. Oh, Diddy broke now? When he get broke? I didn't know that. Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna give just a few more minutes. If not, we're gonna wrap it up. And I'll send out like a community post or schedule. He said Diddy ain't broke all his. I say I got everything in my mama's name. Ain't that how the song go? I got everything in my mama's name. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. What is Diddy Daily? What that mean? Diddy Daily. Is that like a stream or something? Gator boots with the pimped out. Come on. Come on here. Oh, I knew somebody knew what I was talking about. Oh, okay. It's like Thugger Daddy. Okay, somebody that's all things Diddy. All right, y'all. Let's get out of here. If anything changed, I'll let y'all know. If I got y'all notifications on. All right, thank y'all so much for all the support and all the new members. We'll go through real quick. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Tips Take, thank you. Blue Skies. Keys Mobile, thank you. Miss Bridget, thank you. Pete, Miss Bridget again. Thank y'all. Pete again. Thank you, Pete. Miss D, thank you. And definitely thank you again to Miss King Goddess and for sending $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much for that. That's really kind of you. And for everybody else that commented and liked the video, subscribe to the channel. And for Jiggy for coming up. He said, I wasn't scared. I'm gonna come up there. Not diddler daily. You know what? Bye, Jiggy. Bye. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. Yeah, if I come back on, I'll send out a notification. But I think as it's set right now, 6:30. So let's see how that goes. See, when you're working with other people, you gotta kind of your schedules gotta match up. I'm gonna get a membership when I get paid. Oh yeah, y'all, yeah, it ain't mandatory, you know. I know the economy is kind of tough right now. A lot of people got different bills and stuff they gotta pay. So I understand. I got y'all. So, but thank y'all definitely for the support and just for watching. All right, let me get my disclaimer before y'all go run out of here with a lie. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk that law. All right, thank y'all. And I may come back tomorrow. I mean, hey, I'll set a link if I do. All right, thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good night. And hopefully I'll come back on in a couple of hours. All right, have a good one. Let's go.